Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have TJ Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. TJ Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of TJ Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because TJ Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Yo, 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 what's going on? Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. I did some stuff with my mic today. I just want to make sure everything is good. Just uh yeah, upgraded some software, added a little stream deck. You know how it goes. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Just want to make sure everything good, or we're gonna have a long day today because I decided to do this on a day Lapeef is off and not available. Thank you, God. I was like, oh damn, damn, damn. I done messed something up. Glad y'all can hear me in the chat. What's going on, everybody? Welcome. Today is Wednesday, September 13th, 2023. It's going to be a good day today, man. It's hump day. This is a full week of work coming off of last week's Labor Day weekend. So I just want to make sure everybody is here with us, man. Thank y'all for coming through. Thank you for everything that you do, supporting the show. You know we appreciate it. Shout out to everybody, every single one of our viewers nationwide and our viewers internationally, all of our people in other continents, Australia, Africa, Europe. All right, we got people all over the place watching the Trigger Mike Show and the Lapeef Network, and I am thankful and proud of everybody for all the work that you do. Some of y'all that are stateside, we just in the middle of the workday making it do what we do, getting our hustle on. You know, put a one in the chat if you out there hustling, making that money. All right, so we got a little bit. Well, we went through August with no holidays. We went through Labor Day. Now we got a bit of a stretch. We got what? Veterans Day next month, which I love. Which I love. Veterans Day is always good for gun buying stuff. We want some accessories. But Black Friday, then we got Thanksgiving before Black Friday. How did I mention the consumer holiday before the actual holiday, right? But yeah, man. So stack that money, stack that bread. All right. I want everybody to do good things for the rest of the year. Like I'm doing. Me and my wife were just chopping it up. We're about to buy this franchise pretty soon. It's gonna be pretty dope, man. She's like, where we gonna get liquidity from? I was like, oh, I just took a stock distribution last month. Look at God. Look at God. And we got some money saved. So this is what I've been praying for y'all, man. This is what I want y'all to do with your lives, man. Be able to make major moves. Not with anybody else. Who else? If you can't do business with your wife, who you gonna do business with, bruh? Some of y'all be thinking too deep about that. I can't do business. I can't do business. If you can't do business with the person you chose to spend the rest of your life with, do you know how that sounds to people? And I understand if, some people have had hardship with it, but figure that shit out. Figure that shit out. Okay? Nothing is easy. It's not really supposed to come easy. And that's probably the hallmark of our generation, if I'm being honest. We quit everything as soon as it gets hard. I don't got time for this. It's not serving me. It's giving. It's giving depressing. No, no, fuck that. All of y'all, I want to see everybody do good with your own people. Stop going out there and creating wealth for others. Do good with your own people, your own household, your own family, your own bloodline. All right, can I get an amen, man? That's probably the theme of today, since we're on a topic anyway. Do good with your own people. Do y'all not notice that there's nothing really wrong? Well, I ain't gonna say there's nothing wrong with black people or in general, but our family issues are no different than anybody else's on earth. The only difference is that in other places they don't quit on their family. That's it. And it doesn't even have to be their family. Look at the small hats. It is a small hat saying. It is a staple in their community that they will procure services from a screwed up small hat before they go out to their community, outside of the community, to get help from anywhere else. They'll be like, well, this dude ain't that good, but he's one of us, so I'm gonna help him out. Damn. You already know that is not us. We quick to write our own people off. I don't like the way they. I'm just saying, man, give it another try, another shot, offer some assistance. Do what's difficult. It's not always easy. Do what's difficult. Do it on purpose. Do it intentionally, and do it till it works. Amen. I had to take a sip of this water. Sorry. Woo. But shout out to everybody, man. Make sure if you're just coming into the stream, go ahead and like the stream. All right. Hit that like button if you have not already. Mods, what do we got on the likes right now? I am running some new software, so I don't want to overload my computer by running the stream simultaneously, but we'll give it a shot. If the stream slows down, let me know. Otherwise, I'll probably go purchase a new computer. All right. Trying some things out. I'm glad it worked out. All right. So we got 35 likes, 46 people watching. Not bad. Not bad. We're going to get some more people in here. We are going to get some more people in here, and we're going to chop it up on today's topic. All right. It's going to be a good one. This one, I want to get a lot more input from the chat. I want people to come up, step up, talk about it, talk about your own personal issues, what's going on with you and why you think this particular issue pertains to you or topic pertains to you and how you're living. My man Lou, what's going on? These are brand new. These are brand new, bro. I finessed the game. I finessed the whole game with this. So my last job that I left last year kept my vision plan active. So when I went to the eye doctor last month, they pulled up my old insurance, and right when I was about to pay, I gave them my card, and she said, "This is not what we have on file. We have iMed." I was like, "Yeah, I'm no longer with that employer anymore." She said, "This is still current, and they're still paying for it. You can get another pair for free if you want." I was like, and anybody who has iMed know you have what's called Freedom Pass. So you can go all the way up to Versace. You can't get any Tom Ford, can't get any Prada, but you can go all the way up to Versace. And it's free. Boy. So I got me another pair of Ralph Lauren's, some everyday ones. And I already have, I usually wear Versace's anyway. Have these ones. A little clear, rimless. And then some other Versace's, black. Y'all seen these before. But these are the new ones. These are the new ones. And then got half off the lenses and all that stuff. So it was, iMed paid for everything. It was completely free. And the other insurance, I just had to pay for the lenses. So finesse gang in the building. They are expensive, bro. And my new employers, that plan sucks. That plan absolutely sucks. They give you like $120 every 2 years. iMed gave you a pair for free every year. So that plan was way better. That plan was way better. So yeah, the plan from the other people, I got those Ralph Lauren's. I paid like $50 for the frame. No, I think she took 50 off. Yeah, so those were free, but I had to pay for the lenses for my prescription. But yeah, man, appreciate it, man. Come on into the Trigger Mike Show. What I want you to do for me is show some love to this great network and show some love to the Trigger Mike Show and the Lapeef Network. I'm about to this great network. All right. So go beneath the broadcast and hit that share button. I'm going to share this out to my Facebook as I do on every broadcast. All right. Just so we can get some people in here. It is now fall time. People are coming in off that summer high and they need content to listen to, especially midday. Tell them to pop those earbuds in and tune into the Trigger Mike Show. If you want to show some support, that is a great way to do it. Share this out to one media outlet. I'm sharing it out to my Facebook news feed right now with a little symbol that says live now. All right, go ahead and do that for me. Show your support by sharing this out to one media outlet. Either put it in your Instagram story if your phone lets you do that, your Facebook news feed, your Twitter or X or whatever it's called. Help me out that way so we can get some more eyes and people in the chat on these conversations. Amen. All right. Appreciate that. Posting right now. People gonna love, the ladies gonna love this one. Y'all love anything talking about men, don't y'all? Y'all love it. Oh, men ain't living right, girl. I got stories. I already seen Dee Dee in the chat. She clicked on this before the show even started, I bet. Before the show even started, she got stories to tell. It's all right. Dee Dee's one of our favorites. She's allowed to terrorize the chat every once in a while. She's a sweetheart for real, for real. She don't want no problems. But yeah, man, thank y'all for that. What else we got going? Yeah, if you want to support the show, please do so by forming super chat or super thanks after the broadcast is over. We always appreciate that type of support for you. This equipment costs money. I just bought a little stream deck, 150, all of this. So you help with all of these production costs. So we always thank you for every contribution that you give to this network. And speaking of contributions, shout out to our sponsor, Tej Hanley. The link is down in the description for those of you who have not got this uncomplicated skincare for men. You could take a look at the screen right now and see that it has my skin popping. All right. Woo. All right. Didn't dry me out. And I can usually feel when stuff dries me out. All right. I can usually feel that. But yeah. Tej Hanley, uncomplicated skincare for men. Get 30% off along with a free gift. The link is down in the description. Please support our sponsor and thank them for sponsoring this show. All right, who we got in the chat, man? Who we got in the chat? Let me give shout outs to all my people that came through today. We're going to get people in here, then we're going to start this broadcast. My man, Jesse Sappho, what's going on? Hit that like button. H-Town Trill, what's going on? H, what up, what up? Jill's Chocolate Boutique, how you doing? Happy Wednesday to you. My man, Jordan Landry. Oh, you look like you kidded out. What's going on? When we going shooting, Jordan? Let me know. I got nothing but time. I'm doing a class in Dallas. I'm going to drop the link in the description. Oh, you know what? I need to put that class up today, as a matter of fact. It will be at Gritter Sports in North Richland Hills. So those of you that want either a handgun, a first handgun course or a refresher course, because you've been shooting rifles too long, or you just left your gun under your bed and you forgot how to shoot it, I am holding a handgun first steps course on November 12th, Dallas, Texas area, North Richland Hills at Gritter Sports. So I just signed a contract to start teaching with those people. All right. Make sure y'all come out. And just to let you know, if you can shoot or not, take my class. I'm gonna have you shooting the best shots you ever shot in your life. You won't even know. You won't even recognize yourself how good you shoot after my class. DeVoe Moffitt sounds a little muffled on YouTube. Uh-oh. Hope not. Let me know if that's still a problem. I'm gonna put my mouth closer to the mic. Pause. Rosa Style, how you doing? How you doing? The Didi in here said, sign he ain't shit. He's not at work right now. He could be off, Didi. You know what? I don't got time. I don't got time. What's going on, Jolie? Wait a minute. How you doing? How you doing? My man Frenchie, K757. What's going on, Chief? The 757 disappointed me, bro. They disappointed me, man, and that's why I left. It's not good for business. Not good for all businesses, let me say. In fact, no, they did my dad business dirty. They did my homies that threw parties, the promoter dudes, they did them dirty. They always doing people dirty, especially the city of Norfolk. Can't stand them. I was trying to do a shooting class. Everybody was like, yo, do one of your classes out here for homecoming. That should be dope. I'll drive down with my stuff. And, I want to do a rifle class with you and a handgun class. I called the range. They were like, one range said, no, we don't take outside instructors. I'm like, what the? I was like, I got insurance. I'm certified. What you talking about? Oh, yeah. They said you need to have $10 million in insurance. $10 million in insurance. I got $2 million in insurance. That's unheard of. For those of y'all that don't know about the Commonwealth of Virginia, it is terrible. Not even just for black business, for business in general. They want you to be a slave to whatever system they have in there. They will shut your business down. You can spend 200 grand outfitting a business to your needs. They will find one thing just to shut it down and give it to somebody else after you spend all that money renovating that spot. Not good for business at all. MS Best, salute to you. What's going on? K Cooper, how you doing? Welcome. Andre Cable, what's going on? My man Lou again is in the building. Yes, he said he has Armani frames. They cost like 500. They don't be playing. They be taking money, but I'm pretty sure that this is a one-time thing. I'm not gonna get this great of a deal anymore. Can you see? I can't see. All right. Prototype Dad said, get LASIK. Do you know why I'm afraid to get LASIK, bro? You know why I'm afraid to get LASIK? So as a shooter and as a competitive shooter, when you get LASIK, so I do have a slight astigmatism, okay? When you get LASIK, it could change your eye dominance. So whichever eye, I'm sorry, I just found that out this last eye doctor visit that I went to a couple weeks ago. It's my right eye that's less whatever, far side, whatever, than my left, which means if I get LASIK and I'm right-handed and my eye dominance changes to the left, it's wild. And just think about it this way, Prototype. Anytime you do something unnatural to your body's going to compensate for it. So LASIK changes your vision. I mean, corrects your vision, but your body, if you're right-handed, let me teach y'all something real quick, and you will learn this in my class. If you are right-handed, more often than not, 4 times out of 5, you are right eye dominant, meaning that if you make a eyeball-sized diamond, put your hand down, look at something and put your hand up, your hand is going to move to your dominant eye automatically because only one eye can see through it. All right. It's going to, your body already knows which eye is your dominant eye because your handedness. If you're left-handed, you're likely left eye dominant. If you're right-handed, you're likely right eye dominant. And if my eye dominance changes, my shooting career is all about over. So I also got a pair of, I got 3 pairs. That's how I got that 50% off, Lou. Lens Crafters has buy 1 pair or get 1 pair, get the rest of them 50% off. So yeah, I got this pair for free. Then I got the Ralph Lauren's. I paid for the lenses, and then I got another pair, 50% off of safety glasses. So those safety glasses are what I'm gonna wear while I'm shooting competition, but they have my prescription in them. So I'd rather wear those than get LASIK because LASIK is gonna change my eye dominance up. Not trying to end my shooting career. That means I'm gonna have to shoot like this. I'm right-handed, and I'm gonna have to tilt the sight over to my left eye. That's gonna it's gonna dig into my time on every stage. I can't do it. Wayne from the South Side, what's going on? What's going on? Dale Matthew in the building. D-Town conversation. What's up? What's up? All right, he says we good now. Go to work. I am at work. I work from home. I do this during my lunch break, or what really everybody's lunch break. Nobody sends emails. Look, here's the funny thing about working for those of y'all who work from home. Even if you work in an office, whatever you need to do, if it's an insurance, education, corporate world at all, anything like that, you better get that shit done in the morning. People stop working after 12. They will get to your email somebody after 12 and let it be pertinent, or let it be a big project that might take them over the end of the day into the next day. You might not get an answer till the next day. Email them after lunch. Half of the workforce in the United States is done working after lunch. They are sitting there twiddling their thumbs, watching the Trigger Mike show, waiting for 3, 4, or 5 o'clock to hit to when they officially off. You should know this. I'm waiting for my email box to fill up with more stuff I got to do. Then I work a little bit more in the evening. I've been working since 7 a.m. Y'all tripping. What's going on? Nigas? Slick James, what up? What up? Hope to bring some heat today, but this is going to be more of a discussion. So let's talk about it. We got 83 people, 53 likes. Get those likes up to 65 right now. Please hit that like button if you're just coming in. We're going to talk about it. Today's topic is signs that men aren't living right. Now, this came to me for those of you who are like me. Anything that you think, you need to write down. If you have a phone, and I don't mean write it down, you have a phone now. If you have an Android like me, I don't even like the term Android. If you have a Galaxy like me, go ahead and get that Keep Notes app from Google. So that way it syncs to all your devices. Or get some kind of notes app. Any thought that you have, put it down. Whether it's a topic for a show, whether it's a rebuttal for something that you hear, the second that you think of it, put it down in writing, or else you won't remember it. Most of your best ideas, I guarantee you, have been forgotten. Some you thought about and forgot. All right. Some you thought about, then forgot. So please make sure you put all of that shit in writing. Type it down real quick. And I was just thinking, man. So let me go to my notes real quick. What are some signs? Let me ask the audience. Let me ask the women in the panel. Let me ask the men, especially because we go through this. What are some signs that men aren't living right? We are naturally always telling women to smarten up, choose better, but we need to start to educate ourselves on what it looks like when we're not living right in multiple categories in life. All right. We need to educate ourselves so the women can educate themselves. That's the stuff we need to be on, man. This just came to me like I was on my way to sleep. Like, let me type this down real quick. This is a dope discussion. This will be a dope one. Signs that men aren't living right. So I'm going to share some personal stories. Woo! Witty Jim with the toxicity early. Multiple baby mamas. Okay. I mean, never mind. I don't know. Didi says he doesn't pray. All men aren't religious, but depending on his culture, this could be a red flag. If you know what? I know a lot of fair weather Christians, so I'm not even going to put it on Christians. But if you're Muslim and you don't pray, that is kind of weird. Their prayer is baked into the culture, not even just the religion. So I know a lot of dudes that claim they're Muslim, never seen them take a moment out. They'll literally spend the whole day with you and you looking at your watch like, don't you need to go take a break? Don't you need to go take a break to go pray? Dude, never prayed. Never prays. Them glasses fire, 70s dad. Appreciate it. You know who I look like? You know who these glasses make me look like? My father. So when I put them on, I was like, yo, my dad had these on. He got married the year I was born in 86. They got married in 86 and he had on but the frames look exactly like this. So my brother even wears a pair that looks just like this because I guess it just matches our face and we look like the picture my dad took on his wedding day. As soon as I put them on, I was like, yep, seen this before. Coming with me. They got a black pair too. It's not even the gold tone rims. They got a black pair too. Black and gold. My man Big Ant with the $10 super chat. Let me know if y'all can hear these air horns and stuff. Could y'all hear that? Because I just configured that. And that's why I thought I messed the audio up. So let me know if y'all heard that. Philosophical, what's going on, my guy? Let me know if y'all heard that sound drop because I don't want to have to go back and mess with this audio. For the love of God, please somebody let me know y'all heard that. Oh, y'all didn't hear it. I'm going to do it again. Yes, you heard it. Thank you. Great. All right. My man Big Ant, $10 with the super chat. Appreciate that. What if you take your class and you better than the teacher? Big Ant, you I'm a competitive shooter, bro. You're not better than me. I'm master class USPSA. Look it up. What are your splits? I know. I have absolutely no debate that you are a good shooter. but I'm a fantastic shooter. In fact, I don't even remember the dude's name. I went against a sponsored shooter from the Smith and Wesson team, or no, I'm sorry, the Glock team, in an outlaw match. Had no idea he shot for Glock. I was number one, he was number two. I was number one, he was number two. He didn't tell me he shot for Glock until the end of the match, where he said he only messed up and got that mic. So a mic is a miss. That's what we call a miss in shooting sports. He said he only got that mic because I went before him in line, and because I was pushing the pace, and I got all alphas on that stage, which is meaning I got all my shots in the best range you can get to get the most points. He said I just started pushing it because you were pushing it, and I got a few mics. So his score went down, and I beat him. I didn't know he shot for Glock. If you can't beat a sponsored competitive shooter, you can't beat me, Big Ant. But there's only one way to find out. We can set up the stage and we can do the competition, bro. All right. So I hope to see you in the class, bro. Dallas, Texas, November 12th, Gritter Sports. I am doing my handgun first steps class. I'm going to drop a link one day. Tomorrow. So y'all can sign up if y'all want to sign up and get updates. All right. Appreciate that. But you're not better than me, Big Ant. Stop playing. So back to the topic. What are some signs that men aren't living right? I need the men to talk on this. I need the women to talk on this. But I'm going to give you some of my personal ones from my life where I decided to make a change, okay? There are a few categories that we need to talk about when it comes to the life that men are living. And these are specific signs. These are specific signs and cues in your life that need to let you know, hey, bro, I need to make a change. Because I don't think everybody is really understanding now. We have normalized so much BS in this society. Nobody knows when they're doing wrong. Did y'all catch the VMAs yesterday? Yo, I about had it. Hold up, y'all. I about had it with Sukiana, bro. I've about had it with them. They are being super embarrassing on purpose. They don't even give a damn no more. I agree with the black women on Instagram. I've been laughing at y'all, but now I agree with y'all. Sukiana is so bad and so terrible that I agree with y'all that she's an industry plant put out here to make black women look bad. Her and Sexy Red are literally industry plants. Somebody said, how do we destroy the black community even further? Look at these ratchets. Let them do it. I 100% think Sukiana and Sexy Red are industry plants, bro. Those chicks are some trash. Bad trash. If they were a meme, they would be that meme that says nobody, colon, and then them showing off they titties or coochie or something. Nobody asked for that shit. Nobody. We gonna eat a nigga ass today. That's the shit they be doing. Like, that shit is disgusting. It's disgusting, man. It's disgusting, bro. For real. But where's my gallery notification? Let me see if I can get this video. I was disgusted, man. I was disgusted. Flawed. Let me see. Let me read this. Flawed says Little Kim was the first industry plant. What do y'all think? Them ladies some cold garbage, bro. Nobody asked these ladies for that. If you want a sign that you're not living right and you got a woman that acts like Sukiana or Sexy Red, we're going to go ahead and say that's a sign. That's a sign. If you got a woman that behaves that way or pays too much attention to what these women are doing and how they're behaving, that's a sign you're not living right, bro. Hold on real quick. I got the video file now. Look at this lady on the red carpet. Is this y'all queen? Look at this lady. Look at y'all. All right. All right. I need to know right now because y'all think we're joking. Sukiana is so nasty. I wouldn't hit. And y'all say men would hit anything. Y'all say men would hit anything. This is where we're gonna draw the line. If you're a dude that legit and don't lie, don't cap. If you would not hit Sukiana, if you pass on that, put a one in the chat. And I've literally hold on because we got some people that's from where I'm from. We got 7-5 people. We got 757 people in the chat right now. So I need y'all to understand what I mean by this. Sukiana and Sexy Red to me are Norfolk Jenks. They're Norfolk Jenks. I'm not talking about all women from Norfolk, Virginia, bro. But where I'm from in the 757, the most ratchetest girls that have ever approached me or I've ever seen were from the city of Norfolk, Virginia, bro. All right. We used to call them Norfolk Janks. Man, she behaved like a Norfolk Jank. I would never. Sukiana behaved like a Norfolk Jank. And I have absolutely denied women like that before. We used to go to parties. These girls will push up on you just straight. I'm be like, yo, ew, no, yuck. Juby said, nasty Norfolk. It could have changed by now. It could have changed. Last month I just hit my 10th year anniversary living in Houston. I do not live in VA no more. All of this could have changed, but during my day, we called them Norfolk Janks. Juby says, nah, she a Newport News Jank. Hey, you know what? My dad's strip club was in Newport News, so I might be mistaken. You might even be right. You might even be right on that one. I'm gonna drop the link for y'all to come up after I get this. My man Mayor 63 says Portsmouth and Newport News got y'all beat. Portsmouth's so small though. That's the only thing, man. Portsmouth is hella small. So I'm talking about sheer volume. It could absolutely be Newport News or Norfolk. Norfolk is big. They got a lot of ratchets. Woo, said Nashville hood rats. All right. Rep your set. Rep the ratchets wherever they from, man. Damn. If you're messing with a woman like that, and that's actually one of the signs that men aren't living right. If you find that type of behavior sexy, if you're giving your time, your attention, and actually attempting to give your provision to some of these nasty ass gutter rat style women, and don't think I'm degrading them. They call themselves this shit. All right. They brag about getting STDs, then going back to get another one. There's nothing I could possibly say to dig a deeper hole for them than they've dug for themselves. So if you are a man that finds yourself consorting with this style of woman, you're not living right. Put a one in the chat if you agree. This is not a good look for you as a man. And I'm not bashing women or anything. What I'm saying is that I cannot take a man serious. I cannot take a man serious that lets a woman reside in his home, that cuffs a woman like Sukiana or Sexy Red. I cannot take you serious. You don't respect yourself, quite honestly. If you are in a committed relationship with a woman like that, as a man, your priorities are not straight. You are literally worshiping sex. You have no bounds. You have no self-respect. That's not decent. That is a sign that you're not living right. Let me give you another one. When I was young, we were out here wilding. I'm not proud of it anymore. I've actually done some self-reflection because a lot of the self-reflection that I do comes from what I want, how I want my children to behave. And I've made a decision a long time ago. My daughter just turned 6. I've been thinking about this shit since she was less than 1 year old. I'm not going to lie to my children. I'm not going to pretend I did anything different. Right? If they ask me the grimy details of something, I'm going to give them the grimy details. I'm going to tell them why I believe it was wrong. I'm not going to lie to my children like that. To be honest, I think that's what my family did to me. So that's why I don't think it works very well. Because I kind of knew they were lying, you know. Or you're either going to grow up to realize they full of shit on some stuff. So I'm not going to lie to my children. And when I was out here wilding in these streets, I had a little bit of a summer fling. I think I shared that with you in the past before. And I had 2 incidents where the condom broke. 2 incidents where the condom broke. And you know, naturally, you're like, okay, not a big deal. But one of the times I did kind of finish and I was like, oh shit, how much of it got in there? So, not to be too graphic, but I'm going somewhere with this. If the girl that you're messing with or the woman that you're messing with tells you that she might be pregnant, and you know immediately that you do not want to be with that woman long term, that you would not commit yourself to her long term, that you are now frightened and terrified of what you just heard because you don't see a future with this lady, my man, you are not living right. I am ashamed of my actions. The second she uttered those words, I lost my appetite. If you're a man that can relate to what the hell I just said, put a 1 in the chat. The second she said that shit, I was sick to my stomach. Like, oh shit. Oh, damn. Because that's a sobering. You say I'm breathing heavy. I see you in the back, EBD. I'll bring you up in a second. Say I'm breathing heavy. Listen, that is a very sobering thought. That is a very sobering thought. You don't know because you think it'll never happen. You wearing protection. We had a little slip up here, but we is the only time they can get pregnant. You start psyching yourself out. Then you hear those words, my period's late. I was sick to my damn stomach. I lost my appetite. And immediately I knew I did not want to be with this woman. Shameful, I know. But if you need a sign, if you need me to spell it out for you in plain English, if you get that type of feeling and you can imagine hearing that, if you can have a little bit of foresight and imagine hearing that from a woman and having the same reaction that I had, you need to make some changes, bro. On everything, you need to make some changes. Because the reason I'm able to put that into perspective is because when my wife told me she was pregnant, oh shit, for real? Oh, well, all right. I mean, I wasn't like happy. I was, it was like head scratching, like, well, shit. It was like, it's whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know what reaction y'all dudes had. But with her, I was like, hey, well, shit. I wasn't going nowhere. I didn't try to escape. I didn't try to think of the way out. I wasn't sick to my stomach. I was like, well, shit, we already in it. So I guess that's logically the next step. All right. So if you don't feel like that, I believe that's a good sign you're not living right, fellas. All right. I think we kind of touched on this with the Sukihana thing, but I'm going to give you this next one. And anybody, I'm going to drop the link again that wants to come up and tell a personal story or give some context into why you think men aren't living right. I'm going to drop the link again. And women too, please come up. I'm going to allow y'all some grace to talk some shit today because we need to hear it every once in a while. If you proceed into a relationship with a promiscuous woman, trying to save her and turn her into a housewife, you're not living right, bro. You are prioritizing the wrong things. It's been made in songs. It has been echoed throughout history. That woman's behavior is exactly what she wants it to be. She means to do this shit. She wants to do this shit. When people show you who they are, believe them. Do not get so sexually turned on by a woman that you think that you can change her or her nature or what she wants or how she is or the way she sees life or the way she views men. In fact, the only way you ever have a chance of changing a woman is to leave her alone. If women lose access to everything they think they're supposed to have, maybe they'll start considering a change. But if you proceed into a relationship with a promiscuous woman, trying to save her and turn her into a housewife, you are not living right. The reason I say that is because one of the reasons the divorce rate is what it is today is because some of you sucker/simps wifed a hoe, wifed a woman that had no business getting a ring on her finger, and you fucked the game up. You padded the stat sheet. You brought a woman who likes to wear her titties out around other married people, like shit like that. There are literally men right now and women that are upset with some of their husband's friends because they're like, why would he bring that girl around here? Don't you know there's married women around here? Why is she out here advertising herself? If you ever heard some shit like that, that dude got a woman that he was not supposed to marry. She does not understand the order of things. And that's where it started. You took her behavior as sexiness. That woman was never inappropriate. I'm sorry, she was never appropriate for marriage. She was never appropriate for a relationship. And you thought in your arrogance you could change her. Absolutely not. Let me fix my mic real quick. Give me 1 second. Let me let the fellas up. What's going on? Let me get these super chats read and I'm gonna let y'all cook for a little bit. Kelvin Cook, $2. If you think disease first kills your thirst. Damn. All right, EBD, what's going on, man?
Chilling, just listening.
All right, what you got, bro? Let me hear some of your opening thoughts on this topic. Signs that men aren't living right. What you got?
I'd say. Hang on, I got an echo. Who is that from your end mic?
Let me double check. Let me hit my audio settings. Try it now.
All right, is this better? I still got an echo a little bit. That's all right. I'll continue anyway. But I didn't see the awards yesterday, right? Because I was afraid of what I was going to see. But what I will say is that signs of a man not living right is where is he in his life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is he in a stable environment, stable with his house, stable with his job, stable with all of his bills, with his responsibilities, right? When a man is stressed out, he's unhappy. There's telltale signs. The littlest things will set him off, make him unhappy, right? So, I mean, you can't really hide it, not for too long. You can't put on a facade, walk around with a smile on your face when all kind of wild stuff is going on at your house. That's just not going to fly. Another thing is in these marriages for a while, 10, 20 years, you'll get to a point where you're not having as much sexual access to your wife as you once did when during your honeymoon period or during your honeymoon or during the first time that you were courting or dating, right? So there's that dynamic as well. But I think for the most part, if you're a single man out here in the dating pool, like if you're spending so much money trying to hook up or trying to smash or trying to establish a relationship and you're really not getting a return on that investment, that's also another sign that you're really not living right or looking for the right thing, right? A woman will the woman that you're supposed to be with is, pretty much marry is someone that you've known for a long time, someone that you've known for years. someone that's already been through the best and worst with you, and doesn't mind. Not only doesn't mind, but understands, and doesn't have a problem getting on your program. So I mean, these are the things that we need to look for when we're talking about a long-term partner or a wife. When it's just a one-night stand or just some fun under the sun, those requirements kind of drop off. You don't really need to worry about, who you sleep with one night to the next. But the long-term thing is a different type of qualifications that we need to be looking for, rather than just, hey, this is a friends with benefits that I just put a ring on. That's not going to equal long-term happiness. It just isn't. Oh, hang on. Mike, you're muted. Or something with your audio. Go ahead, Payne. Yeah, he's telling you.
Yeah, I'm going. I think Mike wanted to fix this thing. Listen, forget about the women, man. Men are going down the wrong path when they move without discernment, right? We're all a product of our choices. And you can tell a guy who just makes bad choices, bad moves. I'm still a little under the weather. When I was younger, a lot of my friends used to do graffiti on trains. They used to go out to the train yard in the middle of the night and put their, signs on trains and shit. I thought that shit was stupid. I never did that. I never joined a gang, so you gotta move with discernment in life, because consciously or unconsciously, we are all a product of the choices we make. Some choices are bigger than others, but we all end up where we are based on the choices that we make. And you can tell guys who make good choices from guys who make bad choices. They carry it like either an anchor or a trophy. So let me just land it there.
Can y'all hear me now? All right, bet.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I would say men that say stuff like it's cheaper to keep her, they not living right. They're living in fear. You know what I mean? I can't stand a weak dude who's scared to go after life and what he's really owed. You know what I'm saying? I'm selling dudes. Them man cave, all I need is a man cave dudes. Those dudes ain't living right. Them dudes that live up under, live with a woman. They ain't living right. I don't know who's echoing. I don't think that's me though.
Nah, it's me. I'm gonna fix it. Y'all go ahead.
But yeah, those is weak men to me, man. Like I don't understand it. Those crash pad dudes. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. That's it.
Trey?
All right, can y'all hear me now?
Oh yeah, much better.
Oh shit. Hold up. Y'all go ahead, Trey.
Scam, go ahead. I gotta come back.
What was the exact question again? I was listening, but the exact question.
Oh, Mike wrote, but no, he didn't praise. What, like, the signs? What signs can you tell like a man's not living right? Basically, like, how do you point that out?
Signs a man's not living right. I'm doing my thorough evaluations. Men are supposed to be leaders, communicators, educated, masculine, and all them other talking points, and all that other stuff that they keep talking about in this dusty place called the manosphere. Instead, we got fat, greasy, slob, nasty, overweight. We got cavemen who come up on panels all the time. Raw, the women's raw. Or in conversations, you just hear one word. They just say, yeah, my partner. Did you say partner? 50-50, Russell Wilson, beta simp. You got those. Those are signs that men aren't living right. They don't listen. They talk too much. They're ugly. They stink. And they're dusted and crusted. And if you look about 2 meters down, you'll see a woman that kind of resembles this behavior. I think it runs in the community, runs in the family. I recommend, I think they're suffering from dust capitosis. It's contagious. It runs across panels, runs pretty well in the community. I recommend lots of meditation, mandatory gym memberships, and severity of 5 years in prison. Continue.
5 years in prison for what?
Extreme violations of dust capitosis, severe cases for spreading this. When you have 5 cavemen on panels yelling at each other, "You a simp. I'll meet you in your city, nigga." Blah. Or a woman just comes up and says, "Hi, my name is Woman." "You're a woman, you're the devil, you're a liar." And they bring up every talking point from 7 years ago. The brick, Will and Jada, and the other talking points. I say we need to dust the men off. Or just go ahead and throw the women away and just feed everybody to the trolls. It'll solve the problem. But continue.
All right. Now put my personal story out there, right? Because a lot of people can say I'm not living right. Sex positive community, hitting different women, hitting different wives, things like that. I was thinking about this earlier today as well. I mean, because there's a radio show they also do, kind of relationships or whatever. But what I find out in the modern era, like in monogamous relationships that I deal with, it's been about like 20, I want to say 15 to 20 years, about that mark where you'll see a couple open up to like polygamy and things like that. So I guess that's where guys like me come in. But I don't usually deal with the wife. I deal with the husband, right? It's his wife. He offered to marry her. He's taking care of her. He protects and provides for her. So I deal with the man. And I always tell the man the same story, or the first story, which is, hey, look, there's going to be another dude that she's interested in or approaches your wife. You're not going to know about it. It's going to be disrespectful. She's going to lie to you. She's going to deceive you. You'll never know about it. You're going to feel so aggrieved. You'll get a divorce. It'll be ugly. It'll ruin your life. You won't be happy. Maybe she'll be happy for a while, but in the long run, she'll regret maybe divorcing you, this and that and the other. Or not. Or you both walk through this door of polygamy. You guys talk it out and negotiate the terms of when you want to play, who you want to play with, and you walk back out that door and resume your marriage, your monogamy for as long or as short as you want it. But the key is you're doing this together, and it's not just her and it's not just you. It's y'all doing it together. And I find that all these marriages that I've been, kind of negotiating with, these are like long-term marriages. These are 15, 30 years. They walk in and out that door of never having to worry about being bored or stagnant. So yeah, I mean, people can say I'm not living right by, sleeping with, another guy's wife, but, I try and make it as kind of, fair as possible to where, hey, does your husband know? If your husband doesn't know, I'm not in it. I'm not a part of the drama and a part of this and a part of that and a part of the deception and a part of this and the sneaking out. I'm not doing that anymore. I've changed from here to here. We're all adults. We're all mature. We all need to be on the same page at some point, because lying and the deception and the hiding in the closet, that, it's old. We don't need to do that anymore. So yeah, that's my personal spin on, how a guy is or isn't living right with given my circumstance.
Yeah, let me. Here's the thing for me. My decision on whether or not a man is living his life right is whether or not he gives a damn what women think, and that he worries too much about what other men think about him and what they think, and what decisions he makes in his life. I have a lot of respect for EBD because EBD does what he wants to do. It's his life. You do what you want. I respect that. I have a problem with a lot of guys who are worried about what the women want and what other men think. Especially when we come on these panels, you're constantly concerned about what other guys. I don't know any of these guys. They have no effect over my life. I can give a damn what you think about me personally. And when I see a man who's worried about that, I know you're not living your actual life. You're living for what society is telling you to do. You're living your life for what maybe somebody might think about you. It could be a family member, it could be a mentor, it could be anybody. But you're not thinking about what it is that you want to do. And that is one of my biggest issues with the men, because when you're constantly worried about what other men think, you start making mistakes. When you're making mistakes, how can you ever get a woman to follow your lead and you can't even follow your own damn lead? You can't do it yourself. You can't be true to yourself. So why would a woman ever come behind you and be a follower to you when you're just looking to follow another man? It doesn't make any sense to me. Live your life, do things your way, and a lot of this is trial and error. You're gonna make some mistakes along the way. You'll learn from them. You'll pick yourself up. You'll dust yourself off, and you'll become better for it. I'd rather make mistakes in my life doing things my way and to do it the way that somebody told me to do it and still make the same damn mistake. That don't make no sense to me. I'd rather fail on my own.
See, that's why one of the reasons why I was saying that a man's choices on whether he's going the wrong way has nothing to do with the women he's going to fool around with. If a guy doesn't have discernment, it just stands to reason he's going to choose poorly when you're talking about a woman to change. You got bigger issues. If you're making bad decisions, all the decisions are going to be bad. You know, it's hard to make good ones when you're going down a path. So when I look at my life, just anecdotally, I mean, I recognize that I'm where I'm at based on the choices I made, good ones and bad ones. Even when I told my daughters when they went to school, I said, listen, you got enough tools to make good choices, but you probably make some bad ones along the way. Just make sure you don't make any you can't come back from. You know, I mean, that's the key. You gotta make sure, because it's all choices. Everything we do is a choice. Some of them, like I said, most of them are subconscious. We make choices all the time. We don't even recognize it. But the big ones that matter to you, and you should reflect on what's going to happen to you down the road, especially men. We think about how our lives are going to be based on forethought. If I do this, what does that mean for me in 5 years or 10 years, or whatever? You know, so a lot more men need to start doing that. I think we'll make better decisions if we reflect that way. That's it.
Nice. All right. This is one I wanted to get into. I don't want any. I mean, you could share, but how aren't men living right in regards to finances? Like, what does a man need to have in terms of his finances being in order? And I don't mean like any of this megalomania. He got to have a Camaro SS, but I mean real live shit. Like, what do you need progressively throughout your life? What do you need to accomplish a certain milestones that you need to accomplish as far as finances are concerned, or else society in general and other men who have their shit together are going to let you know, hey, bro, you're not living right. What are some of the details y'all can give on that?
So,
go ahead.
yeah, I ain't gonna be that long. You need to constantly be in a state where you don't got to ask nobody for nothing. I mean, to make it simple, you know what I'm saying? Like, you should be able to be fully self-sufficient where you don't gotta beg, please, hey, bro, let me hold, none of that. You know what I'm saying? So if you're asking people for handouts or help with money or any of that, you're not living right. We all gonna have ups and downs, go through our struggles. We're gonna have winning seasons, losing ones. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta stay out of the state where you're asking anybody for any handout or for a roof over your head. You understand what I'm saying? So I'll keep it simple like that.
All right. EBD, you was gonna go.
I was gonna say just the thing that tops my head is designer. One word, designer. Like, we don't have to have like Gucci or I mean, if you think about the rap culture and the entertainment industry, it's all about flash, right? How much jewelry you got, name designer, clothes, shoes, belt. They have a song called Versace that Drake did. You know, there's a rapper Gucci Man. So there's all of this flash, and this flash is supposed to grab women's attention and let you know like where your financial status is at, that you're up there, you're balling, this and that. But for me, I've never found name brand to be something that catches my eye enough to spend a great amount of money to acquire it just to get the approval or the attention of women, right? What I typically focus on is like, my style. My style is one thing, but brand name and name recognition is another. I don't ever buy something that has a brand name that has a 100 to 200% markup for something that's over here that even looks better, that provides a function that I need to do. Clothes is just what you wear. I don't do jewelry. I don't do chains. I don't do earrings. I don't do diamonds. I don't do a lot of fluff, right? I think most men, I would say at least 80 to 90% of us buy what we need rather than what we want. We'll forego what we want until we got that extra money to quote unquote get it. But even when we get that whatever expensive item is, we typically hang on to it for a number of years. I mean, but with these women, well, I'm not going to talk about the women. Let's talk about the men. Keep them with the men. But when we are throwing money away, it'll also be the lifestyle, such as like clubs, bars, especially strip joints, where you want to look like you're balling and on top of the world. You got more money to throw away at these different women, all for attention, right? It's all attention seeking. So, I mean, if you have enough game, you can get any woman you want. You don't need to spend $1 or a dime.
Well, that's just not true. There's a lot of things that just aren't factual there. You cannot just get any woman that you want without money. That's ridiculous, and that's just not how the world works.
Yeah, if you got game.
No,
you think everybody? You think every guy needs money to get a girl?
EBD, nobody interrupted you. Game has nothing to do with your ability to pull a woman. It's a combination of things. Game is just simply a strategy, but there are other things that are necessary in order to be able to pull women in 2023, especially the type of women that most guys want. Game ain't it.
That's the point, Trey. It's the type of woman.
Right.
It's the type of woman, because
if you want to pull low class gutter trash, yeah, game might work.
Exactly.
If you want to pull a woman that actually has some substance, she gonna check your stability. She wanna know what you're doing. Where do you work? What kind of job do you have? What's your title? Game ain't. It's gonna be a lot more than just game. Here's my issue when it comes to finances. There's a huge misconception that people who are wealthy or people who have money, they don't spend the money on frivolous things. That's not true. That's not a true statement. They do blow money on things. However, typically, most of the time, the things that they blow money on may be a hobby, or it may be something that may appreciate down the line. But they do have money. They do blow money on things, right? Jeff Bezos is a $550 million yacht. Does he need a $550 million yacht? No, he doesn't. But he has one because he can, right? So here's the issue. The issue with a lot of guys is the educational portion, right? A lot of guys don't want to take the time to sit down, read the books, watch the videos, and understand what does ARV mean, what does LTV mean, what does debt to income mean, and whether it be real estate or whether it be stocks. They don't want to do it. They don't want to put in the work. What they want is the quick and fast. That's why crypto blew up so fast. People just put their money in, okay, I'm going to be rich tomorrow. They don't want to actually do the work. True wealth takes time. It builds. Yep. There's a snowball effect. It takes time. I've been investing in stocks since I was 19. It'll be 20 years next year that I've been investing in stocks. This thing does not happen overnight. So one of the things you need education. And on top of the education, you need patience. And then a lot of men don't have either.
All right. Anybody else got that? On the topic of finances, what does a man need to have in his finances?
I got pushback, man. Had a thing out here in these streets, man. Got to have your ice up in your mouth. I represent the South. My name Ice Dusty on this thing. I swing and I bang. What I'm talking about? My album coming out on 23rd. I got that change. I got that bling. Got the rings. What I'm talking about? Got the bling. Right. Got a dime.
All right. So yeah. I'll come from the Dusto angle on this. This to me is signs that a man is not living right. That hold the money up, bro. Hold the money.
Yeah, up. Hold up the dollar bills you got.
Hold them. That shit right there in music video, like none of them dudes are living right. Like this is actually a one for the ladies. Ladies, when you see this, it still kind of baffles me. Not that women go for it, because there's women that always go for it. Educated women get fooled by this type of behavior. Women are supposed to know better. Get like the dude all in the will fawn over these dudes. Like, what's that dude name from Florida? Rick Ross homeboy. That they said his wife is like a doctor or something. Gunplay. I got no sympathy for what that woman's going through. You married a dude named Gunplay. You see what I'm saying? Women are supposed to know better that dudes that do that type of thing, they are going to be broke as hell. Give them 5 years, 10 years. Like, I look at the Migos like they're still popping. So yeah, they got a little bit more time to make a little bit more money. But if they're spending it that fast, if they're flashing it like that, the one thing that you know is that they don't invest, because cash itself needs to be invested to grow. And
Mike, that's what they.
That's what they banking on, Mike. They banking on. That's exactly what they're banking on, because all they want is the money, and they want you to be. They want you to be foolish with your money. That's why you look so attractive. Look at this dumbass nigga with a little bit of money. I want to get right close to him. Maybe I could get some. Because clearly he not the. You know what I'm saying? Like, clearly he's not a smart individual, right? Because I got a couple dollars too, right? But just the idea about buying a $400 bottle of liquor, it just doesn't do it for me. Not to say I haven't done it, but when I did it, I felt foolish. I felt really dumb. I was like, okay, I just showed everybody I bought a $400 bottle of liquor. And now I need somebody to help me drink this shit, because I can't drink this shit in 45 minutes. It's already 1:15.
Well, hey, right? to that point, right? I don't think we can exclude the nature of woman, right? The nature of a woman, her life is about how things look. It's not about how it is. It's about how it looks. So when she sees a man that is showing off how things look, she's gonna be naturally attracted to that most of the time.
Yeah, to add on
what's crazy? You know what's crazy though about that? So this is something that look. This whole flash thing with black men, it's something that we got to tackle, because it's like an epidemic, bro. It's like an epidemic. The worst part about it is I've had the fancy cars. I've done all of that shit. I kind of maneuvered into life. Like, once I had kids and got married, none of that shit actually mattered anymore to me. But the funniest thing about the flash, most millionaires drive Honda Accords, Toyota Camrys, and Ford F-150. Did y'all know that? Yeah. All you gotta do is go through the nice neighborhood and look in the driveway. You don't see no damn Lamborghinis and shit. 60% of all luxury cars are purchased by people that make less than $100,000 a year. Shit is crazy to me.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, you're gonna find a Lamborghini and Porsches. You're gonna find that in a specially designed garage to hold them things. You're not gonna find them in
my neighbor's Porsche is in the garage. You'll see him with the garage door open, rubbing that shit with a diaper. He ain't drove that shit in like a year and a half. I'm like, dude, you ever gonna? Because I'm trying to jump in the damn passenger seat. You can let me borrow this shit for a day. He'll just open and start waxing that shit. Get some looks from the people. Wave like, how y'all doing?
Trigger, did you just say you want to be a passenger princess?
I know, right?
Hi, guys. You see, a black man can't even ride in his neighbor's Porsche. God damn.
But hey,
hi,
hey, real quick.
Hi, Bernard. How you guys doing?
Hey, Mr.
Example, real quick, I think P. Diddy is one of the best examples of this. When we just watched P. Diddy come out and basically tell everybody he was fronting. He never owned Ciroc. Everybody went and bought all that Ciroc thinking they were supporting the black business, and he never owned any of Ciroc. So the evaluation of his money, of him being a billionaire, a big bulk of it came from him owning Ciroc, and he never owned it, right? But guess what? It's not one woman that you know that's gonna devaluate P. Diddy and say, "Oh no, he's not a billionaire." They're still gonna call him a billionaire. They're still gonna do anything he asks of them to do. Like, nothing's gonna change because of how things look.
I think it's more of just how it looks. Yeah, it's just their nature. Like, you can't ignore a woman's nature to go for that stupid stuff. Like, that's just what they do. You know what I'm saying? And there's no way around it. It's a part of the game. Expecting women to be any different, man, I think we're making a mistake, and we're not going to grow that way.
Yeah, I gotta. And she sees that what looks like excitement, she's gonna be attracted to it.
Yeah, I gotta say two things to you guys. So one is about to what? Oh, go ahead, Trigger Mike.
Sorry, because Easy Money Jones says Trigger Mike lying. Wealthy people have Bentleys and Benzes. So wealthy people do have those things, just not in the proportion we think they do. Okay, so what the wealthy are driving. All right, this is from CNBC. Mercedes-Benz C-Class. That's not the S-Class. That's a C-Class. Lexus RX, Toyota Prius, Volkswagen Jetta, Honda CRV, Honda Accord, Toyota Camry, BMW X5. That's not Bentley and all that type of shit. Most of those people would never buy that damn car.
Okay, let me say something because Trigger Mike, I was going to comment what you said before Easy Money, then say what he said, but let me say this, right? You both right. You both right. Easy Money is right. Trigger Mike, you're right. But let me say this: the difference between middle class and very wealthy people. Very wealthy people will only buy cars at 0.03% of their wealth. They will buy, very wealthy people buy Mercedes. They don't buy something that is above 1% of their wealth. If you come to if you come to Highland Park, or maybe you go to Lagos, Nigeria, or go to Abuja, like Metama, where we live, right? Those areas, right? Very, very wealthy people own good cars. Some of them buy a lot of it. 2, 3, 4 cars a year. But look at how much they make. Do you know that wealthy people buy car as a poor guy that has $1,000 and only spend $1? Just imagine you have $1,000 cash, right? And you take $1 out of it to buy something. Does it mean anything? Is it really that big? No. They buy those cars at 0.1% of their income, up to 1%. But another thing, they buy because of the looks. They buy it because of how it feels. They don't buy it because they're going to break a bank. No, they don't do that. Then secondly, for women, because you guys were talking about pretty women, you'll be surprised that most beautiful women are dumb. You see the 9s and the 10s, they're usually very dumb. When you come across those women, some of them don't know shit. But you know what they have going for them? They were well trained by their mothers. Their mothers told them how to coordinate themselves in front of rich men. They don't talk the way the 6 and the 7s will. They're not disrespectful in public. You're not going to hear their voice loud. They're usually very calm. They don't know. They're very, very easy to be impressed, but you have to impress them with money. They're not going to come out to Root Chris, right? And start hollering, jumping up. They're not going to do that. They really coordinate themselves. It doesn't matter if they're white or black. That's one thing about beautiful women.
I just came up here to tell Trigger Mike he need to stop lying to these people over here talking about wealthy people don't buy luxury cars. It is it's such a bad argument. Like if you go to any neighborhood, let's go to the Bel Airs of the world, let's go to the Hollywoods of the world. You don't see a whole bunch of Honda in this idea that. Hold on, let me say this, and I'm gonna let you go. I just want to land it here. I don't see people under $100,000 driving McLaren up here in Washington.
All right, so y'all took what I said completely out of context. Those people are less than 1% of the U.S. population. Mm-hmm. Yes, really expensive. Well, I'm sorry, really rich, expensive people drive luxury cars, but those are not the only. I'm sorry, that live in those neighborhoods drive expensive cars, but those are not the only wealthy people. Have you ever read The Millionaire Next Door? There's somebody that lives in the $300,000 house section that's a millionaire, just like somebody that lives in the $1 million section. Those are not the only people with money. And just like J Speed said, I read this exact stat, houses with a household income above $250K, which I believe is the top 5%, 61% of them drive luxury brands like Toyota, Fords, and Hondas. That's all.
Because it's not about the cars. Rich people don't spend money on cars. They may have one, but the Toyota, Honda, and Ford is their daily driver. That's the car they're going to drive.
Exactly.
They spend money on hobbies and travel, crap like that. Like Tyler Perry has an entire hangar full of our remote-controlled airplanes that he spends like $25,000 a piece on. Like they spend money. They just don't spend money on the cheap that we spend money on.
No. So Trey, what we're saying is, I get that they might not be their daily driver, but when they want to go out with their lady, they pull out the McLaren. Like this idea that they might not drive it on a daily basis, they do drive.
I'm sorry. Let me ask you this: do you realize that one of the reasons we don't always see those cars is because them shits are sometimes short-term lease?
Yeah, I agree.
Or short-term lease.
Yeah, the lease on the McLaren is only 24 months.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea to lease out cars. I actually think that's a great idea.
Well, why are we talking about cars anyway?
That's the most. You're going to pay the same amount anyway.
A car is the number one depreciating asset on the planet. That shit drop 10, 15,000 as soon as you drive off the lot.
But what that tells me is most of you guys don't understand taxes. Either I can give Uncle Sam my money, or I can go buy me a McLaren. So this idea that I gotta spend the money regardless, I can't just keep the money. Most people have realized that the government is going to take this money if I don't spend it. So I'm going to spend it.
Or you could buy a vehicle that's over 6,000 pounds and write the whole thing off.
And right, that's a G-Wagon.
Business. Yeah.
Look, I keep telling my wife, look, I'm just
G-Wagon.
gonna go ahead and get a G-Wagon so I can write that bad boy off.
That's why I have a Range Rover.
I do want to cover the topic. I actually think it's no problem with men, spending money the way that they want. Like this idea that I have to be this humble individual and I can't buy a watch or I can't buy Gucci, I can't buy this. No, I work hard. I should be able to spend money on the way. And that is not a sign that I'm an F up just because I chose to spend my money. We're trying to shame men and how they spend their money. No, he went to work. He made the money. If he want to go buy a $10,000 Gucci belt, that's what he got the right to do. Let's stop this shaming tactic that he's supposed to spend his money this way and that way because it's his money to spend.
All right. So
I think. Wait. Hold on.
Let me get him. Let me get him first.
I'm gonna tell a Ralph story again. It's definitely shameful.
Spend it in the black community.
Okay, it's definitely shameful because, like the Ralph story was, okay. Me and Ralph and the two girls we was dating, we all getting dressed and shit, putting on our clothes, and Ralph pull out the box with the Gucci's. I was like, damn, Ralph, you got some Gucci's. That shit crazy.
Hater alert.
So we get to the, hold on, wait, we give it a second. So we get to the club, and Ralph's like, damn, can I borrow $100? I said, nigga, what? Can you borrow $100?
So this is like
this money on the shoes. That's shameful.
E-Man, you are like right and wrong. Because to Trey's point, as somebody who's in the 2A community that has an FFL license that sells firearms, yes, the same way black men buy sneakers, that's the way white men buy firearms. Okay? If there's a new gun release day, if there's a new staccato with I'm getting orders all day for irresponsible ass orders. This dude want 3 of them shits. That's like 15 grand. Like, so they spend money, but this is where I think black men in particular go wrong. If you are spending more than 20% on your income on car and insurance, you ain't living right. If you spend more than 30% of your income on housing, you ain't living right. These are actual accounting. This is what your financial advisor will tell you. If you total what black men usually spend on frivolous goods for the show of the shit, right? Like, hey, look at me. So the hoes gonna drop the drawers as soon as they come up to this apartment. I did that shit before with an overpriced apartment in the Galleria. All right, looking over all that, right? It's gonna total damn near 80% of their income.
But that has nothing to do with their living right. Like the whole
yes,
point.
It does.
No, it does not.
If you don't have money to save by the time you're done spending, you ain't living right. I'm sorry.
He's saying that living right doesn't matter.
But it ain't tricking if you got it, but it is fronting when you don't got it. Remember that.
No, see, I'm not saying that someone who don't have money should be acting like they have money. But that's not what Enter the Dragon did. He started guilting people, saying, you buying this, you buying this. I get it. If say for example, if I make $250,000 and I want to go get me a Rollie, it's nothing wrong with that. Like, we gotta stop shaming people. That's what he want to spend his money because y'all ain't wake up at 4:00 in the morning and go to work. Like, this is crazy.
There is a problem if you make $250,000 a year, but you don't have 12 to 24 months of emergency funds stashed away. There is a problem if you make $250,000 a year
let me tell you,
and you don't have a stock portfolio and you're going out and buying a Rolex. That is a problem.
So Trey, not only are you right, this is a problem all the way up the chain, meaning from pharmacists to doctors. All right. I used to date a girl that worked at a place that gave like a finance company. She said, let me tell you some shit today. This is bothering me. This pharmacist makes $20K a month and came in to get a $30,000 loan. I was like, what?
He should have got that.
He came to get a $20,000 loan. I'm sorry, $30,000 loan, and then we asked for his pay stuff, and they like this. His check said $19,800 something. This dude makes $20,000 a month net, and needed to take a loan out.
Hey
Yeah,
Trey, I
see,
got
but
a question
that's
for you,
leveraging
Trey.
other people's income. No, see, that's the point, Trey. It's nothing just because he makes $20,000. Who are you to say that he can't leverage the bank income too? Like this idea that
No,
But
no, no,
this
but
no.
but but
I'm
here's
sorry.
here's
I'm sorry.
here's
I'm sorry.
here's
I'm
here's the
sorry. I'm
thing.
sorry.
Did you
I'm sorry.
hear
This
the
was a
word you
high
used in the
interest
bag?
loan, not from a bank. This is a high interest loan from one of those private finance companies.
You
He ain't
use
I
living
don't
right.
care if he paying
you use
40%.
the most dangerous word in finance. Leverage. It's the most dangerous word in finance. That's why a lot of people get their asses cooked when the inflation goes up or when the economy tanks because they using leverage.
See,
It's
but
about
So
see,
price.
it's a
It's about
horrible
see, but
word. We got to
but
get
thi-
away from that.
but this
Hey,
is why
look,
I'm
hey,
saying
look.
Trigger Mike point is so bad because if he make $20,000 a month, he's not going to pay the interest on that. He gonna have that loan maybe for 3 months at the top. So this idea that he about to go pay this for 10
Not if he
years,
has debt.
he's completely crazy. That's just crazy talk.
Not if he has debt.
How he paying it if he only make 20,000?
Yeah, like
Hey
yeah.
Trey, look at this, Trey. Trey, what information were you privy to young? And I ain't young. And I ain't get
Velocity
my
banking, baby.
my couple of dollars from the stock market, but where would you steer somebody that was trying to get into the stock market that's just, coming off just fresh?
Use Cash App. Put $100 on 5 stocks. They do fractional sharing now. You can make money
Where would I
bit by
steer you
bit, little
if you
by
were if
little.
you were fresh, if you were brand new to the
Yeah,
stock
if you
market?
fresh and you had a couple of dollars.
Go get you a
Hey,
secure
do what
credit
I'm
card in
doing.
2
Do what I'm
years. It'll be
doing.
Here's
$2,000.
what I would do. I
Do the arm
personally
stock this month.
let me tell you what I did. I'll tell you what I did. At 19 years old, I started investing in dividend stocks. I believed in a snowball effect. Is what I tried. Dividend stocks are the only stocks out here that actually pay you per month, right? So you're putting in money, you're buying stocks, and then the stocks that you own are actually paying you as well. It's the only sort of compound interest you're going to be able to get out of the stock market. What I would do is I would tell you to look up books by guys like Warren Buffett. I would tell you to look up books by guys like Peter Finch. I would point you in the direction of dividend holders because my thing is that anytime you invest anything, any of your money, you should be getting a cut of the proceeds. If you're going to invest your money in something, they should be giving you a piece of that revenue they're making every month. Like companies like Coca-Cola pay guys like Warren Buffett. This is an extreme example, but they pay that man close to $50 to $60 million every 3 months because he has so much stock in them and they pay a dividend. So that's if it's me done with my son. My son invests in Nike and stuff like that. Nike pays a dividend every 3 months. If it were me and I was starting somebody from brand new, I would point them only in the direction of dividend stocks because I want your money to make you money, and then that money that it's making can actually go back in and buy more shares. I call it. It's called the DRIP program. Dividend reinvestment program. I use it a lot when I'm mentoring the young kids because they always talking about drip this, drip that. So I tell them this is the real drip. The money, the money that's actually making you
See,
money. That's what I would
but
do.
see, I get that that's what you talking
Thank
about,
you,
but
Trey.
some people want to die broke. People don't
That
want
was
to
that
lose
was
50,
amazing. That was
50
really some
million.
good
Are,
information.
are
I
you are
really
you
want to speak
actually
to that
trolling
though.
to give bad advice today, E man? Is
No,
that what
like
your goal is?
no.
Well,
Listen,
let
no.
me slide in there. Let me
I
slide in there
like
and
Warren
get
Buffett.
some gangster information. How about that?
I got you
Warren
next,
Buffett.
neighborhood.
Warren Buffett is a perfect example. I think it's bad that he's going to die a billionaire. Like he gonna die with all this money that he didn't get a chance to spend while he was alive. I think he should be balling out. Warren Buffett is a good example. He should be buying the cars. He should be living the lifestyle that he want to live. There's no way that Warren Buffett still should be eating at McDonald's. Let's be honest.
And what makes you think he ain't balling out?
He eat at
He's
McDonald's. That's the point. See that everybody keeps saying that we should live this Warren Buffett lifestyle, where we eating at McDonald's, drinking a Coca-Cola a day, driving,
that's all
drive.
propaganda.
Listen, driving the
I never
exact
said you
same
should live a
car.
Warren Buffett lifestyle.
Listen,
I use him as an example of how to invest your money. I didn't say
I
you should
get,
live
but
like
no,
him.
I think billionaires should live like billionaires. Like this idea that billionaire got to stay humble.
Well,
He
E
can't
man,
get a bigger house.
I'm a little confused, E man. You're saying that people should be able to use their spend their money however they want, but then you're also saying that billionaires should spend their money a certain way. Which one is it?
No, I said that you
I
should be
think they
able.
need the consent of the community before they spend the money.
All right, let's get neighborhood in there.
Yeah, y'all talking all that fly shit today, man. Good evening, guys. How y'all doing?
We good. We
So
What
good.
up?
let me give y'all some real world examples because I know people like real world examples. I was a younger man got a job in corporate, paying $40,000 straight out of college. My dumb ass had 3 children by the time I was 22 years old and on child support by 25. So you already know what happened to me. I was in family court and criminal court by 27, going to court for both cases at the same time for a whole year in Houston, Texas. So my life was considerably over financially. Now, what I did, and I had to bootstrap myself, and I want you young brothers to understand, it can be done. And we can talk about Warren Buffett, Jimmy Hoffa, and everybody in between, but you got to go out here and you got to get it. And this how you get it. You start with nothing, because you're not going to have nothing. I was giving plasma, giving my life force away to get $55 to buy cigarettes and gas. Trust me, it can be done. I moved to the cheapest city in the country at the time, which was Tulsa, Oklahoma. I was paying $500 worth of rent with a job that was making me roughly $2,500. You know what I did? I went and got a secure credit card because I couldn't even rent a car, my broke ass. Got a secure credit card with a bank, used that $300 secure credit card, paid all of my bills with that $300 every week until they graduated it to a $2,000 limit unsecured credit card. Took that unsecured card, did the same thing to raise that credit limit because I had no credit. I'm starting from zero, fellas. You can go get a job paying $10, $15, $20 an hour, stack your bread, secure credit to unsecured credit, leverage that credit, and go up the chain. Now, I'm talking real world examples. 4 years ago, no credit, zero. At this point now, I'm in the high six figures of revolving credit because I did eventually get a job paying enough money to where I could actually leverage the money with the credit. But it's not too much science involved. Use the money you have to double, triple, flip it without going to jail. Use day money, make more money off day money. If you cut grass, shovel shit, make snowballs, go out there and get your boots on the ground and go get it. Because guess what? The women not going to do nothing with you if you don't have no money because you don't deserve it, fellas. Get $25,000 in a savings account before you get your next piece of box and call me back when you get that money.
Well, I got a question. I got to know because what he said is leverage credit. He said that he leveraged 6 figures, and he said he was making 6 figures. And I'm not saying
he didn't say he went and bought a Rollie either.
Yeah, I was like, leverage credit for what purpose? E-man?
Not at all. I didn't have a vehicle. I was beating my feet, catching buses and lifts for 5 years. Brother. And you gotta go get it, and you gotta suffer. It's not gonna be a magic pill. You're not gonna go out. You gotta work hard. It's real hard.
Listen,
hey,
you know, and now in life,
someone that was behind the 8 ball, paying child support on 3 children.
Bankrupt you right there.
How many people you know are willing to scale down their life just to get back on good, like get back good? That's probably
life gonna scale it down for you if you keep on trying to leverage leverage nothing from nothing.
That's what men do.
Let me say this.
That's
about
what men do.
Because everybody loves to use these words leverage and these buzzwords. Listen, if you can't manage $1,000, you can't manage 10,000. You can't manage 10,000. You can't manage 100,000, and so on and so on. You can use credit, but you really need to take a deep dive into your personal life and figure out whether or not you can manage money. Because if you cannot, credit will eat your ass up and spit you out.
And it's always been true. If you are bad with a little bit of money, you will be terrible with a lot of it.
That's why
you don't never have to worry about that shit though.
If
you bad with a little bit of money, you ain't never gonna get no more.
If you out in the streets, you using the streets money.
Hey,
you gotta use your money. You gotta put money in to get money out.
People are leveraging. So think about it this way: people are leveraging a lot of the government stuff to get money, right? So think about it this way: there's a way for you to leverage your children's social security number to get credit, right? I'm trying to start a business. I'm trying to start a bundles business. So you open credit cards in your child name. People still do that shit.
Well, let me ask you.
That's how a lot of these women. That's how a lot of these women go on these damn vacations.
We talking about men.
Y'all be thinking they got money. They be burning up that damn credit card. They ain't got no money.
Let's talk about men. So Trigger, I got a question for Trigger Mike.
Blame the women.
Say I make $100,000 and I ball out on 80,000 and I save 20,000. Do you feel like I'm losing? I'm living right?
You're not living right, bro. So let's do the math for everybody who I was so gung-ho to make $100,000. For all of those who have made that amount of money, you know $100,000 is not $100,000. As a matter of fact, to the tax code, I should have asked for what, like 92 or 93, because they murdered my ass in taxes, first of all. And when you make 100,000, you know that it's actually more like gross 72 or something like that. You're gonna gross very little. So you're
But
not spending 80.
you're insinuating that I'm a W-2 employee. I just said that I made $100,000. If a person's investing 20% of their income, they are living good. Stop it, Trigger. You're wrong.
Okay. All right.
You're wrong.
Oh, all right, but hold on. What are your other investments? You said balling out with the other 80. Did this person have kids?
It
Do their
doesn't
kids
matter.
need education? Do
I
their kids
balled
need
out.
programming?
It don't matter. I balled out with 80% of my income, however that looks, and I invest 20%. If you take a 19-year-old and he invests 20% of his income for the next 20 years, he's going to be in a great place financially. Stop it, Trigger.
All right.
That
Rebuttal.
80% matters.
Hold on, y'all. Rebuttal, because this is how we got into this crisis anyway. Somebody who balls out with 80% of their income will never save or invest 20%. Those habits don't look alike, bro. They don't look alike.
Now you're trying to get away from the example. Like I was clear with the example. He take 80% of his income and he balls out. He do whatever he want. He buy the houses. He do all the stuff that he want to do. And then 20% of his income he invests for his future. That guy is living right. And over a 15, based on Trey advice.
I disagree. I think it's the other way around. I think he invests the 80,000 and he balls out on 20.
Yep.
I think you got it back.
Those people. So the people that you're talking about, because E-Man, I see what you're saying, but habitually, that person doesn't really exist. Nobody looks to ball out on 80 and then be like, all right, let me say this a little bit. Nah, the people who are bad with money like that want to go to the extreme and spend, they like, okay, you know what will happen?
You're wrong.
They will save or invest that 20 and then go back to get that shit later.
No, they won't.
But who's raising these imaginary ass grown-ups?
Yo, hold on for a second, guys. Listen, if a person can live off of 20% and save 80%, that's an exclusive person.
Yes, they ain't doing that.
Everybody not doing that, bro.
I would give an E-Man grace. Yeah, go ahead.
If a person could invest 20% of their income, they're doing what? That's the top 10% people.
Yep.
Right? Most people don't save a dime.
Yep.
20% is nothing to sneeze at. Maybe it ain't great, but it's not bad.
Thank you, R-Pay, for please telling the truth. Most people are not investing 20% of their income. That is a rare person that can take 20% of their income and invest it for their future. Trey live in a made-up world that people are investing 80% of their income.
I'm going off the example.
But nobody's investing. You ain't invested 80% of your income. I know for a fact you're not investing 80%.
Whoa. Let's talk about things you know and not things you're assuming. You don't know how much of what percentage I invest. You
telling me 80% of your income you invest?
First of all, sir.
No, I'm just asking. Are you?
There were 2015.
Trey, stand on
2015.
it. Are you investing 80% of your income?
To answer it. If you be quiet. 2015 and 2016, I worked overtime damn near every day. I think 2015 I had 50 days off, and 2016 I had about 71 days off total. Both those years, I worked damn near every day overtime. And I saved every bit, every penny of my overtime, and I invested it. I also wanted to put a down payment on an investment property. Don't talk to me about. Listen, I was schooled.
What are you doing in 2023? Are you investing 80% of your income?
Does it matter?
Actually, I probably invest more.
Yeah,
I'm probably closer to 90 actually now.
Yeah. So check this out, because you have to understand people are at different stages in life. So Trey. I don't think Trey was married or isn't married at this time when he was doing that. I'm married and I got young kids, right? I've spent a boatload in childcare, but guess what? Both of my kids, except for aftercare, which is now down to about $700 a month, right? I was paying $2,000 plus in childcare expenses for the first 5 years of my kids' life. All right. Now I save 100% of my wife's income, and we live on my income alone.
But that's the thing is, Trigger, we know your story a little bit more, that if you combine your income, your wife is not doing 100. That's not 80% of your income.
Well, what I'm saying is,
that's the point that I'm making, is that y'all are giving people.
That's what I was saying. I could never save 80% of my income because I have children in daycare
or I
But
had
no, but
children.
that's what I'm saying is that this is not practical for someone to invest 80% of their income. Like that is not even realistic in America. But cool, we on the Trigger Mike show. Let's make up little things that doesn't exist, and you can
E-man,
invest
Hey,
80%
but this
of
is
your
based on
income.
your example. You said whether or not you would ball out on the 80,000. I'm simply saying if I have 80,000 to ball out on, why wouldn't I switch it around and do it the opposite way? That's all I'm saying. I'm going off of your example.
We the thing is we can't use ball out with the 80, right? Because ball out with the 80 to some men can mean I bought jewelry, I bought a car, I didn't pay my rent, I didn't take care of my kids, right? So you gotta watch what you're saying as far as
So
that goes.
I think ball out is paying your rent. That is balling out.
That's to
Like,
you, but you didn't state
Okay,
that, right?
I don't
You
think
just
balling out
said
is paying
ball
your
out.
rent. When I hear ball out, I think you're buying what I refer to as nigga trinkets, frivolous shit that you don't need. That's what I think when I hear ball out.
so let me ask y'all a question.
I don't think it's rent and food and insurance and property taxes. I don't think that's ball out.
Well, let me ask you a question. If a dude go out and ball out and get $1 million house, is that balling out or that's not balling out?
How did you pay for it?
You got a loan, like 99% of the other Americans.
No, I don't think that's balling out. I think that's a bad investment.
So it's not. It's okay.
Houses
No,
are
that's
houses.
so
Houses are liabilities. You
because
do know that.
now I'm looking. So that's actually, let me tell y'all something that somebody says like, oh, I thought y'all were gonna get a big old house. So now we're looking at bigger houses, right? Looking to build one next year. Okay. I told my wife we got 2 kids. Our family is not that big. They make McMansions out here. Outside the outskirts of Houston, they got a problem building homes over 3,500 square feet. I always wanted one. My wife always wanted one until we started making friends with the people who own homes that size. Does anybody here have an $800 light bill in their house? That is the problem with buying those $1 million homes. Okay. That's my friend, the person that has an $800 light bill. His house is 4,000 square feet. $1 million home in Texas in this area is probably upwards of 5,000 square feet. That's probably over $1,000 light bill. Those are the issues. Those are bad investments.
That's insane.
Those are bad investments. Listen, so my
Water
house
bill's
is over.
$1,000.
My house is like 4,000 square feet, and I'm not spending no $800 on no light bill. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he's throwing a club in there with disco balls. Like he's doing something wrong. If his light bill is $800,
you know what one of the reasons is? So I just found this out. You're always supposed to have more than one cooling heating unit, because a house that big, it needs to shut down on half the house that you're not using. But when it has to cool or heat the whole house, it'll just run.
So you know what you need to tell him? Your friend need to invest in some solar. If he's spending $800 a month.
So hold on. You know what I figured out about solar? Because I was about to get that on my house. You have to have enough roof. So you have to have enough roof for enough panels, so it will pay for the panels and your light bill. Or else
So
you're
you
just
telling me that? Hold on, I'm just curious. Are you telling me he got a 4,000 square foot house and he ain't got enough roof?
I don't think. Well, they can't put it on every. It has to have a certain slope. This shit is real technical, bro.
Yeah, you got to have a line of sight.
They have to come out and assess where they can put it. They
Installation
can't
on
put it.
solar panels is $20,000.
You said the what on solar panels?
That's a great
installation on solar panels is $20,000 alone.
Yeah, the dude I talked to that don't get them shits. He's like, first they're gonna come assess your roof. They'll give you an estimate. So he said he created another bill for himself because it doesn't generate enough energy to pay for the panels, to which he gets money back from the electric company and pay for his light.
Trigger, if he's spending $800 a month for his light bill, solar is a great option for him. Like it don't matter how you look. I get it if your light bill $100, it might not make sense. But if he's spending $800, even if he paid $500 a month to pay off his solar, he still will save $300 a month.
No, E-Man, solar doesn't work in every house the same way, is what he's saying.
In Texas?
You'll do better getting a Tesla generator.
Damn, we gotta dig into that.
It's not just the state, it's the neighborhood, it's how the house is shaped, it's the line of sight from the sun, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And you get the insurance rebate with the Tesla generator.
And the other thing is you got to insure the panels if you buy the panels.
Yep.
And if you do it right,
I might
the power
look at
company.
leasing because I got to. I'm in Florida where insurance is an issue, so I'm
So
kind of scared of insurance. I might look at
if you
leasing.
do it right, you can produce more power for your house than you need, and it actually give you a credit back to your other bills,
Yeah,
like your
but
water
that's what
bills
we're
and your
saying.
sewage bills.
Your actual residence, literally your neighbor across the street to the right, they will assess him. He will make money off his panels. They'll come to your house. He'll tell you a story. They'll come to your house and be like, "Oh, nah," because of the direction of your home. And in
There's
fact,
more
oh,
to it than
my
that.
bad, my
Trigger
bad.
Mike.
You can go put in your address into one of these websites, and it will tell you how much approximate energy it could generate for you to see if you have enough to pay for the panels and your light bill.
I get
Yeah,
it,
But
but
don't
Trigger
do it.
Mike, we're not talking about Canada. We're talking about Texas. The chances that you don't have sunlight hitting your roof in Texas is rare.
It's not rare,
Man,
bro.
you
It's
can
not
have
rare.
trees blocking your sunlight.
Yeah, it's
Cut
like
the trees
literally
down.
That's
Like,
they're not your
no, dead
trees. So
serious.
hold on. We have master
It can
plan
be that
communities
simple.
out here. Yeah, like you can't just cut the trees down. They're not your trees to cut. They're owned by the HOA or
Yeah, you never
I'm
been
sorry,
with
the
an
land.
HOA before, huh, sir?
Yeah, I was
I
gonna say,
only
man,
married
you ain't never
between
dealt with
800.
an HOA before.
I was
I'm
the
like, dude,
president.
hold
No,
on.
listen. I
I
was the
replaced
president of
the
the
plant.
HOA board.
I replaced the plants and it looks pristine in the front part of my yard and got a damn fine for it. You didn't submit I'm sorry, we put a playground in the backyard for the kids. You didn't submit, got a fine for that shit. You must have not ever dealt with a bad enough HOA.
No, what I'm saying, I was on the HOA board. The problem
I
that
ain't paying
most people
them
have,
goddamn
hold on,
fines, by the way. Fuck them people.
listen. Everybody don't. Only thing they ask you to do is ask them for permission to do it. Most boards approve it. If you would have said that you wanted the playground and you filled out the paperwork, they would have approved it and let you do it. Like this idea that you want to go
No,
around the
so
system, it's
I
crazy.
100% guarantee you they would not let you do it in my go look
Yeah,
up
every
the
Join the
master
state,
plan
board.
every place
community,
is
bro.
different.
They don't let us
We
do
can't even have
Yeah,
a second
Texas is a
kitchen
anything.
in
lot
Florida.
different,
You
man.
Well,
can't
join the
paint your
board.
house. Hold on. You
Join the
can't
board.
even paint your house here. You can't
Listen,
change your garage door color.
Trigger
Your
Mike.
color. Yeah, go ahead.
Go
No, hey
and
man,
join the
every state
board
is
then.
different.
Listen, because you know what? Since I was on the board, I got everything approved. Everything that I wanted to get approved
So
was
you finesse
approved.
the game. That's
Join the
that's
No,
board
fine.
then.
man, it makes sense, but every place is different. Just like in Florida, you can't have a second kitchen in the home. You can't do it, not just HOA, but city and state can't do it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, nobody want to live in Florida. Y'all see what
Is
y'all
it like
insurance
gas
is doing.
production or fire risk or what?
The
I don't
wind and
know,
hell, the
but
insurance. It's
here's
the
what it is.
insurance.
You know what? If you listen
Florida
to E-Man on
insurance is
anything he
crazy,
said, you're
But
not
in
living right,
Texas, they
fellas.
kill you in property taxes.
So let's tell the truth. If you invest in 20% of your income, you are living right. Don't try to get these men to shame you to do
Okay,
80%
all
of your
right.
income,
Don't mean,
because
Hold
none
on,
of them
Nah,
are
E-Man.
doing
Hold
E-Man,
on,
that.
you're not
E-Man.
giving a full story, E-Man. You're
Hold
not
on,
giving a full
hold on.
story.
You know
If
what?
you balling out on 80K,
But let's agree with him,
living your
Trey.
life right.
If you are investing 20% of your income, yes, you are living right. We just got hung up on the first part. Ain't nobody spending 80%. Like, okay, I'm sorry, not spending, balling out on 80% who's saving 20. There's nobody I know like that, or
but the
anybody
thing
you know.
is, Trigger Mike, we can't say because they invest in 20%, they living right. They making a good investment. We could say that they making
Yeah.
a good investment, but we can't say they living right.
Well, hold on. If we go down that, we can't say they ain't living right if they not investing.
But here's the
Okay,
key,
but
though, right?
no, yes, we can. Hold on. The average American has less than $400 in savings. We can absolutely say they're not living right.
So here's the key, right? And get back to the point of the whole panel. If a person is saving 20% and planned it that way, that guy, gal is making a good decision, right? If they can pay all their bills and they could clear 20% with a path to increase that as those bills go down, especially if they had any commercial debt or credit, you just increase. I mean, that's one of the things I do with my daughters. They all have drips. They all at least 10, 12% of their 401k. They have Roth IRAs. And they just started out young. I wish somebody would have told me when I told them when they were in their early 20s. They should be okay.
Look,
Facts.
okay,
Well, they will
let's
be.
be
See,
real.
now
They will
our
be.
Doesn't
pain
matter
is
how much
dropping.
money
This
somebody
is the
makes.
knowledge we
Somebody
need
gonna
from
have
the
something to say.
OGs. Our pain, I'm proud of you dropping the real knowledge from these OGs. Like you on point today, our pain.
So our pain, if he's doing that, what you just said, but you find out he's not taking care of his kids, is he living right?
Well, listen. Here's my
You're
thing.
proving my point.
If he's not taking care of his
Doesn't matter
kids,
how much
regardless
money,
of how much money
somebody's
he's
gonna have
making,
something
he's
to
not
say.
living right.
Fuck them
Right?
kids.
Right. So you know
That's
what I'm
the
saying?
parent.
If he's not taking care of the kids, doesn't matter.
But
All
no,
right,
y'all
so
see, but that's why y'all being disingenuous. This was a financial conversation. Y'all was not talking about the other things. I'm good at we can get into those conversations,
Your
but this
kids are finance. Your kids are expense.
no,
Yeah,
see,
they're a liability.
Your
that's
kids are a
called
liability.
Yeah, but we
deflecting.
have to assume some things for the sake of the conversation. If he's saving 20%, the chances like that kind of guy is taking care of his kids with the other 80% as well. That's what I'm
all
thinking.
right, let me get the next.
Let's be real. It doesn't matter what the numbers or what the dollar amount is. 80, 90, 10%. Somebody's gonna have something to say and say it ain't right. That's just how this works.
Let me get the next one rolling. I got a video, so I couldn't find one with a dude in it, so we got to use one with a lady in it. But it applies to all parents. So this is about parenting. Hold on for the video.
Blame the women.
I don't believe in that damn soft parenting ass shit. Cause let me show you something. Kingston, darling, pick up your toys. Pick up them motherfucking toys now.
Okay.
Here comes the dumb shit.
I want Gusto
All
to
right.
talk about this, Gusto. Was she
Yeah.
right?
All right. So the question on the floor is, what mistakes do fathers make that show they aren't parenting right?
That soft
Anybody?
parenting stuff. Listen, you get one time soft. Listen, if you don't listen, guess what? The beast is coming out, and you don't want to get your butt whooped. You better go do what I said. Like everybody say, oh, you should keep talking to him and ask him. Nah, I'm not no tape recorder. You should have did what I told you
Here
to do the
comes the
first
duck.
time.
Here's the duck. Where if you don't beat the shit out of them on the spot. So parenting ain't nothing about. You ain't got to coach them, teach them, guide them. You ain't got to feed them. Anything goes wrong, beat the shit out of them and brag about it. Yeah, I whooped that ass. That's parenting. But if you don't do that, everything else somehow goes the other extreme.
Hey, Scam, how many kids you got?
Can you
That's
please
Gusto.
Zero.
He ain't got no damn kids.
Can you stop? Can you put the blowtorch down, please?
Go ahead,
Why it
Scam,
got to be these
go
extremes?
ahead, put yourself on mute and sit this one out, buddy.
No.
Oh, not to have no kids, man.
Here's the thing.
Then they complain about
I
complete brutality.
see soft parenting from a different view. I went to a lot of homes and got behavioral calls and people not being able to handle their kids because they may or may not have used the soft parenting approach. I am not a one who I'm not a spanker. I don't spank my kids, but it's because I don't have to. There's a difference. I don't have to. If I needed to, I probably would, but I just don't have to. My
Trey,
voice.
that's fair.
Got my voice, and the punishment and that I use, the techniques that I use, typically work enough. I mean, I'm talking like even when I say hey, if I say hey like, in a certain way, my daughter will she'll like flinch. You know what I mean? Like my voice is good enough, so I don't have to do a lot. But I don't believe in soft parenting. I think that soft parenting is ruining because the thing is that the kids will grow up later in life, and there's no such thing as a soft life. There's not a soft world. Right? You sending your kid that's been soft parenting into a harsh world and expecting for people to talk nicely to them and not curse at them and not raise their voice at them, and then they get into the real world, and what are people doing? Talking harshly to them, cursing at them, raising their voice at them. I think a father's job is to prepare a child for the real world. And I think a lot of fathers are missing that boat these days.
Yeah, hey, Trey, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. I'm just talking about the extreme of beating the hell out of them, tearing their self-esteem apart, being negative all the time, versus where people say if you don't do that, then all of a sudden they're gonna rob liquor stores and everything else is soft.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Scam. I think that a lot of people who don't have children think that there's one way to parent. I think what happens is once you realize you have more than one child, like my daughter and my son are completely different, right? I can say something to my son, he'll just do it. My daughter's more like me, right? She's a little bit more stubborn, right? You might have to get a little tougher with her. So I think the approach that you take is different depending on the child and what they respond to. I think a lot of parents are missing that. They want to do a one parenting style works for all the kids. That's not how it works. Like even if you watch that video, the one kid just sort of looked at her. The other kid started picking up the toys, right? So that goes to show me even in that household, one responds to the loud cursing. The other is looking at her like, what's wrong with this crazy lady?
No, I'll leave it alone. I'll shut the mic.
All right. I think you aren't parenting right as a father. If you basically, I think what Trey said is soft parenting, but it's a little bit more. If you are caving into what you know to be innately accurate to parent your child as a man, as a father, and you're caving to what the world thinks you should do. Let me give you a clear example. In America, y'all have to understand the worst kids on earth live here. And it starts from respect for your elders, let's say. You see kids here calling elder adults by their first name, cursing at them and shit. You see crazy shit like that here. Does not exist anywhere else on earth. In fact, anybody else does that in another country, they'll let that person beat their own kid for doing it. So we can't then, but for some reason here, where the worst behaved children on earth live, everybody thinks they have the best parenting advice. You shouldn't do this to your kid because therapy says that, blah, fuck that. What you know to be right as a man is that you have to parent no matter how harsh it seems you're being on the kid. Like Trey said, preparing them for life, being harsh with them, being stubborn with them, and the one thing, being a little bit rough with them. And the one thing that I've noticed most from men is that they don't notice that a mom's job is to protect their child's emotions, no matter what evoked those emotions. So if a child did something wrong, and you're going to give consequences, just because the child has a scared face or a sad face, the mom is going to want to protect them from that. This ain't the time for protection. Sit your ass over there while I give this kid life lessons. So that is what men are acquiescing to nowadays. Simply because the woman is upset that you're giving discipline, you stop giving discipline. That's a soft ass parent.
You know it.
That is not a freaking false narrative.
No,
men
it's the
want
same
to be on the
extreme
woman's
that people
side
are only doing
so
one thing or
Hold on.
another. They're either beating the
Men
kids and
want
throwing
to
them off
be-
the
hold
roof,
on.
or they're letting them run
Because
the
men
household.
get
It's not
shamed.
true.
Hold on. Because men get shamed for the way they talk to children, raising their voice, because of the toxic masculinity narrative, and we know that's a narrative, that's not a false narrative. Men tend to stay away from doing anything that women disapprove of. Women were never meant to agree with the way fathers discipline. Women were never meant to agree with the way fathers discipline.
Where did
So
these
any
women and
father,
where did these people? You just added some people that were. I was talking about beating the shit out of kids or soft parent. Those are the only two extremes they ever talk about. That's why, like Trey brought up examples, taking things away, different forms of parenting. But the only two they ever talk about, if you don't grab a belt and throw the kid out the window, beat the shit out of them, then it's soft parenting, and they're going to be some crazy lunatic shooting up buildings. That's 90% of the conversation they always have in these spaces. No positive reinforcement, or they're allergic to talking about that. Proper leadership, modeling behavior, conversations with actual listening. No, they don't want to talk about that. Just beat everybody.
Scam,
Then
I would have been
complain
locking
about
your kids
police
up every
brutality
weekend, bro.
10 minutes
so
later.
Every weekend I've
this
been
is
locking
crazy.
your kid up for something.
The crazy part is that
And
everything that you're talking about,
Trey,
Scam,
here goes Trey goes with the dumb shit. And I agree with half the parents' techniques he was talking about.
So everything that you do, like you talked about positive reinforcement, modeling behavior for children, that is what you do up until they do some stupid shit. Because I hate this style of parenting where we think all we have to do is that and nothing that is ever going to happen.
That's not what I said.
But that is kind of implied that we don't do
No,
it.
what's implied is parenting is about everything's cool. Then all the parenting is based on when they do something bad. Then you go get revenge and rage and throw them out the window. Oh, I'm going to beat them. Here comes the caveman. Whoa, I'm going to get you. Oh, Joe Jackson. That's the parenting. Because if you don't, hell we talking about?
All right. Anybody else got something on this?
I had girls, so I didn't have to beat them, but they would. For some reason, I didn't have to really discipline them that much. They did their homework. I set up spots for them to do, and that was their job. I said, listen, you guys got to do well in school. And they never gave me no trouble. I took them out. They never acted up. They never whined. You know, they never whined. I hate whining kids and shit. So
Let me see
But
this.
our pain,
Y'all
according to them,
sensitive
if you don't
says,
beat
hold
the
on,
shit
hold
out
on.
of them, they're gonna be twerking on Instagram.
Y'all
Going to
sensitive
the Gloom
says
and Doom
Mike
Mafia.
was raised militant and he thinks it's gonna work on his kids. It is gonna work on my kids. And I don't even mean stern parenting or whooping your kids. I mean being present and giving consistent consequences.
do what you have
That's
to
it.
do. That's all you just
That's what
do
I was
what you have
agreeing
to
on.
do. Yeah, do what
Yeah,
you
I'm not
have to
talking
do.
about the extremes.
But
I think that's
there's always the thought process is that the thought is that if you're not soft parenting, then you're beating the hell out of them. It's always one or the other, and that's
Yeah,
it's not the case.
That's the that's the
It's
extremes
okay.
they
I'm not
talk
going to
about in
soft
these
parent,
spaces.
but I'm not a harsh parent either. My kids know that when I say something, that's exactly what I mean, and I will tell them. Me having to repeat myself only causes you consequences. I say that to them all the time. If I have to say something more than once, you're the one that's going to suffer, not me. So they understand it, but I don't have to beat them to get them to understand that. So I don't understand why just because it's not soft parenting, we got to go all the way to the extreme and say, "Oh, well, you throwing them out the window now." No, there is an in between. And what I would encourage a lot of men to is to parent your child based on their personality. All kids they're just different, and whatever you're thinking in your head of how you're going to parent, I can guarantee you're going to wind up throwing it out the window once they show you what their personality
yep,
is.
we
yep.
Trey,
already
that's the
don't
stuff I
see
was agreeing needs to be talked about more. The raising
we
the
already
voice.
don't see
Certain too
many
many kids.
two
Go ahead,
parent
Trey.
households where the kids are just overly to the extreme being bad or whatever the case may be, right? That balance is needed. So as fathers, I think that as fathers we just trying to find compliance, right? Because at the end of the day, putting them out there in the world when it's time for them to go out in the world, it's about compliance, right? You have to find that compliance. So you want to discipline, right? You want to teach the discipline, but you also want them to know that everything is done for a reason. So yeah, you don't want to parent soft, but yeah, like Trey just said, it got to be balanced. You don't want to be harsh either, right? You just want them to know that no, everything's done for a reason, and yeah, you have to get in compliance when it's time to get in compliance.
All right. Let me get this super chat read real quick. Lauren Max says, my dad never raised his hand or voice towards me. I knew when he came in, it was serious. All he had to say was, I'm disappointed in him, and I cried. I've
That's
heard that
called
story many a
influence.
times.
That's
I've
called
heard that
influence.
story many a times. And just like Trey said, it will work on one and will not work on the other. That shit works on my daughter. My son is completely allergic to that style of parent. He'll just look at you like you didn't say anything at all.
I was just
So
gonna say,
you're right. I can
to be
believe it.
fair,
It
that's
will
how
work on
other
one
men
kid, sure.
parent. I
Listen,
was about to say, to be
even
fair,
in my
that's
own
how
home,
other
Trigger,
men parent women.
I needed a spanking. You had to spank me. You had to, because I would challenge you. I would challenge you. I'm sure you guys can see that in my personality. But my sister is the complete opposite of me. All you had to do was tell her once. She learned from watching me get my ass whooped from all the years. So she was
Oh,
like, "Oh
yeah.
no, I'm not. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it." You have to parent based on the child. If you didn't pull out that belt or something, I was gonna laugh at you like, "All right, you ain't gonna do nothing." I'm challenging you, and that was young. That was 6, 7, 8 years old. I was doing that.
And it's crazy that you say that, Trey, because me and my brother growing up, like my brother was like you. Like he had to get the spankings in order for him to know that it was real. Me, I watched him. He's older than me. I watched him growing up, and I knew what to
Right.
do and what not to do. But my daughter, my daughter's she's like my brother. Like you have to show her that it's real sometimes. It just be like that.
My personal problem was that I got all the ass whoopings, reasons legitimately or not, and my sisters, plural, would just laugh, kind of, sort of, right? But they would never get the discipline. I would never see them beaten or touched, no matter what they did. And then, not to put a further stamp on it, they could lie and blame things on me just because they know that I would get the corporal punishment and they'd have to suffer through anything. And until this day, they still operate in that same mode. They're not really used to be held accountable for what they do, and they don't understand why it's happening to them.
I was gonna say, to be fair, that's how a lot of men parent their daughters differently. To begin with, a lot of men are more softer on their daughters than their sons, which is how it should be. It's just a certain extent you have to take it to. You do have to still show your daughters that there's consequences to their behavior. But like Trey said, it's just gotta be dependent on that child's personality.
All right, y'all. Y'all keep it going. So this is gonna be an open discussion on everything we talked about today. Finances, relationships, parenting. People are actually kind of feeling the finance conversation if y'all wanted to take it back to that. So we talked about investments a little bit. So I want to talk about this real quick. Should men be investing in buying their own home, or should they just go and have an investment property until
Oh,
they get married?
let me get at this first because this is something that bothers me. I see
Yeah,
this
go ahead.
often. I follow a lot of real estate. Real estate. I keep saying real estate. I follow a lot of realtors on Instagram, and I always see them when they sell a house. They sell it. There's always a picture with a woman. It's always with a woman, but very rarely will I see with a man. And it irritates me because I think if you are a W-2 employer, you need to buy a home. It's going to help you with your taxes. W-2 employers, I mean, W-2 employees get taxed the heaviest. So you need to lighten your tax burden. One of the ways you can do that for 27 years is by buying a home. Seeing that the amount of homes that especially black women are buying, it's kind of scary. Black men, what are we doing out here? You need to go buy a home. All right. And if you're willing to go spend money on a Charger or a Challenger or some vehicle, you need to go get a home. It bothers me. And I understand that the interest rates right now are not favorable. So I can understand people saying I'm holding off. I got that. I don't have an issue with that at all, waiting to more favorable interest rates. But you do need a home. And yes, I know it takes a while for you to get on the other side of it, paying off the mortgage and waiting for the home to appreciate. But how are you a W-2 employer and you're paying rent? That don't make sense to me.
Well, I would say there are multiple ways, not just buying a home. There are multiple ways to decrease your tax burden. But I would say more than likely men aren't going to do that simply because of the maintenance, upkeep, and everything else that comes with a home. Because I think single women buy homes at a rate of 14%, and it's 9%. That's about 5% difference. But I've always said, and then I think another reason for it being decreased is that buying a home locks you down to an individual place. So that's what it did for me, right? So I'll probably be CEO right now of somebody's hospital if I didn't buy a goddamn house, right? Because it's like I could move anywhere at any given time. So some men in certain careers that want that ability to be fluid, you can cancel a lease in a moment's notice, but you can't do that shit with a house. So that's one other thing. But no, I see what you're saying though. Y'all got it.
Yeah, I think
Hey,
it
Mike,
depends
I
on.
want
I
to.
think just real quick. It just depends on what kind of life you're trying to live. If you're a nomad and your job takes you places, you're not going to want to invest in a home until you're sure for where you want to be, right? But if you built a life in a city that you lived in for like 10, 20 years, yeah, you go ahead and find yourself a nice house, get yourself a good interest rate, and then learn about refinancing and then buy yourself a home. But I would recommend that you buy whatever car or vehicle you need to buy and get that one payment out of the way before you go into another long-term payment. That's my 2 cents on it.
I just want to piggyback. Good evening, good guys, and chat room. I just want to piggyback on what was just said about the children. Okay, me, a person who have raised children from 48 to 23 now. I want to say something, and I always say your results tells you the truth. There's no one on this planet spank their children more than black people do. But what usually happens in that situation is look at the results. Now, the first two kids I had, I did discipline. Hold on, I know I got that in the background. Let me cut this off. Okay. What I want to say about that is my first two kids I did spank. I got my ass whooped so bad I thought that I was a damn pinata bag or something. I got my ass whooped so much my sisters would volunteer to take my ass whoopings. Okay? So I came up from that generation. But I say what I say to say this is when I went to start traveling, start seeing how other people functions, even at a younger age, I started seeing how other people function. And it made me start thinking, and way back in probably the 70s and the early 80s, I started rethinking how I discipline my children. And so my last three children, I didn't raise my hand. My father never hit me. It was always the females who would do the disciplinary in the family. But my father never raised his hand on none of his children, not none of the 18 of us. So I'm gonna say this. My son, when I first moved to California in 1990, I sent him, he was in high school. And, you know, I was raising him up as a child in Islam. And I got a call from the teacher about 6 months into school that he was sagging his pants. All right. So I just told the teacher, say, well, I'm gonna show up. Just give me a visiting pass. I'm gonna show up on Friday. So I showed up on Friday, and sure enough, at the first period, I seen him walking the hall sagging his pants. I went into the second class that I had already got a visiting pass for the second class, and so I just sat right beside my son. They had a seat already there. He didn't know what that extra chair. Nobody was sitting there, and I told him, we go walk in the hall and we go hold hands. Since you acting like a kid, I'm gonna hold your hand like a kid. And I'm telling you, from that right there, didn't have to raise my voice or anything. My son, by lunchtime, he said, I get it, Dad. I get it. Okay? I get it. I never have a problem with them ever calling me again, because my son, it wasn't something I beat him, it wasn't something I took away from him. I just showed him if he's gonna represent this family in the way that he was representing his family, then I was going to represent him as a child that he was thinking on the level he was thinking of. Never had a problem with him in school for the rest of the time till he graduated. So what I'm saying is, I know we say that it depends on the personality of the child. No, it don't. It depends on your skill level. Because once you learn different skill levels, you can approach your child even to the child that you think you have to be. It's almost like having a spare woman on the side. You ain't getting along with your wife. The little things she do, you know you can go to your spare woman. But if you didn't have that spare woman, you would probably stay in that house and try to work that through. What I'm saying is, as long as we keep having a spare, that we go use violence to control our children. It didn't work in slavery. It don't really work, but it stifles the child. Anybody who have had a dog or a pet and you beat it, he's totally different animal for any other animal that you see. I can tell a dog that's being abused versus one being trained. That's all we're trying to say is, maybe it's time for us to go in and reevaluate what we do to our children, because you wouldn't beat your wife that way when she did something to upset you. Your wife couldn't beat you if you did, and you are thinking human being just like that child. Y'all act like that child don't have feelings. And it shows in studies that it do stifle the children when you beat them. So you will say, well, I turned out good, but you don't know what your full potential could have been if you hadn't got beaten. That's just like a man who smokes say, I lived to be 99 years old, but you don't know, you could have probably lived at 120 and been healthy, because you're measuring yourself against what's going on with other people versus you taking the time and introduce yourself to different skill level. That's all I wanted to say, my brothers and sisters.
And I want to piggyback on that too. I always believed from the time my son he turned 8 years old, I stopped hitting him. I always believe that breeds domestic violence later on in life. When you teach a child that when you're disappointed in the child, that you gonna hit the child later on in life, when somebody disappoints that child, I believe, I haven't done the studies, I don't have the statistics, but I believe that child will be more prone to hit an individual because that child had been hit.
You are correct.
Like learned behavior, like the
Exactly.
training, you're breeding violence into them based off of disappointment. So that's what you know what to do when you're disappointed with your child. You beat them because that's what you've been taught.
Right, or you beat a person. If you're disappointed with a person, you beat them. You disappointed with your wife, beat her, because that's
Then they
what
go to
that's
school
what
and
they
beat up
know.
somebody else. They go
So
beat up.
Okay, so to that point, does a kid that comes out of the household where he's not being, disciplined by whoopings or whatever, are they still kids that come out of those households that commit violent acts?
I mean, I'm pretty sure. I don't want to speak in
It's only
absolutes,
one
man. I'm
factor.
not saying that absolutely if you do it, it's going to be absolutely this or the other way. I'm just saying that they're more likely to,
I
right?
think
I had
violence
got to
is learned at some point in their life. Whoever
right,
didn't get, who wasn't raised being beaten, learned beating from somewhere else. They were bullied in school and they weren't dealt with. They were bullied in college and weren't dealt with. It's
and I,
not just they come out as some perfect Brady. The Brady Bunch is not going to be hitting their. You know what I mean? They're not going to be raised hitting their wives and this and that unless
and
somewhere
let
along
me
the way they learn violence.
And let
Yeah,
me
there's
say this,
also
as if
model
you guys are
behavior.
thinking
There's
about,
also
if you're thinking
examples
about
of
other
violence.
ways, right? Let me give you some other ways. Let me tell you what my mother did to me when I was in the 8th grade. I'm a very large individual. When I was in the 8th grade, I was a very large individual. My mother figured out that hitting this dude ain't gonna get it. She gonna be tired beating my ass, right? So I'm gonna tell you what she did do. Back then in the early 90s, I had a hot top. She cut that motherfucker. I had the freshest shoes. She took the motherfuckers. My school didn't have no uniforms. My mother took all my clothes and gave me a uniform. No TV, water bed gone, all of that type of shit to make life uncomfortable. And once you make life uncomfortable for the child realizes it. Because really back then, I was one of the kids that was like, shit, I'd rather just take the ass whooping. That shit gonna hurt for like 30 minutes and I'm gonna be back at it. When you start taking away their shit and their privileges and switching up the way their life is working, put beans and rice in the pot and wait till they get hungry, ain't no more pizza, none of that shit, you get some results that way without having to lay a finger on them.
Yeah,
But
shame
but
does
to
the
that
same
point,
thing.
then King
Shame
Spark,
is the
that
same thing,
speaks
but it's
against what
emotional,
OG
not
just
physical.
said, because every kid is different, and you got to discipline differently with every kid, right?
But what I'm saying, no, I don't believe that because every kid has some type of life that you're providing for their ass and you doing some shit for them that you don't have to be doing. And I
Right.
would reckon that if they are misbehaving, they don't realize the scope of of how much you're actually doing for them because they actually taking all that shit for granted.
Like
Right. So eat
privileges. I would call
privilege,
that word
right? All of that.
privileges. Yeah,
All
yeah.
of
Going
that.
out
All of
like
that.
for me, the world for me in the 1980 whatever was going outside. If I could not go outside, bruh, you have no idea how depressed I was. Playing with my friends is the world to me. Ninja Turtles, G.I. Joes, you name it. Back then, right? I had to earn my Nintendo, my $300 Nintendo that I got. My mom got me in 1991. Now they were big in '89 and things like that, but I had to get straight A's to get that Nintendo. So if I would mess up, right, because I'm, when I'm a boy, what am I gonna do? So I'm gonna mess up, right? Or my grades just slip it. My mom would take away my Nintendo. She would take it up. She'd make me take it apart because she ain't doing the connected or nothing like that. That's me. She has me take it apart. She has to put it up in her closet in her room. I can't touch it until my grades are back up or whatever. And if I got in trouble, I can't go outside for a week. That is hell to like a 9-year-old or a 10-year-old. Not being able to play outside. You hear all your friends playing outside. You can't go outside. That so discipline, like I'm saying, like King Spark was saying, the ass whooping ain't always gonna work. It's not always gonna come through. Not being able to play outside, trust me, I got the message.
Okay, but to
Shit, I
that point,
got both.
BBD,
I got my
to,
ass whooped and my shit took.
Yeah. Go ahead. What we say?
I mean,
Go ahead.
but I'm just speaking on.
You frozen.
We've seen or we know it all at the end of the day, everybody has to be disciplined differently. That's all I'm saying is that we still need to look at, for some kids you can take things away and they'll get the message, but for other kids you could take those things away and they're gonna look at you like I ain't care about that shit like that anyway, right? So to get that message through to them, sometimes you have to go down different routes, different pathways, and every kid is gonna be different. And that's just how it is.
But
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Drake Slay though, no matter the different pathway, if you're trying to say, listen, sometimes that pathway has to be corporal punishment. Some people are saying that no matter what pathway it is, it doesn't have to elevate to corporal punishment. You just have to be
No,
clever.
not no matter. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is
I
that
just think
90% of
the punishment should suit the crime. That's all I'm saying.
no, 90% of every time somebody says the word parent or discipline, every word is negative. Take, beat, whoop. There's nothing about incentivizing good behavior. Reward, counsel, conversation, listen, those words don't exist. It's always some Neanderthal that gets, oh, beat them, get them, get them, get them. That's rage, that's revenge, or shame them. That's even worse. Tear down their self-esteem. Why not model a better behavior and something that actually solves a problem?
But
Obviously,
that's
if
kind of what
someone
they
did
said at
something,
first, though. That's
well,
what
Jay
he was
was
just
giving a good
saying.
example.
He was just saying that his child got nice shoes, clothes. You got a computer, a gaming system. That's incentivizing the good behavior right there, and just the lifestyle that you already living prior to you making a mistake.
No, that's true, but the conversation is take away, take. It's
Man, that's
always a negative
consequences for
response.
your negative actions. There are good
That
incentives for good
No,
actions.
I'm saying
Like I said,
99% of the conversation is always about consequences in the negative. It's never about
children
positive behavior
aren't
redirecting
perfect, and
behavior.
you have to shape them to be good, fulfilling, productive citizens. And there's a lot of what do you call it? Ditches, potholes. There's a lot. It only takes how many times you have to mess up before going to jail or getting killed? Once.
exactly. See,
Once.
You missed everything I just said. Everything.
No, I heard everything you just said.
Stan,
What I'm
Ninety
what you're
ninety
what you're
percent of
hang
the
on, hang
things
on,
you
hang
wait,
on. What you're
wait,
missing,
wait,
what
wait,
you're missing,
no,
what you're missing is
90%
there's so
of the
many
things you
ways
do
to
wrong
mess
in
up.
life as an adult, you don't get killed or go to jail.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
what are we talking about, really?
No, what we're talking about is the fact that
I know
he's
I know what you're saying, but I'm saying what are we really talking about? If we would use that same litmus test or that same punishment for the 90% things we do as adults, we would be having something would be going on with us wrong all the time as far as the payment for what we just did. But we know the 90% of the stuff we do wrong in life, we don't have to pay consequences as far as violence.
Late for work, smack them.
I would agree with
Parked in
that.
the wrong
I mean, okay, I agree
beat
with
'em.
that. I agree with that, right? I do agree with that. 90% of what we do as adults, it's not corporal, it's not we're in prison, it's not we're dead, it's not we're right? But when we're talking about disciplining children, right? There are so many wrong paths you don't want your child to grow up to be that you want to point in and show them like, hey, there are consequences for your actions. Let's go over here. Look at your uncle. If you ever had that conversation, look at your uncle or look at your aunt or look at whoever who you know is like kind of like slipping up, unhappy or You point out the bad examples. Hey, if you're not doing good in school, this is what you might turn out to be, and you don't want to be that. You would rather be this, your grandpa, or you're this, or you're that. Live a long life,
That's
own your
what we're
own
talking
business,
about.
things like
That
that.
approach is what we're talking about. That is the approach we're talking
Go
about.
ahead. We're
That
talking
is
about
the
starting from
exact
a positive guidance.
That don't work with everybody, bro. That
But
don't.
what I'm saying is, my boxing coach, and which my dad was always my hero. But my boxing coach would say some of the same things my dad would, and I was just take it sink, hook, and what's name. Because what? I was impressed with my boxing coach because he was teaching me things that I wanted to do in life. Sometimes we just have to say we don't have the right parenting skill. Sometimes maybe your brother, or maybe your grandfather, or maybe your father might have a better approach to a situation other than just a belt or switch or drop cord or a damn frying pan across your child's head. So what I'm trying to say is, a lot of times we are limited by the way we was raised. And we go to the things that we're comfortable of seeing what we think results is, not knowing it has a mental stigma in that child's mind for the rest of his life, one way or the other. They either going throughout life and thinking they can resolve everything that they don't like when it affects them in a certain way with violence, or it's going to make them just shell up like you see a dog walking down the street who's been beat, who puts his tail between his legs and will look scary every second of that dog's life. This studies have already been done, people. I know we don't want to change our diet. when people get on these platforms and tell her how unhealthy we're eating, much less how to raise our children. We have to go and do a reevaluation of the things we do, because we're not producing what we're saying that these ass whooping are supposed to do.
I don't think that's because of the ass whooping though. I don't think that has nothing to do with if the child was raised and told, look at this person and see how they turned out, you don't want to be that would make anything any better, because in all actuality a lot of kids, man, they ain't trying to hear that shit. We say that to grown people all the time. You talk about women, men have been saying to women what not to do in this and that, and they don't care. The
It's
kids
Right,
is
not
not
about
gonna
what
care.
you
it's not
say
about
that
what
while
they
you
don't
looking at
want to
your
hear. It's
wait
about
a
what
minute,
they
wait a
do
minute.
need to hear.
You say that most of these men who be talking like that, they are saying that while they looking at the goddamn neighbor's wife. So if you want things to ever straighten up, you have to straighten yourself up. You have to become the example you want. What are you bringing into your life? I have never heard so much conversation about relationship. Radio never did it, but like once every 2 months. Y'all do it 24 hours a day. And it's got to be something wrong with y'all approach. Because if y'all approach is not giving you good results, talking about it is not doing any damn thing about it, other than you have to come up with solutions. And obviously, you don't have the right solution if you keep having the same damn problem. So let's don't integrate this into raising children. Children are very vulnerable at certain ages. And if you instill in them that violence is going to be their way of clearing up any mess that they don't like or they dislike, or just that they want something done their way, they can get it by violence. That usually we call that is setting your children up for prison.
That's
Yeah,
not what I said, man. What that's not what I was saying at all. What I'm saying is you pointing at somebody and saying you don't want to be like him, so don't continue to do the things that you're doing, is not gonna make certain kids stop doing the shit that they doing.
no, there's
And
always
and
different approaches. But what we're saying
and,
is this: if 90-something% of the time, kids are just being kids. It may be 5 or 10% of the time that they're misbehaving, but 90-something% of the conversation is about beating the shit out of kids, shaming, all the negative stuff.
but
It's
scam,
the imbalance.
I don't know about that, brother, because
No,
I'm
if
not
you
just hearing
no,
everybody just say
Dre,
kids,
hear me out. If you ask some people about parenting, raising, the first thing they talk about is consequences, whippings, and something else negative. Every time. Hasn't failed me year and a half in this space. Always negative. They're willing to flex and brag about ass whoopings they got or they gave.
But
And
scam,
let's
at
be
the end of
real.
the day, each path has a positive and negative. So with you saying, yeah, you can let's just reward good behavior.
No, that's
That
not
has
what I'm
a
saying.
negative
What I'm
effect
saying is
also that you're not speaking on.
no, what I'm saying is there's a lot of people who ain't here. They're in the gutter, they're in prison, or they're just a jive turkey who can't even afford the internet to grab a microphone and have a conversation. Somebody beat the shit out of them half their life growing up. They don't have a voice. I'm speaking for them. That's it.
I get it, but I mean, I don't think nobody on this panel is advocating for just, oh yeah, every time a kid does something, you beat them, you whoop them every time they do something. I don't think nobody on this panel.
I am. It depends on the kid. I've been
But Trey,
You guys,
They're
been
trying
in
to make it
houses.
seem like it's
I've
so
been in houses.
traumatizing.
I've gotten calls
I
for
give a
behavioral issues with children who are
I
beating on
say beat the
grandmothers,
parents because it's their fault.
who are beating on younger siblings. Some of these kids need to get their ass whooped. Plain and simple. And
no, but
Trey, you just
I
proved the
get that.
point.
We get that
If
some
they're
kids
beating
need
on
to
a
get
younger
their ass
sibling,
whooped,
that
but we
means
saying
that you
every
taught
single
them how to
act,
do
not
that.
every act.
If
Hang
they're
on,
beating on a sibling,
So
that
for
means
those
the parent
unruly
just taught their
children,
behavior.
who are beating up grandma, what you're saying is violence will solve their problem.
obviously talking to them isn't working either.
But violence
That's
will
all
solve.
I'm
Is that
saying.
where you're coming from? Violence will
I
solve their
said bring
problem.
violence to the parent.
I'm saying that for certain children, depending on the personality they have, you sitting there talking to them, doing positive reinforcement. I was a part of a Scared Straight program in DC. That shit does not work. That Scared Straight shit does not work. I don't know where they came up with that nonsense. I have the dozens of them that I did. I wound up locking up 4 of them myself. It doesn't work. You guys can sit there and have these conversations with these kids in 2023 all you want. When a simple Wi-Fi change in a password will crumble them. Y'all can keep having these conversations. It doesn't
Trey,
work with these kids.
does
Some of these
domestic violence
kids
and police
need. Some of
brutality
these
work?
kids need violence. Yes,
Does
some of
police
them do.
brutality work? And does domestic violence work on women?
We're not talking about an adult.
Leadership
We're talking
should
about
start at the
children.
top, right?
We're
What are
talking
you
about
guys
children.
talking about, man?
Leadership starts at the top, right?
OG,
Domestic
we'll
violence,
be here.
brutality.
OG has scam. You guys have been talking for the past 20 minutes. We've been quiet. But let me say something to you, right? The fact
Hey,
that you
I'm
don't
talking
want to
about,
women.
I know you're coming with the bullshit because you believe
No,
in
I'm coming with the
chopping off
bullshit because guess
women.
what? The fact that you don't want to be, the fact that you don't want to be whooped, the fact that you don't want to be talked to, the fact that you don't want to face consequences for your action, because that's the same excuse you always give about women all the time. The fact
Ain't
that you
you
don't
the dude
want,
talking
you
about
don't,
chopping off? Ain't you the
I gotta
dude
tell you,
agreeing with
I
chopping
gotta,
off clitorises?
I gotta tell you this, right? People have to
Ain't
face
that you talking about
consequences for
chopping
their
off clitorises
actions.
in Africa and putting your hands on women? Ain't that you?
What the hell are you talking about putting hands on women? I've never put hand on. Let me tell you something, right?
You're bragging
I
about
have
the laws in Africa,
I have
right?
never put my hand on a woman. No woman
You're
can come
bragging
out to
about
me
the
and say,
laws in Africa, right?
let me finish. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. You've been talking for 20 minutes. We let you and OG have been talking for 20 minutes. But let me
Yeah.
say this real quick, right? I have never, for one day, put my hand on any woman. Ask my
Bullshit.
wife. I'm finished. Let me finish. Ask my wife. Ask anybody that I know. No woman, I can go on national television and say, if you now put my hands on
Got
you as a
real
woman,
feelings
come
right
out.
now.
Let me finish, bro. Come out and say it. Guess what? No woman will come out. You know why? Because I don't pick idiots as girlfriends. I don't pick hood rats as girlfriends. I pick girls with common sense as girlfriends because that way I don't have to put myself in that position of putting my hand on a woman. No, because I choose right. I don't choose hood rats. And secondly, let me tell you something, right? If a child does something bad, the child has to face that consequences, either by beating or by punishment. Because guess what is going to happen? If you raise a child in this life, in this United States, and say, I'm going to pamper my child, is either you treat that child, either you take care of your child and make them face consequences, or the street will do it for you. Or a police officer will put a gun, a bullet in your child's stomach and send him 6 foot under. So you choose which one you want. You want to punish, you want to discipline a child, not punish. You want to discipline a child, or you want the street to do it for you. It's your choice. Because I'm sick and tired of men always making an excuse for women and kids. And guess who is going to face the
There you
consequences?
have it.
We, us. Because you know why? Look at all these stupid ass kids on the street today. When you try to straighten them up for the shit that their father couldn't do, they either shoot you for trying to straighten them up, or they do something bad to people, and then they end the rest of their life in jail because you as a father can't take care of your shit, can't punish your child, can't discipline your child, but you want us to take your bullshit, to take your deficiency. What the hell are you guys talking about? Man,
Discipline that voice.
discipline your goddamn child. That's what you need to do.
That's what you need to do. I need to drink some lotion from Africa, organic,
If
4
we
gallons a
being
day.
100%, if we being
Because
100%
my throat is
honest,
gone
kids
from
are
yelling
not
at
getting
women
whippings
before
like
I
they
beat
used
them.
to anyways. These parents ain't whipping these kids like they used to back in the day no more.
That's a fact.
And we having worse issues today than we had back then. Look, the young parents and stuff a lot of the stuff y'all are describing, it's been parents who have done that, and their child has took a weapon to their school and massacred people because they never had an ass whooping a day in their life before. I agree with Trey. It's some now. I'm not saying you should beat your child. Y'all making it seem like people out here just whipping kids for dropping some juice or something. Yo, that shit's wrong. But if I'm not telling you to incentivize a child for the good behavior and all the good stuff that they do, that's not gonna 100% help with every child, man.
I say beat the parents.
Let me ask you a question. What would you do if your 9-year-old robbed somebody at gunpoint?
Here
Or you had
goes
a
the
12
what
or
if.
you had a 12-year-old
What
who was out having sex and was
They're
not
not
coming
what
home
if
on
though,
time.
Scam. It happens.
Wild scenario. What if
These
you
It's
juveniles
not.
don't
It's not.
come
Hold on. Hold
through?
on.
for crime.
Scam. I just gave you 2 cases that I've worked. So it's not a
Okay,
wild
guess
scenario.
what? They won't meet.
I'm not picking things out of the random, out of the blue. I'm giving you actual experience of the calls that I've been through. What do you do when you
Okay,
got to go
you
pick up a
need to talk to
9-year-old
their
and charge him
Trey.
and possibly charge him with armed robbery?
You need to
This how
talk
you
to their
discipline that
parents,
child?
not me. You need to talk to their parents. Somewhere it didn't
No, I'm
click.
asking you. This is your 9-year-old.
That's not my 9-year-old.
How do you know? She said the
Because I don't
same
have a
thing. My
9-year-old.
child would never do anything like that.
I don't have a 9-year-old.
Exactly.
When it happens, I'll call you. How about that?
But you continue to talk as though you're the subject matter expert. You're not the foremost
I
authority on
never said I
parenting.
was.
Okay.
But if you no, Trey, if you believe it, every time you make a mistake, beat the shit out yourself.
You keep saying the
See,
same. You keep going to the same
Don't,
extreme
because
over
it
and over
works.
again.
I
You
just
keep
talked
doing that.
about that.
That's not the
Kids not
case.
just getting whoopings just for the hell of it. We not advocating for that. But it's some
That's what I
shit
was
that you do
talking
that's just
about.
Yeah,
egregious.
but that's not the case. Every time a child does something, most parents are not going upside their head every single time they do something.
That's what I
That's
was saying.
ridiculous. Come on, man.
Yeah, what I'm referring to is this: excessive beating. I'm gonna beat the hell out of them for this. Beat them up for this, and the shaming and all the negativity. The world right now, most of the people, kids and adults, are freaking negative. Where did they get it from? Why do
Do
they
you think you're gonna
marinate
get?
negative
You think
environment?
you're gonna get decent behavior out of a child by being positive? That's what you think. You think you're gonna reward them into good behavior?
Oh, so you keep putting negativity in somebody, they're going to turn
I'm
out
asking
positive.
you. Do you think
This
you're
is what
gonna
we're
reward
talking
a
about.
child into good behavior?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Stop it.
Good luck.
Stop
Good luck
it,
with that.
Scam.
No, you are correct. When you see your kids do every negative thing that you can think of, and then they're going to become world influenced like MLK. You're correct. You figured it out.
Scam.
As
Stop
much
it. At the
negative,
end of the day, this
tell them
world has
they ain't shit,
rules. If you
kick
don't
them,
teach your
smack
child
them,
how to
take all
follow
their stuff,
rules, they
cage
will
them in a
never
dungeon,
become.
so they're going to turn out and be the most positive, productive citizens in the world.
I do
Just
have
like
a
people coming out of
statement to make.
prison are the most productive citizens. They
Let
marinate
me say,
negativity all day. You
let me say,
figured it
I
out.
do
let me
have a
say this.
statement to make. Hold on, Ikene. Let me make
Okay.
this statement real quick. Would we say in America, Asian Americans are regarded as disciplined people? Yes or no?
Yes. Discipline people. Yes.
Yeah, I would say so.
They get
Asians
hit with
beat their
shoes and
kids.
shit.
I digress.
I was gonna
They
say, yeah, they
sure
get
do.
hit with shoes and shit.
Let,
They get their
Facts.
ass
let me tell
beat.
you. Let me tell you something. Let me say this real quick, guys. Do you know the reason why we Nigerians, right, we don't misbehave? It's because of one thing.
That's a damn lie.
Wait, let me
Chopping
finish.
off
Let me finish.
literacy,
Let me finish. Let me finish. This is why
scamming and stealing land. What the hell lie are you doing?
most of Nigerians don't misbehave. It's because number one, we don't even
Most
have to.
Americans don't either. What the
Man,
hell you talking about?
let me finish, bro. So the reason why most of us don't misbehave, even when we're in America, or no, I'm sorry, from back home in Nigeria, not the ones that are born here. I'm talking about the ones from back home. Just the eye look from your mom straightens your
This
ass.
nigga lying.
Just the eye look alone, the way your mom will look at you, she doesn't even have to put hand on you. You get yourself together because you know what is going to happen when you get home. And I got to tell you something, because when we talk about a disciplined kids, some people think that discipline is like the way they are dad. Because I got to be honest with you, there are people in this United States that I've seen beat their children like they're beating a grown-ass man. That is an abuse. That is a 100% abuse. When you have to beat a child like you're beating a man, it's an abuse. But I'm talking about discipline. I'm not talking about beating a child. I'm talking about discipline. And I got to tell you, the way my mom disciplined me, right? She didn't have to whoop me most of the times. Most of the time, all she had to do is to tell me to put my finger, point it down, and raise one leg up. So I have to bend down, put one finger down. My finger is going to be pressing the cement, right? And one of my legs will be up, right? And that will stay like that for 1 hour. Man, I got to tell you, when you go through that, you don't want to do it again. Or sometimes she'll tell me to put my 2 hands down and put my 2 legs up.
Why not just shoot them?
On the fence, right? That's what discipline is. So when you start disciplining kids from childhood, guess what they do? They learn to be disciplined. They start acting right because their kids hate consequences. But if you have to pamper a child and wait until they are 16 years old to discipline a child, you should have disciplined 20 years, 16, I'm sorry, 10 years earlier. That's how they end up shooting people. Because you're trying to take away their game. Why would you be taking taking something away from a 12-year-old child? Whereas you should have been taking that thing away when they were 3 years old, 4 years old, when it hurts.
I think in 2023, the best discipline you can give a child is to keep them so busy that they can't get into anything. Honestly, right. I think that's your real only answer, is that they are involved in so many sports activities, clubs, that they don't have opportunity, they don't have time to be out there hanging out with their friends.
Make a cut in neighbor's grass. You see, when a child acts stupid in the house, tell me, you know what? Go to Linda's mom, and cut her grass. That's a big punishment. I'm telling you for real. Cut her grass, and you're not going to be paid for it. She only going to give you water for doing that. That's it. Or drink, maybe like ice cream or something, but you're not getting paid for that. You don't reward it.
Let me jump in here on this.
I was going to say, I can make the argument that positive reinforcement can create entitled kids and mess up their mentality because they feel like they owed everything for doing the right thing.
That doesn't make sense. You have to have something to reinforce.
Let me jump in here on this topic.
We're reinforcing something, not just giving stuff for free.
You're reinforcing good behavior. Good behavior is supposed to be mandatory, right? So now,
yes, you need to be reinforced.
They feel like they're entitled. They're entitled to something because they're being
it's not entitlement. That's not true. Entitlement is something for free.
It is a scam because when they grow up and they do good things and they don't get rewarded, then they're gonna look at it like that person is wrong.
You know what? You're right. You showed up to work because they gave you a paycheck, so they should stop giving you the paycheck, and you're gonna keep showing up.
Let me jump in here on this topic. You guys are doing a good job overall, I think, in explaining this whole parenting dynamic and discipline. I've not heard is the parents accountability level of enforcing casing. I think because we birth children, parenting is a actual. Hello, you guys still hear me? Am I still there? Please tell me. Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
you're good now.
You're good, bro.
Forgive me. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. You can't hear us?
I don't think he can hear us.
Can I hear? I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you good now. Go ahead.
I apologize. Yeah, I had a disconnection. What I wanted to say is that I think a lot of times people that have children think that their parents necessarily for you're not showcasing.
You're breaking up now. We ain't catching you, True.
I'll come back in. Let me.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, come back in.
Yeah, I think it's an intergenerational thing too. I mean, our grandparents were raised a certain way, our parents were raised a certain way, and we were raised a certain way. And there's no like real straight line. I mean, the only thing that you can kind of connect the tissue is to abuse and like violence, right? So that can pretty much pass down from father to son. But I think as we get more modernized, you are finding different ways to discipline your children. One of them is taking away their devices. I mean, for me, like I was saying earlier, for me, it was playing outside. If I couldn't play outside, that crushed. You had no idea how much that crushed me. My Nintendo is one thing because I'm not always on it, and I'm not, I wasn't that type of dude back then. But going outside and playing with my friends, being more sociable, that was everything to me. Now, since we're in the age of social media, fast forward 2023, what is it that these kids value? It's not really playing outside. How often are they doing that these days? Now it's their digital connection to social media and being able to talk to people long distance or being able to be on their consoles whether it be PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, whatever. So, I mean, yeah, and I do think that taking away the modern conveniences will kind of it will get to them. You will find something if you know your children and watch your children long enough since they live with you. You will find what they're interested in and know how to discipline them correctly. And it doesn't have to be always violence. But what some of us, or even most of us, have grown up with is some form of it, depending on how serious the offenses were. If we broke something, I think you got your ass taxed. But if you forget, if you made like a D or a C on a test or something like that, I don't think you were really beat for that. You may have been talked to. You may have got that phone call. You may have got yelled at because you got that phone call from the school saying, "Hey, your son is slipping in, algebra or whatever." But you weren't beat for it. I think it's when you break something or you do something that's kind of more on a bigger scale that you kind of got your ass whooped for it.
And so, EBD, let me just say this. I don't think anybody was completely wrong on the panel, even from positive reinforcement, which is a good technique, but that's not necessarily just for discipline. But just because you positively reinforce somebody doesn't mean that at some point you won't have to discipline them. So it's the whole spectrum of thing.
That's true.
So I don't think we had any real wrong answers. We just can't tell everybody else that they're wrong about how they want to approach raising their kids. As long as you're not abusive, right? And you give your kids a reason why you're doing what you're doing, right? And maybe try to get your anger level down before you discipline your kids so you can get the message across. So that's really the key thing. Like, I didn't hit my girls only because I didn't want them to see a man that loves them and they love and grow up to see that a husband is good to beat them because their father beat them. So I didn't want them to look at that and think about that. But I didn't need to hit them anyway.
Right.
If I had a son that was 12 years old, 13 years old, and he started bucking up against you and challenging you, I think I'd brace that fucking guy. Yeah, man. Hey, wait a minute. You ain't paying no bills here. Bang. So it's a case by case basis.
What do you think about?
That's what I was saying from the beginning. It's a case by case basis. I think that we gotta account for the fact that most of these black kids and whatnot, as we know, black neighborhoods in the U.S., most of these black neighborhoods are in these inner cities and in these impoverished places and whatnot. So we got to account for what these kids are seeing, because I don't think that you all are noticing that a lot of these kids, they grow up and to Trey's point, I think he's pointing out that we just see some kids who can become infatuated with devious and criminal activity. So we got to account for what they're seeing and how they're coming up. Sometimes you can't just take away things. Sometimes you can't just adhere whoopings and beatings. Sometimes those things just don't get it. Some of these kids, they can become infatuated with what's going on in their environment, right? So a lot of times, they may grow up and you'll see it. They'll grow up and they'll just live that life of crime and whatnot. And we're sitting back and we're wondering why, you know what I mean? And it's going to take them getting into that white man's criminal justice system in order for them to sometimes get that message. You know what I mean? That they can't just do certain things. They have to be disciplined. They have to adhere to the rules, and, they have to comply at the end of the day. You have to comply to what's going on around you.
There were times where there were kids, I wouldn't lock them up on purpose because they would go. It would give them street cred. Like they would just go and go talk about it. So I wouldn't lock them. I would do everything outside of it because I didn't want to give them that satisfaction. So they could go back to school in a week and a half and say, hey, 12 got me, and it instantly makes them more popular. You guys don't understand, man. These kids. I'm not saying they're different. I do think there's some similarities. I think all kids are mischievous to some degree. But with the power of social media, we're talking about kids who got Facebook and Instagram pages and TikToks and all that. They're sharing things, and Chicago for a while was having an issue with all the kids was doing they were breaking in, they were robbing. Those are all teenagers. Like, how do you discipline that?
Trey, when you see that happen in Chicago, there's 10 other houses, 20, 30, 70 other houses that you rode past that don't have teenagers doing this behavior. You're only seeing the ones who are.
Okay, so let's focus on the ones that are, because if they're not doing it, then they don't need my focus, then, right?
No,
I would discipline them this way. This is how from the old playbook. When you stole something from somebody's house, your parents found out about it and would walk your ass back over to that house and make you put it back and explain the whole thing. They could explain the whole thing. Like, hey, my kid did this to your house. He took this item. This is him telling you about it. And then, let all the anger and whatever get out. Like, look, I'm gonna deal with you when I get home, but I'm letting these folks know that you did what you did. But
when kids get to that point, you're not doing that, bro.
No, the problem
I'm just telling you from the old playbook. I don't know how it is 2023. I'm just telling you how I grew up with. Go ahead.
But you're coming
everything is reacting to something that already happened, and the kid is already bad. It's already negative. That's what the conversation is. And the truth is, a small percentage of the people are doing some bad things, and they're only doing it a small percentage of the time. But 98% of the conversation is about
Scam. We can't say that, Scam. If black people are the minority in this country at 16%, but they are the majority in the prison system, we can't say that.
Yes, we can, because most of them aren't in prison. Less than 1% of the population is in prison. What did the other 99% do to stay out of it?
He's right.
No one wants to talk about it.
Maybe they're just not interested in criminal activity.
Yeah, here's the thing.
But everything got to be about the criminal.
It doesn't take a lot of people to destroy a city. I mean, when you had all of those kids go in Chicago downtown, nobody said they were the majority of the kids.
What about the rest of the city of Chicago?
They were just enough to disrupt the whole downtown. It didn't have to be all the black kids. Now, what you get at is if we had intact households, it would be less of that everywhere. So that's the real crux to the matter, that we don't have balanced nuclear families anymore. But it doesn't take a lot of kids to ruin shit. It really doesn't.
No,
but to that point, we're speaking
I can go to Chicago now for a weekend and have a good time with no problem. But everybody only focuses on maybe 30 minutes of some bad behavior and all these negative, and it's a very small population.
To that point, we're speaking on the group of kids that do need that discipline. There is a group of kids that do need that discipline in their life, because if you don't adhere it and if you don't get it through to them, guess what? When they run into that white officer doesn't understand their life. So he's going to
automatically white,
and he's going to get it through to him by any means.
So why don't you, in that 1% population, instead of focusing on them and talking about everything they're doing, how to beat them, get them, take them down, why don't we talk about the other 99% and find out what they're doing that's actually right and start copying some of that stuff? No, let's talk all gloom, doom, doom. They're tearing Chicago down. Whoa, they're getting them. Police calls.
Scam. I'm from Chicago, brother. I'm in these neighborhoods. Okay. You cannot tell me what these neighborhoods look like when I'm here in it.
Okay, you might want to move. There's other cities in the country.
We're not talking about. I'm telling you what the neighborhood looks like. You're trying to tell me about a 1%. I'm telling you what my neighborhood looks like.
Okay, you might want to move.
I can guarantee you it's not a 1%. I can guarantee.
Moving doesn't solve anything. This isn't a location problem. This is a parenting problem. A parenting problem needs to be solved in all 50 states, not just where you live.
Yes.
You're missing my point.
Your point. You just said the move, bruh. You just said the move. That was your point.
I want to focus on the negative.
That's your solution.
I want to focus on this. I want to focus. Okay.
The focus is on better parenting these children, raising functioning adults. You said the 90% children who are acting right? Guess what? They had some discipline along the way. They didn't grow up good. They didn't grow up good knowing everything right from wrong. They had parents who were involved. They had somebody who put their foot up their ass and told them to stay on the right path.
That's not true. It always got to be a foot in somebody.
What kid grew up perfect?
Here we go. Foot in that every
No. Answer the question. What kid grew up perfect with no discipline?
Here we go. So if you park in the wrong
spot,
here we go. Police officer kick you in the ass. That's what you're saying.
Bruh, you can't answer my question, can you? What kid grow up perfect, knowing right from wrong?
About perfect?
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. Never say anything about perfect.
Bro, you ain't saying nothing right now. We talking about discipline. We're talking about law and order, consequences. We're talking about good behavior versus bad behavior. Good behavior doesn't stem from nothing.
All y'all want to talk about is the bad and foot up people's asses.
How do you become a good person and a good citizen this 90% if you ain't got no discipline or don't understand consequences?
So the only way to discipline is footing up somebody's ass, right? If that's the case,
showing people consequences that there's for your behavior changes your behavior. You learning and growing changes behavior.
What you're missing is somehow the behavior automatically got to be bad and you got to put foots up somebody. So
usually is when you're a kid, isn't it?
So here's your do. Every kid that you see, start kicking asses all up and down the street and see if the neighborhoods change.
No,
or is it
they do something. They do something that they ain't supposed to be doing. That's what kids do.
Here we go.
Kids do only what the parents allow them to get away with, or adults allow them to get away with.
Every mistake you make, ask somebody to kick you in the ass so you can get it right.
See, that's where we're messing up.
Yeah, that's why he's disingenuous. That's why he's disingenuous. He deals with absolutions. We talking about parenting. You talking about absolutions.
Out of those 99%, how many of those,
there are good examples and bad examples.
You're giving bad examples, and if it works, why don't you start doing it yourself?
Out of the 99% of people in society that you said are good people, how many of them do you think actually got whippings? Because that'll go against your point. If they got whippings,
you're correct.
It's so bad, and they still good.
So since whippings work, when you go to work and if you show up 5 minutes late, ask your supervisor to beat the hell out.
He's being disingenuous, y'all. Let's just.
I sure am.
Yeah, he ain't got nothing. He ain't got nothing. He ain't got no answers. He ain't got no answers. He ain't got no point. He ain't got no answer.
I gave you a solution.
You don't have it. Yeah, your one answer was move out of Chicago. Like that's not gonna solve parenting, bro. Bruh.
No, move into Chicago.
Nah, bruh. Yeah. Move your kid out or spank him or something. Nah. We ain't talking about none of that. We ain't talking about none of that. If you want a child to grow into a productive and functioning adult, there are gonna be some lessons that are gonna have to be learned. This is how you walk. This is where you don't want to walk. You can turn out this way or that way, and a lot of that turns out to be discipline. And you can instill it in a child. A child doesn't grow up with discipline. That doesn't come out of nowhere.
And it's not true. If somebody says discipline, you bring up something negative. Foot in the ass.
So what? Kids get rewarded too. Kids get rewarded too.
Parenting. That means the parent ain't got no damn discipline.
We reward good behavior. We discipline bad behavior. Simple as
exactly. That. Simple as that. Simple as that.
Yes, do the math. Can be positive or negative. But I get what you're saying. Dre, that makes sense.
Where is discipline positive?
Oh my God.
It's usually about doing something. It's usually about doing something you ain't supposed to do. It's a result of consequence. When you instill discipline, it means you know where to go, where not to go. Like, think about it. You have to. There are so many things you need to learn before they hand you your license to drive a car, right? No, hold on. No. You need to listen right now and not talk. You need to learn something, just a little something about discipline. Because when you they don't give no idiot a driver's license. You cannot be an idiot with a driver's license. You have to take a test, a written, a performative. They have to tell you this can end your life, or you can end somebody else's life before you get behind the wheel of a car. That is discipline. That is discipline.
Somebody needs to discipline their damn teeth. Your dentist wasn't disciplined. And back to your own point.
Go ahead, Payne.
Discipline is about where to go and where not to go.
What you got on it?
The to-go part.
How about we go to somebody who's got some thoughts and ideas?
Well, I think we beat this one to death. The last one, we talk finances, we talk parenting. Now, what's the man's role in making good choices in relationships?
Vetting.
Blame the women's. That's his
long-term vetting. And the problem is like the patients. I mean, we live in a TikTok ADHD kind of world where not a lot of people are committed into a long-term relationship, and that's the only way you can vet a partner for long-term or even like forever. It's either long-term or forever. That's the name of the game, right? But
what does TikTok have to do with it?
The attention span. The attention span of people actually like talking, engaging in a long conversation without looking at your phone. That's what I mean.
Well, let's explore that, right? A little bit. If you're vetting a woman, right? And she takes out her phone in the middle of your sentence. What do you say to her? Or you just let it ride? Do you know what I'm
See that?
saying? Because if you ain't willing to correct that at that point of infraction, or you take out your phone for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So if you don't say anything, isn't that like a tacit approval of what she's doing or what you're doing?
It
So
is to some
yeah,
extent. I mean,
yeah. Well,
I hate to I come from a different era, right? I'm not my daughter's era. She's 22 now, right? She's the phone generation.
right.
When we go to the movies, right? When we went to go see some like the new Jurassic World that came out, whatever. I said, "Give me your phone," and she's like, "Well, why?" I'm like, "I'm not having you taking it out during the theater to check whatever." Da, 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 da. Well, I'm not. I'm like, well, yeah, I know you're not because you ain't gonna have it. But I mean, just for her to relinquish her phone to me for 2 hours and whatever odd minutes was hell for her.
Yeah, but you didn't trust her not to take it out?
Nah, because she takes it out during the theater. I seen her do it before, and I'm like, nah, give me the phone. Give me the phone.
Yeah, well,
We're not even having this conversation. Your phone is in my pocket, and when the movie is over and the credits are rolling and the lights turn on, you can have your phone for the rest of your life.
yeah, that's unfortunate. But yeah, I guess there are some people like that.
Yeah, but
But this is still the
that's
point.
what I
Let's
meant
get
by
back to the
generation.
point. Well, let's get back to the point. Like you got a girl that you like. You
Oh,
think
okay.
she might be somebody you want to pursue, and you guys are having coffee, having a little dinner, whatever the hell it is, and you're in the middle of stuff, and she gets a buzz, or you get a buzz. Do you take your? Because we know what only 1% of the calls you get are urgent. Most of them are
Right,
bullshit. They can wait, right?
right.
So what do? And how do you
Hey,
break the mold?
real
Because
quick to the
good,
point, y'all, before I get up out of here.
good.
Fellas, just get your priorities in order. You know what I mean? That would be my advice to most of the men. Get your priorities in order. You know what I mean? And from there, wish you the best. I gotta get up out of here, y'all.
All
All
right,
right,
man.
man.
Good,
Take
good.
it
Have a
All
good
right.
one, Dre.
Yeah, take it easy.
I'd say, I mean, I established rules at the beginning. Like, it's like, hey, we're going to dinner, we're going to get coffee. I'll have my phone in my pocket and I'll cut it off for as long as we're engaging in person because I like in real life things and conversations. And after that conversation, I mean, I can't really stop, quote unquote, stop the woman from checking her phone, but she'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry." I'm like, "Oh, that's
Now, you can't stop them, but you
you
can
know."
mention it, right?
I do mention it, but it's not like, hey, put your phone away. I'm not like that, especially if it's like a first meeting or something like that. You don't want to like come off like all, like you're the daddy or something. Like, hey, put that phone down when you're talking to me.
No,
Nothing
I
like
mean,
that.
no, man. You gotta have truth and decorum. I ain't
Nothing like
saying like
that.
that,
But they do at least when we're engaging in like a serious conversation and we're getting to know each other. They tend not to check their phone as much. It's just like and then after the our in-person conversation is done, they'd be like, hey, I'll see you later. Da, da. Then it's kind of I'm texting her later like, hey, I really like talking to you, and I didn't even have to check I saw you didn't really check your phone much. Da, da, da. So I'll bring it up that way as well. I'm like, I noticed you were really kind of engaged in this and that. So I kind of give them that positive feedback to kind of discourage them from having their phone out when we're sitting face to face, right?
Hey,
I
Trigger,
mean,
hey, if NBA wants to come up, if you're not closing down the show, uh, he needs to drop the link. Go ahead. I'm sorry, EBD.
no, but that's all I meant. It's just I mentioned it that way, like during the after talk in real life text. It's like, hey, I noticed you didn't like pick up your phone as much, and I kind of give them that positive reinforcement, that positive feedback. Like I like the fact that we can sit down and talk and have a conversation without like you
But
checking
okay,
your Instagram or whatever it is.
so I mean, I guess for the panel, what do men really have to do besides just the dinner stuff? What's the list? What's your standard? What kind of list do you want to go through? What's your checklist? Too bad Trey left. Trey said he has a list of 10 things, and he hasn't found a woman to get past 4. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So I said, yes, I would like to know what's on his list of 10.
I don't.
But I'm just saying, that's part of the responsibility of a man, right? Because I think most men miss the fact that asking a woman to marry you is your sacred right. It's your superpower. Because even all these babes who are out there say, I don't need a man, if they go through life and no man ever asks them to marry them, they feel some kind of way.
Right.
Because it's a privilege just to be asked. Whether they say yes or no, that's one thing. But it's a privilege to be asked. Can you imagine being a woman and you go through your whole life and not one man thought you were well enough or good enough to be his wife?
Wow.
That's just powerful stuff, I think.
Yeah,
But the
I
problem
think
is
so.
with men, let me just say this, problem with men, we let too many scrags join the frat. That's what we do. We let too many say they shouldn't be half the divorces wouldn't have happened because half of those marriages should have never happened.
Right. Well, right. But yeah, I agree. I think I mentioned this on some other show maybe a few weeks ago. But I said, being I think that it doesn't matter in your life how much money you do or don't have, or what kind of job you do or don't have. I think the highest honor you can bestow upon a woman is to make her a wife first and then a mother second, right? I think that there's nothing that she's going to be able to accomplish as far as monetary or position in a job or a career that's going to equal amount to being a part of a family, which is forever and that outlives you.
Me and my wife, we talked on the phone for a year before we met in person. We lived in two different cities, and we talked. We text. We did video stuff, but we did all of that for a whole year before we actually officially met in person. And I think that's part of the reason why we've been basically together for 13 years. We don't fight, we don't argue, we don't scream, we don't holler, nobody throws things. None of that stuff takes place. And what's wrong with relationships today is we have these microwave relationships. You get on your phone, you swipe a couple times, you go out, you expecting to get some trim, she expecting to get a free dinner, and it never works because people don't communicate anymore. They just go through a list of faces on their phone, they see one they like and click on it. People don't talk anymore. All this online crap has ruined actual courtship.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why you see divorce rates flying through the roof. How you going to marry somebody you met on Tinder a year ago? You don't know the first thing about them, because all you want to do is get some trim, and all they want is some dude to buy them something. We need to start being more realistic, okay? Women today, modern women, are the most materialistic women have ever been. All they care about is, well, put it like this. I personally know a female that has guys listed in her phone: shoes, food, phone bill, car note. That's how she has these guys listed, because that's what these guys do for her. She has no interest in them for any other reason. And that's also what's destroying relationships. Men are just tired of getting used for their wallet, but at the same token, women are getting tired of being used for their body. And so relationships are getting farther and farther apart. And now everything is transactional, pretty much. It's like one night stand kind of stuff now. That's really all it is out there. I actually feel bad for this generation of dudes, these younger guys. Y'all have really no selections out there unless you want to spend a bunch of
Yeah,
money.
but,
I
but
mean,
go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
that's what's wrong. There's no vetting system you can use to change what people set out to do. If a woman is on a mission to find a certain type of guy or a certain thing, your vetting system don't matter. If and
But she
vice
does
versa,
not
it don't
miss.
matter.
But she gets eliminated from your list, though.
Yeah, but if you have a list of 50 and you've eliminated 40,
No,
and you're going to keep on eliminating because you're going to keep running to the same issue.
no, no,
Folks are
no, no. That's not
selfish.
what I mean.
People are
That's not what I
selfish
mean.
nowadays.
That's not what I mean. If you have a list of things that you want to see or find out about a woman, not a list of 50, whatever your top 10 things are, what kind of woman is she? Can she exist in her natural state without a weave and eyelashes and the shit encrusted fingernails? Can she, what does she look like in a natural state? If you have a woman who cannot go outside with her real hair, I would never marry a woman like that.
Well,
Because
I'm not even going to say. I'm not even going to say it.
No, she has some inferiority complexes. And that's just going to
Look,
manifest itself. That's just one example. That's just one example.
But you just eliminated. You just eliminated
Most
90% of women.
Well,
If
no.
you
Just say
expect
that. I
them
didn't say
to
that number. You don't know what
hold
the real
on, hold
number
on.
is.
You cut me off. Hold up. If you expect women to wear their natural hair, minimal or no makeup nowadays, when all they do is that, you're asking for the impossible.
That's not all women. So you
And that's
said
not
90%
impossible.
of the women. I don't
No,
know if
I'm
it's
saying
90%
you're
of women.
asking for the impossible. I didn't say
No,
it
I'm
was
not. No, I'm
impossible.
not. No, I'm not.
Yes,
You
you
don't
are,
think women,
because
just women who wear
women,
their natural hair?
even beautiful, good-looking women wear makeup, even though they don't have
I
to.
didn't
They
say
still do it.
makeup. I didn't say makeup.
You said
And I
hair,
said
and
hair,
that all goes
those
together.
eyelashes, and the shit encrusted long claw
Okay,
fingernails.
but eyelashes is a part of makeup.
Not to me. I mean, you could be made up
Well,
without
not
wearing
to you,
fake
but to
eyelashes.
women it is. You're not a woman, so you don't understand.
Eyelashes is eyelashes.
Eyelashes goes apart with their makeup.
We're getting off topic. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
No,
I got a
you know
question.
what? You always pull that pain. When I come on, you always use that getting off topic thing. I'm asking exactly what you said.
I said what I said. I don't agree with you about the eyelashes.
Look,
we're getting off.
We know women
No,
care about their image. We know
I
that.
think
We
that
know
you
that
lack
before
the
they step out of
basic
the house.
knowledge of modern women today. I think you do, because if you paid attention to any women in 2023, you are basically scraping the bottom of the barrel to find this special diamond in the rough that you're looking for. And
Can I
most
ask you a
guys are
question?
too damn impatient to do that.
Can I ask you a
Most guys
question?
are too impatient
Hey,
to do
can I
that.
ask you a question, NBA?
Hey, I got a question
Have
for
you ever
both of
seen
y'all.
you seen your wife in her natural state, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
what the fuck are you talking about?
How y'all complain
that's
about natural
that's
state?
not the same thing as a guy on a dating app.
Wait. Does your wife put on
That's
all
not
this
the same
cake to
thing
go
as a
to the
guy
gas
on a
station?
dating app.
Does she need to go? Does she need to wear all this stuff to go to the gas station? Does she need to wear, like, does she take 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get makeup on to go to the gas station and get whatever, or go to the grocery store to get whatever? Well, then they can go out in their natural state.
So you're telling me
How you gonna complain about a
that's
natural
what you're.
state of a woman and come up here fat?
Wait a minute, what?
You know what, man?
How you gonna complain about the natural state and looks and be fat and be overweight?
Listen, I ain't making this up. I'm fat, so what? We can have a conversation. The fucking point is, if your woman can't wear a natural state, she got an issue.
Right.
You know
Yeah,
what
but
you're talking
here's the
about.
thing. Even men get dressed up to go out. I mean, it's not just women doing it.
No,
Even men
everybody
do it
gets
too.
dressed to
Everybody
go somewhere, not nowhere.
gets. Look, this is what I wear when I'm in my man cave playing video games. But when I'm out there, I have a whole nother closet of nicer shit that I wear.
To the gas station.
Whole nother
To the
array
gas
of clothes
station.
that I wear.
So
You wear that to the gas station, though.
You guys
This is just my own. This is my I'm comfortable shit.
So
That's
we
all this
arguing
is.
the fact that a woman who can't fucking wear her natural hair and look natural don't
That's
have
not
an
what I
issue.
said at all. What I
That's
said
what
was,
I
said,
That's what
okay,
I
if you would stop talking temporarily, Payne, and listen, just temporarily stop talking. What I said was, after you said the thing about hair, I said, in 2023, that is asking the impossible, because these women care so much about hair and makeup now that it's almost impossible to catch a woman out in public in her natural state, and you walk up and say, hey, I like you because you're natural. It's rare to see it. Most women wear all that crap when they're out.
Nah,
It's just a fact.
Nah, they don't. Not when they're going to the, not when they're not, because I see it every day. 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 I see it absolutely every time I go to the gym. They are not gussied up with a bunch of makeup,
what kind of
with a
gym do
bunch
you
of
go
dresses.
to?
I go to
the
a gym.
I go to, the women have
gym.
makeup on.
They are
and
not
look
getting
good.
dressed to go to the gym. They are not getting dressed like that. They got their Spanx, they got their tank top, and that's about it. Their hair up in the ponytail with a rubber
don't
band.
care what they
That's
look
it.
like, as long as they look natural. I
You
don't
see
care
what that
what
guy
they
said? He
wear.
said he's right. Stop lying. I am right. Most women, when they step out the door, they are dressed up. They got makeup and hair done and all that. Most women do not like going outside looking natural. Most of them do not, especially black women. That's why most of them have fucking weave on, because they don't want to go out looking natural.
NBA, if you could stop for a second. So you think, first of all, let's just use your numbers. If you think 90% of the women can't stand being nasty,
I didn't say 90%.
You just said 90%.
You did say
I never
90%.
said 90%.
That's what
I
happens
said
when we
most.
listen to you. You said 90%.
I said most women.
Modern women. We heard that too.
Yeah, but when did I say 90? I never
We
said
said
90.
90% of modern women.
I did not say 90%. I
did.
said most modern
We heard the
women.
number.
Hey, NBA, let's
You
ask
heard
a
a
question.
number because that's what you wanted to hear, but that's not what I said.
Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. You just got on my case for talking. Why don't you listen for a second? Don't you think there's some kind of psychosis for that?
Nope.
Okay, so
I think people want to look good. What's wrong with wanting to look good when you go out?
You look good. You need to look good when you're going somewhere, not when you're going nowhere. The gym ain't somewhere. The gym is nowhere. The gas station ain't nowhere to be dressed up.
You to decide.
What do you mean me to decide? I'm not deciding anything.
Else wants to look.
Nobody gets dressed somewhere. Let's be real.
Wait a minute. You do.
What do you get dressed? What do you get? What do you dress? How do you dress up when you go to the gym?
If a woman decides that she wants to look a certain way when she leave her house, that's her business. You don't have the right to say you're just going to the gym. You don't need makeup on.
We're not talking about what a woman is or isn't allowed to do. We're talking about what they commonly do.
It's what she wants to do.
And we get back to the conversation. You want to see the woman you're vetting for a relationship in her natural state. That's the point of this whole conversation.
That's the point.
Yeah, and when are you going to see that? At what point in the relationship are you going to see that?
Well, first of all, if you don't see it, why are you going to fucking marry her?
What if you never see it?
Then she ain't for you. Then I can't marry a woman if I don't know what she look like.
Yeah, but you don't understand that. What if a woman is amazing in everything and does everything you want, but the only box she don't check is that she don't take her makeup off? Are you going to pass up on that woman?
If she looks like somebody, if she doesn't look like herself, how can she be herself?
You know, some women have makeup surgically
if
applied where it don't come
look
off.
like herself, how can she be
okay,
herself?
Most niggas don't look like theyself. So what? Who cares?
Yeah, I think we do. I think now you want to change the subject. So now you want to change the subject. Now you want to change the subject.
If a person checks all the boxes, who cares? Listen, Black Dragon, listen. You do this little weird ass
I do it big. I do it
dude.
big. I do it
no,
big.
You don't. You actually
don't tell
do
people
it
to shut up.
You're on a tiny podcast.
No, you are big.
Watches.
No,
so
you
ain't
are
doing it
big.
Shut up, dude.
I said you are big.
You're sitting here saying that, I want to find a woman that's natural. Why ain't you found one yet then?
What are you talking about?
Thank you. If
so you're not listening, huh?
Wait a minute. If that's what you're looking for, and it's so many of them out there, why don't you have one?
Of course I have one. Who said I didn't?
Well, you acting like you don't.
No, you don't know my behavior, bruh. I'm contributing to a conversation. That's all it is. You want to go to personal insults. You want to go to you ain't got it. You ain't. Nah, we're having a conversation. Nah, it ain't crap. It ain't crap.
Why do you give a shit what other women are doing if you got a woman?
Crap. That's what we're doing here. We're all talking about how we move in relationships. Yeah, I got a woman. So what?
So what do you give a shit what other women put on their face?
Because maybe they need to do better and act better in order to get what they want out of life.
If you got a woman, that's your business. You're a woman. Other women ain't your business.
No, I have to deal with other women too. I may not be with my woman forever.
What they wear, it don't matter if you have to deal with them. It ain't your business.
I don't think most women should dress like.
If you got a woman
go ahead,
that
Mr.
you
Payne,
sleep
what were you
with
saying?
every night, you don't need to give a fuck what other women put on their face.
No one.
That's just like like on the reverse. If a woman ain't dealing with you, then she ain't got no business giving a fuck about what you doing with your life.
Yeah, it doesn't stop them. It doesn't stop them from getting on panels and talking about men.
One thing I've learned about these panels: black men love to delve into the business of other people, but they don't want nobody delving into their business. The fact of the matter is this: if you got a woman, why the fuck you care what other women look like? And on the other topic that I try to get in on,
because we're having a conversation about women and men.
Okay, but my
problems and solutions, parenting and finance.
It doesn't change my point. It doesn't change my point, and it doesn't change the community one fucking bit. That's y'all whole conversation is to make community changes, right? None of this shit helps the community. None of it.
It's
It never does.
It's not about changing the community. It's about informing the community about what it is and what it ain't.
Yeah. I said helping the community. I said this is about helping the community.
This is about
I didn't say
informing
changing.
the
I said
community.
helping.
This conversation was about. You cut it out.
Go ahead.
It's about helping the community, correct? So if the conversation is to help the community, then why don't we talk about shit that's helpful? Makeup is not helpful.
Hey, NBA, you're the one going off for the fucking makeup thing, man. We're
For
trying
real.
to move
No,
on.
I just think y'all spent an inordinate amount of time talking about dumb niggas.
Bro,
shit
you,
that nobody
you
cares
seriously lower the IQ points on this panel, bro. Like, with this
Oh,
dumb
you mean
shit.
like you do every time you come on?
No,
My
I don't.
bad. I apologize for taking your spot, sir.
I don't,
Mr.
bro.
Intelligentsia. Dude, please.
That's kind of my claim to fame. That's kind of my name.
Around with it hanging out of my ass like I'm special.
Hey, y'all,
I got a
let's just
fucking
move
college
on,
degree
bro.
too, nigga.
What's up,
You act
JT?
like because you
What's
went
up,
to
JT?
school,
What you got on
special.
it?
You still a nigga. It don't matter how many
let's-
degrees you got. You still a
We
nigga.
talked about a couple of topics today, man. Let's just move on to a better one, bro. We can
Hey,
all just agree.
NBA, I got a question. I got a
It
question.
don't hurt nothing for somebody to come on and
What's
say
up, Mike?
talking about a bunch of
I got a question for you,
inordinate
NBA.
stupid shit
I
that
got
don't
a
help
question for you.
nobody.
For a man that's married, you sure do have a lot to say about women. It doesn't make sense. Why do you have so much to say about a woman? You got a family, you got a wife, you got a family. What does it matter?
I didn't have shit to say about it. I asked him the same question.
Well, then good. And do me a favor. Shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Nigga, you shut the fuck up. You think because you used to wear a badge, you can tell me what to do? Fuck you, nigga. You ain't the law no more, nigga. You ain't a cop no more. Shut the fuck up.
You look like a fat 16-year-old.
You damn right I'm fat. You want to know what?
You look like?
Hey, guess what? I gained an extra 100 pounds when I put my wallet in my pocket, nigga. Fuck you.
That's the best.
This TV and this video game is worth more than your car, so shut the fuck up.
Chillin' Mike. How you living over there?
I can guarantee you it's not. I can guarantee you.
Shut your ass up.
It's not. Why don't you go take a lap?
This Xbox is worth more than the microphone you use. Shut your ass up.
Why don't you
Shut up.
Get your fat ass up and
Listen,
go run around the block.
before your punk ass even got on the panel, I saw you in the chat talking shit. Fuck you, nigga.
Where the Cheetos
So one minute you sucking my dick and telling me I'm right. The next minute you talking crazy. You one of these old wishy-washy ass niggas that think because he used to be a cop, his opinion matters. Most of the people on this motherfucker don't like you because you used to be a cop.
I don't give a fuck.
No black man like a fucking cop.
You care.
So shut the fuck up. Listen, Bacon, ain't nobody talking to you, pig. Be quiet.
Okay, baby. Emotional.
I can say what I want. You call me what you want.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Are you able to hear us pretty good?
I tell you what, Mr. Copper. Go back to your white cop buddies who made you think that y'all were friends.
Trying to get you in. Trying to get you in, True. I got you.
Can we get back on? Can we get back on that? Can we get back on the topic, please?
Wait a minute. I was talking until this fuck ass cop came on talking crazy to me.
Can we let True speak?
And it's funny that niggas that y'all like, y'all let them talk shit.
Can we let you talk? It just came up.
I just don't think.
Go ahead, True.
I just don't think that it's a productive
I just don't
conversation.
think bitch ass cops serve a purpose. I agree with you. So tell them to shut up.
Yeah.
True. We were talking about women in their natural state and whether or not like you should vet them or date them, things like that.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Black Dragon, let me ask you one question. Black Dragon, let me ask you one question. Let me ask you one question, Black Dragon. You and Payne accused me of derailing the conversation. Why didn't you say that to this cop who came on and just did the same fucking thing?
He came to address you.
Yeah, but he derailed the conversation. So why didn't you say something to him?
He came to address. Wait. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. He came to address you. He came to address you, not to derail the conversation.
Like a little girl. Please help me. Can you
go ahead,
explain
True? You were saying something, True. You were saying something.
I was
and this channel used to actually get a shit ton of views.
You were saying
now people barely watch because of ignorant ass niggas like that one right there.
No, it's not me. It's not me. The person. It's not me.
I was trying to speak.
Hang on. Yo. True is trying to say something. True is trying to say something right now. True is trying to say something right now. Let him speak. Yo, man, let him
Show you the truth.
Man,
Go back and look
something.
at the last streams that I was on.
Bruh, we're
All
not
of
even
it
doing
is
that.
better than the streams where I
Trying to
wasn't,
say something
nigga.
right now.
Finish playing your
Truth's trying to
joystick.
say something. True
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to say
playing an
something.
Xbox, not a
You're a
PlayStation, bitch,
child.
nigga.
I didn't say
speak.
PlayStation, you
I'll
retard.
speak soon
I
as
said
the debris
joystick.
clears.
Your mama a
I got you.
retard, nigga.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
got
she
you.
had
Your
you.
wife is a fucking retard.
Hang
That's
on,
what's
hang
wrong
on,
with you.
hang on, hang on, hang
You a
on. Truth's
bitch
trying
ass
to say
nigga. If I
something.
ever saw you, I would
Look,
destroy
you a
you,
cop.
bruh.
You can find
I
me.
would
Come see
destroy
me.
you.
There you go. End the conversation.
Sure. Here's my
You
email.
a cop.
I'll
You
give
got
you
the
my email.
resources
Tell
to
me your
come find me. Come
address.
see me.
Tell
End
me
the
your address. No,
conversation.
I don't even
All right.
tell me your address. I'll pull up. I don't
Come
have
see
nothing to
me.
lose. You got a whole family to lose, sir. You better start thinking. You
Nigga,
better use
shut
your
your
fucking
ass up.
head.
You ain't
You
gonna
got
do
a wife
shit,
and kids
Hopper.
to
All right,
protect.
True
Shut
Can
trying
we
to
up.
all
say.
just
You better use
Hey,
your
just
hey,
get
True
fucking
trying
head.
to
along?
say
Like
Use your
something.
head.
True
Think.
trying.
Think.
no, the
Think
energy is
smart.
coming
Bro,
You
off.
you
got a whole
vicious
bunch of
man.
motherfuckers out your
Threatening my
kids,
kids
bruh.
on the
You
internet.
got a
Oh, you
whole
Energy
such a
is
slew
too
great
of them.
much
man.
right now.
Threatening
Bruh,
You
children.
got
You
a
a
whole
bruh.
bitch
lot of
ass
True,
children.
nigga.
True trying to say
No,
something
you a
right
bitch
now.
ass nigga.
Hang on, hang on,
You,
hang on. True
No,
trying to
What
say
a
you
something
hoe
right.
ass nigga threatening
you
somebody's
fat
kids.
ass.
You a
No,
bitch.
True,
Shut
the only
your
thing I'm
ass
gonna
up.
threaten you with is a Twinkie, you
You're a
fat
bitch
motherfucker.
ass nigga.
True,
Now you
True
gonna
trying to
get
say
your
something
John
right
Q.
now.
Law friends to pull up in my house, you bitch ass nigga. Shut your
Yeah,
hoe
you
ass
know what?
up.
Hey
I
man,
just might. That way I don't have to see your fat ass on this
Yeah,
screen no
exactly. You
more.
go be a fucking bitch ass
Yeah,
snitch like
exactly.
you good
Turn
for.
around,
That's
play your
why your
video
ass
game,
was
you
a cop
fucking
in the first
child.
fucking place.
You a
True,
child.
True. What's up? What's up,
You
True?
wasn't even a
What you
real
got?
cop. You was
I,
just an informer. They found a
I,
black
Hey,
dude in the hood to
Hey,
snitch
hey,
on other
hey,
people.
hey,
Bitch
hey.
ass nigga.
why don't you chill out for a second, man?
yeah,
Hey,
Okay,
let's
hold
he
get
on,
back.
let
fucking
the mod.
started it. When you call
Let's get
him
back.
out,
Look
I'll
at him
shut
like a
up.
child.
I
He
said
started
y'all,
it.
both of
Look at like a
y'all.
child. He
Well,
started it.
True. Yeah,
I'd appreciate.
And
Thank
I
you, thank
finished
you,
it too, bitch nigga.
No,
thank you
you.
so
The only
much.
thing
I'd
you finished
appreciate.
was your lunch, you fat
You
motherfucker.
damn right. I'm fatter than a motherfucker and I'm rich too, ho.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
I,
True. What were you saying?
yeah. No, I think that whole exchange is unnecessary. You know, we gotta do better as men. I get it. You know, we get frustrated, but damn, y'all want to have that link go back and forth, just exchange numbers, and y'all can go back and forth
Look,
directly.
he
Like
got
we don't.
off the
We
panel
hold
and
on,
then
hold on,
got
hold
back
on,
on to
NBA. Hold on,
talk
hold on,
crazy to
hold on,
me.
hold on,
Hey,
hold
So
on,
you need
hold
to
on,
direct
NBA.
that shit at
Hold on,
him.
hold on. No,
Look,
I'm
he in his
directing it to the
feelings.
panel.
He in his
I'm
feelings,
direct.
bro. You
No, I'm
can't. He
directing
can't.
it
He
to the.
hurt right
I'm
now.
directing
Look
it.
at him
I'm
shrugging
directing
his
it. Hold
shoulders and
on,
shit.
hold
Your
on,
feelings
hold on,
hurt.
hold on.
Emotional.
Nigga,
I'm
ain't
You're a
direct.
nobody
bitch,
Hold
feeling
on.
man.
hurt. I think
You're an
you one of the
Lord
emotional
gayest
ass
niggas
Jesus,
nigga.
in the
look,
That's what
universe.
you are. Your
let's go
feelings
gentlemen,
on
hurt.
through. Let's
gentlemen,
go
Your
on.
feelings
gentlemen,
Yeah,
hurt
my
like a
feelings
little
so
gent,
hurt
girl.
that I went back to
Like a
playing
gentlemen,
my game.
girl.
Fuck you, bitch
No,
ass
that no,
nigga.
that's no, that's what
gentlemen,
gay ass niggas
Ho
do.
nigga, shut up
You
so
turn your
this
back
other
and
guy
show
can
your
talk.
ass, you faggot.
Yeah, whatever.
gentlemen,
Shut up so this other man can talk, ho nigga.
Turn around showing
gentlemen.
your
Thank
ass
you.
to a
Like I
bunch of
said,
men,
if y'all.
faggot ass nigga.
What were you saying? True. Yeah. What were you
Anyway,
saying?
Boy,
True.
you such a
yeah.
bitch.
So
I can't believe bitches like you exist.
the topic of the discussion was the natural state. I think our pain. What was the original question? Because that was
Well,
the
see,
foundation of things.
the original question was, we talked about finances, we talked about parenting. And so the last thing was relationships. So if you were going to go vet a woman, you know, and what kind of choices, what kind of should you look for before you try to get serious with a chick, right? And then we just touched on the fact that if a woman can't show you her natural state, I think that's an issue.
Okay. No, I totally agree. I think that's a great topic. I think the issue is that, and I personally experienced this a lot, is that a lot of dudes are so mistreated by most women that they're too afraid to even set boundaries and standards because they don't believe that they can command the respect from the women with those standards. So what tends to happen is that those girls get rid of them, then they come find a guy like me, and I have standards. And I quickly recognize that they have not been trained, nor have they been handled or been around a man who has standards because their behavior reflects it. What also happens is that the relationships, I think EBD talked about it, that we live in a TikTok era. I would argue a lot of women don't really want relationships because, see, people think women are stupid. They're not. They're not unintelligent at all. They realize relationships require longevity, consistency, time. You have to actually be who you claim to be. So they'll convince you dudes that they really want to be in relationships, when in all actuality they just want to jump in and jump out, of a situationship, because that's easier to maintain short term. A relationship with a man, it's going to require you to show up. It's going to require you to grow. It's going to require you to change. So even in a natural state, I heard someone say, well, that's crazy to even expect that. Well, I don't think that's crazy at all. I think that a woman should be showing you a multitude of her faces, from a natural state to how she acts around holidays, to how she acts when she's stressed. But a lot of men have to have a standard of what they're actually trying to identify and look for. Most dudes are operating out of survival mode from a physical capacity. They are so afraid that if they check this girl and she leaves, he's not going to have another one for months, if maybe not years. And so that's the biggest problem I see with what men, struggle with, because there's very few men like myself. I believe Trey is another, and some other gentlemen on this panel who have no problem letting a woman know, look, this is what you're going to have to do. Because no one's teaching women. They have a responsibility. The relationship is mine. Your job is to show me why you deserve it. That's your job. So, but I digress.
Look, at the end of the day, as a man, you got to have structure for yourself first. You can't expect to implement structure and then expect for a woman to come behind you and follow that structure, follow that lead, and you can't even lead your goddamn self. That's like you telling somebody to get in shape and your ass is fat. That don't make no goddamn sense. A lot of these dudes out here have no structure. They have nothing to hang their hat on. They have no assets. They have nothing. There's a lot of guys out here with nothing, and they are on these spaces talking about what they want from a woman. Sir, if I was a woman, I wouldn't follow your ass either. You crazy. You need to get your shit in order first. And this is why I get so frustrated with the guys. I get so frustrated with guys. You're just so busy worried about the woman. You're not taking care of you first. You got to get you together first. Then, and women are natural followers. She will follow you as long as your shit is together. But if your shit ain't together, shit, why? I don't blame none of the women for what they do and the way they act, because I wouldn't follow your ass either.
Well, we got to start from a point where we can make some assumptions, right? I'm talking about guys who are looking and who are, at least, they don't have to be at the finish line. So, when you start looking for a bride, if you're in your 20s, you're not at the finish line. And if you're looking to get married, you just got to have a plan and a strategy for your future, right? You got to be able to take care of yourself. And I'm saying, so if we assume that the man is not just a goddamn Pookie or Ray Ray, and he's at a certain position, he wants to move forward, he still has to have standards. So, so even if you're not where you want to be, you still can have standards. You should, And some women, if they're still playing games, you got to be able to eliminate them.
Can I
There are
ask you
telltale signs too. Go ahead, Trey. What were we saying?
No, I was gonna say when you see a person who's maybe suggesting or giving you advice, but you see that they're following their own advice, is it more powerful or is it less powerful?
You're right. It's more powerful. Yeah. So I mean, but you got to start somewhere. But you can't say I got to be at the finish line before I can ask for something. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes women. And this is why
You can make it simple. If you don't have a wife and kids, then you don't have shit to say to a person who has a wife and kids. If it's just that simple. If you're not a parent, you don't have a right to sit on a panel and tell other parents how to be a parent. That's like if you're not a lawyer, you don't have a right to go in a courtroom and tell somebody how to be a fucking lawyer or how to run a case. That's it. It's just that damn simple. You got a lot of people who don't meet the basic qualifications for the conversations that they're having, but they still come online and they give this thesis about how they know more about it than people who are actually living that life. Simple as that. I've been with my woman 13 years. I've raised 2 boys that I have custody of, and I've done a damn good job. I got a big house. I got nice cars. I got all kinds of electronic shit I don't even need. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And most guys aren't. And those guys who aren't doing those things, I'm just saying exactly the way it need to be said. Like Uncle Ruckus said it on Boondocks. Shut the fuck up. If you ain't doing what I'm doing, then don't tell me how to do it. Okay? If you don't buy my clothes, then don't tell me what to wear. That's what's wrong with these fucking panels. Dudes that ain't even living that life are telling other people how to do it. If you can't drive, then don't tell me how to park my car. Please. It's just that simple. Quit doing this circle jerk arguing about stupid shit. If you a grown man with a family and you got a nigga over in the corner that don't have kids and don't even have a relationship, you know damn well you don't want to hear that nigga tell you how to raise your family. You don't want to hear it.
Do you need to be a star basketball player to coach it?
I need to do an evaluation.
You know damn well you don't want to hear that crap from some nigga that ain't living it.
You don't need to be a star basketball player to coach a basketball team.
I think
you need the training.
Arteries and lungs.
There are several coaches who never played the sport, and they're good coaches.
Yeah, and most of them suck.
I think that a part of what you said, NBA, is correct, but I think that you can't paint broad like you did and make it seem like there aren't qualifications for certain things. You know, I agree to an extent, but I think sometimes we don't give enough credence. Any idiot can get married. Any idiot can have a child. We've proven that. Maintaining something over a long period of time, and then even being a good parent, I would argue, can't really be reflective until your children grow up to showcase what your parenting actually produces. A lot of times our community is short-sighted and thinks that just because I qualify myself by impregnating somebody, oh, I'm a parent, you can't tell me nothing because you ain't got no kids. Or I have a house that I have a mortgage on that I'm struggling to pay. You can't tell me nothing because you rent. No, I can tell you anything if I can back it up with statistics and facts, because wisdom would take information from a broad sector of things and not just identify individually that because I am doing these things, then you can shut up. That's not even wise. I don't even think
I ain't taking no motherfucking nothing from a dude that ain't doing it. It's that
that's
simple.
you. But that's you. You
Well,
can't.
it's obviously the right
Do
approach because it's working for
teachers need
me.
to be parents to teach kids? Do you need to be a parent to teach kids?
Absolutely
it's stupid
not.
logic. It's flawed
Absolutely
logic.
not. You
It's
can be
flawed
you can
logic.
you can be single and no kids and be an
you're gonna
excellent
take-
teacher.
So you're gonna take all this advice from people who ain't doing this shit. Great, that makes a lot of sense. No, listen, my mom taught me a long time ago. Experience is the best teacher. As simple as that. And she was
Your
right.
mom,
The
your
minute
mom
she said
taught you
it, she was
incorrectly.
right.
Your mom
She
taught
was
you
right.
incorrectly. No,
If you haven't
she was wrong.
experienced some shit and lived through some shit, then your anecdotal bullshit answer about it from some book you read or some asshole you heard on YouTube, that don't equal up to living it. It just don't. People told me
So-
about prison. People told me how fucked up prison was my whole life, and I didn't believe them until my stupid ass wound up in there. And then I realized, wow, this shit is fucked up. But the whole time I was out committing crimes and getting in trouble, I didn't want to hear none of that shit. Don't tell me nothing. And that's just as simple as that.
That makes you a fool. It makes you a fool if you can't listen to other people.
But if you ain't done shit and you ain't doing shit at least to my level, like I have a rule that I practice in real life. If you don't make a certain amount per year, don't even fucking speak to me. And that's how I live my life. And guess what? It works. Why do you think when people get rich, they change who their friends are? When people get rich, they start hanging around other rich people. They don't keep hanging around the broke pookies they used to run with in the hood. They change and grow. You have to elevate yourself as
That's
your life
also
changes.
not true.
All right.
That's
So I
also
want
not
Whatever,
true.
you believe
Hold
what
on
you
real
want.
quick.
Rich
Hold on
people
real
hang
quick.
with
Hold on
rich
real quick.
people.
Hold on real quick.
Broke motherfuckers hang
Because
with broke
we see
motherfuckers.
athletes all the
real
time
quick.
that
Hold
get
on
in
real
trouble
quick.
for hanging out with their friends. Michael Vick is a good
I don't think.
example.
Yeah,
So I
you
don't
got
think.
one anecdotal story. We talking
No,
about in
I've
general,
got
not
several.
your
I just
anecdotal
used one.
story.
I got several. I just used one.
Yeah,
Let me
said
ask.
okay, whoop
to
de
just
fucking do for
disprove
you. How
to
many
show you how
millionaires
flawed
do
your
you
logic
actually
is.
know, sir?
Hang
Like,
on,
that's
I
Mike is
literally
trying
how
to
it's
say
flawed.
something.
Hold on,
Mike
y'all.
got
is
the
flawed.
CEO
speaking.
of Burger
It's
King in
flawed.
his fucking phone, nigga.
The
The
I
whole
don't
CEO
care,
of
bro.
Burger
is
King.
trying to say
Of course,
something.
your fat ass would have a CEO
All
of
right.
Burger
No, I
King.
have it
So
because I have
Of course
contracts with
you
their
would.
company, you dumbass. I have contracts with their company.
No, you got contracts to eat food, fat motherfucker.
Whatever, bitch ass nigga. And guess what? My motherfucking shoes are worth more than your car. So shut your ass up.
all right. So let me ask this question because this one is interesting. I don't think the basketball player and the coach thing applies. I don't think everything applies to parenting, especially. That one is a little special, but I understand what you mean because this is the thing. I don't think people who aren't parents understand until they're parents.
Thank you.
And I was at a dinner with Trevor Ariza of the Houston Rockets some years ago. My roommate from college went to high school with him. So him and his daughter and his family we were at Del Frisco's, and I remember somehow we got on the topic of parenting. My dumb ass wasn't even a parent yet, and he was like, "You got little ones and something," and he was just chatting everybody up. I was like, "Nah," and his daughter was there doing something, and he was like, "Y'all better get ready. How you gonna do with this?" And my dumb ass opened my mouth and was like, "Nah, I'm gonna deal with it this way, and when I'm a dad, I'm gonna deal with it this way." That dude just stopped and looked at me like, you think you're gonna do all that shit until you have kids, right? So I don't even think people who aren't parents even understand the difficulty and nuance in parenting. It's the same thing Mike Tyson said, okay? Everybody got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Parenting is a fucking punch in the mouth. You won't realize how ill-prepared you are, how impatient you are. There are a lot of things you won't realize about yourself until you become a parent. So, is there a limit to the amount of advice a non-parent can give to a
Yes.
parent?
Yes.
Yes,
And
of
I like the
course.
comment in the chat from Trey.
Yes.
This coming from an ex-convict. Yeah, I'm an ex-con who built a
Right.
business.
So you have
Yes.
no
I'm an
credibility.
ex-con who
You're
got out
actually
and built a
look.
business.
You can't help
Yes.
it, bro.
But anyway, back
You
to your
are in
question,
your
Mike.
feelings, bro.
To
You are in
answer
your
the
Non-parent,
question, Mike,
All right, hold on,
it
hold
is limited. It is limited. It is limited
non-parent,
only to the experience that they've had
non-parents need to
interactions with
shut up.
children, whether they be their nieces or nephews.
Non-parents need to shut up because, like Mike said, you don't know shit about raising kids until you actually have to face it. It's some shit you read in a book or watching it on TV or seeing somebody else do it. It's not the same thing as you doing it yourself. People who don't have kids
Tell us
do
what you
not
know
have
about
the
exercise.
slightest fucking idea about
What do
raising
you know
kids.
about exercise?
They just talk shit.
What do you know about exercising? Nothing. 'Cause you
Well,
certainly
look,
don't
like
exercise.
I said, y'all see who doing the attacks. I'm talking about this topic. How come none of y'all have called this nigga out on his constant attacks? See, that's what I'm
They
talking
don't
about.
like
The
you,
prejudice,
fool.
the
They don't
prejudice
like
of
you.
this show.
That's why.
People that y'all like can talk shit.
Nobody
People that
likes
y'all
you.
don't get told that they need to shut up. Ain't none of y'all
They
called his
don't
ass
like
out
you,
yet.
I'm
bro.
gonna let everybody talk shit on
Your
the
feelings
mic
are
I'm
show.
not
hurt.
talking to you, Mike. I'm talking
Your
about these
feelings
other
are hurt.
dudes on here
Why
who
isn't
kept
it
telling me
fair?
to be quiet, kept
Why isn't
telling
it
me to shut
fair?
up. But now they ain't saying shit to this ex-cop want to be
I let
fucking
y'all
criminal
have it
here.
out.
No, sir. I've never in my life wanted to be a
Dude,
criminal.
shut
That's why I
your
became
ass
a cop.
up. Don't nobody
You don't
here
make
actually
sense,
like
man.
you, Copper.
You don't
Be
make sense. You're
quiet.
so in your
School
feelings. You
busy.
gotta
Nobody
wait.
here
Trey,
actually likes
do
you.
single people who don't have kids like try and tell you how to parent one way or another from some book they read sometime?
Yeah, of course. I hear it all the
Motherfuckers
time.
that ain't got kids
Here's
need to
my
shut up.
philosophy. Here's my philosophy. My philosophy is simple. I take what applies, and everything else I let it fly. That's how I live my life. I can listen to everybody, and if it applies, I'll take it and I'll put it in my toolbox. And if it doesn't apply, then I just let it go and I go on about my life. That's how But I won't just disregard you. I like messing with Scam because me and Scam have had this conversation several times. So there's a difference with why I say what I said to Scam. But I will listen to anybody. If our paying if he has a feeling, an opinion or something, let me tell you something. In the stock market, I took a tip from a guy who doesn't even invest. That was a good tip. I don't know why I listened to him, but I did, and it turned out to work out for me. I will listen. I'll take what applies, and whatever doesn't work,
You
I'll
live
let it
your
go.
life based on luck then.
So
What a
the
great
fact that
concept.
your heart is still beating is luck.
Dude, let me tell you something. I'm 6 foot, 238 pounds. So
You're
this
fat
idea
as
that I'm
fuck.
this just
You're
huge
fat as fuck.
motherfucker is
Like
retarded.
I'm an
Okay?
inch
I'm well
shorter
within
than
my
you, and I'm
fucking weight range
25
for my
pounds
height.
less
Number
weight. You're
one. Number
fat.
two,
You're
what
fat.
kind of gay ass
You're
man keep
fat.
remarking on the
You're
looks of
fat.
another man?
Fat.
What kind of
Fat.
man keeps spending his time
Fat.
just keep remarking
Fat.
on the looks of another man?
Take a
I want to
breath.
speak to
What
the
the
topic.
fuck is
Take a
wrong
breath,
with
because
you, dude?
you might pass out.
Like,
Your
you keep
diabetes
talking
may
about
creep up
me
on you.
being in my
Take a
feelings, but
breath.
you the one
to the
going
Take a
with these
breath.
gay ass
Let's just
attacks.
get back to the
I
topic.
JT,
gotta
you
be
got
the
some
gayest
on it?
nigga on earth
JT,
right now.
JT, you got some on it? Yeah, I know you don't
I
have
be the
kids
gayest
yet.
nigga I
I know
ever
you don't have
seen.
kids
Shut
yet.
your fuck ass
You
up.
don't ever offer advice to anybody who does have kids, do you?
No, I don't offer any advice. Like I said, I would say something like what I think I would do, something like Trigger Mike, but I don't have kids, so it's not my place to tell you what you should do. I think I
Right.
could say what I would do or what my opinion is wrong, but I'm not gonna that's up to you to choose to listen or not. I can't
Right.
Yeah.
force anybody any
So
type of
let
way
me
to handle
add a
their
layer
child.
to that. Let me add a layer to that too, JT. What I noticed from that conversation that I had, that I referred to, is that I don't even know what I would do. I'm actually just guessing. We think we know what we would do. That's probably why I said most of these situations do not apply to parenting. It's probably one of the hardest jobs to do on earth, because every part of you, here's the funny part about it, and I think that most people romanticize parenting. When I have kids, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do this. And the worst part is that you look at kids as puppets that do what you say, forgetting that they're an entire life form with their own conscience, own personality, ability to say yes and no. When that fact hits you in the mouth, it is sobering. You see what I'm saying? Like, damn. There are moms that planned to get to work on time, but their child decided they were just gonna take shit and throw it on the wall. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like, it's one of those experiences, bro. You just got to go through it, and you'll realize that, oh damn, I didn't think. I thought that
I
I'd be
had a
able to handle
But
this gracefully.
My argument though, Trigger, was more so to just say that you can't just identify with being I would say maybe a good parent until your child has developed or children have developed to showcase what your parenting actually produced.
No, that
A
part
lot
I
of
agree
people
with.
are,
And that's actually
okay.
not true. If
No,
your
let me
kid is
finish.
getting all
Let me finish.
if your kid is getting all F, you're
Excuse
doing
me,
something
NBA.
wrong.
Excuse me,
If your
NBA.
kid is
I did
getting
not.
all A's, you're
Excuse
doing
me,
something
NBA.
right.
Excuse me, NBA. Excuse me,
You're
NBA.
not be
I did not
you're
jump in
being
there. Excuse me,
disingenuous,
NBA.
dude.
I
Come
am not
on.
being disingenuous.
Hold
I
on.
am
Yes,
not
you
being
are.
disingenuous.
Let's let
No,
her
I'm
finish.
not. If you let me finish, and
You got
thank
it,
you, I
NBA.
appreciate it.
You
Okay.
got it.
Anyway, there is a difference between parenting and maintaining children, and most people maintain children. Most people do not parent correctly. You can see it in the development or lack of development when these children actually become adults. If you want to say, "Oh, I'm a parent," I would argue that it would be based on what you produce, because there's a lot of degenerate adults that have parents, so-called, but I would argue that most of them were just maintained. You paid the bills, you made sure that they didn't screw up completely, but you did not impart into these children. They are not functioning adults. They don't know how to articulate themselves. They don't know how to deal with pressure. That's what dictates a good parent. You will know it when your children reach a maturation stage where you can look at them in their 20s and in their 30s and what they're actually producing based on your parenting style. And I digress.
I
Yeah,
agree with
I
that.
agree with
NBA,
that. I agree with that.
NBA, you got a rebuttal?
Yeah, you don't have to wait till they're adults to see if your parenting worked or not. That's horseshit. You can literally see it over the years of their development before they even reach the age of 18. And most people with kids know this. Most people who've raised kids know this. Unless your kid has some kind of developmental problems that prevent them from learning at a normal rate and assimilating information at a normal rate, if you do your job, your kids will be fine. If you don't do your job, if you just get some girl pregnant and then you send a check in the mail every month, then your kids are probably going to end up locked up or dead. The fact of the matter is this: dads make a difference. It's a lot of dudes that done pump nut into girls, but then they're never around to do the job. I don't take advice from anybody that hasn't done the job, period. Because I know, like Mike said, everybody got a plan to get punched in the mouth. You don't know the first motherfucking thing about children until you are actually there taking care of a child. If you're on the periphery out there just talking about it or what you would do or some fantasy shit that you heard of from some other parents in some group somewhere, that's not the same thing. Actual experiencing something is different than talking about it, planning about it, or discussing it with friends. It's a whole nother ball game. While you're busy playing little league baseball, parents are playing in the major leagues. We know the difference. That's the reason why real parents are probably laughing at this conversation, because we know better. We fucking know better. The ones that don't know better are the ones that don't have the slightest idea what's going on. They don't know what they don't know. And I feel sorry for them for when they finally do get some kids. They really gonna be hit with a boulder. They have no clue what's headed for them. They have no clue about the amount of money it's going to cost, the amount of pain and suffering and everything that comes along with it. People think having kids is like, oh, it's so amazing and blah. Man, it's hard ass work. Kids are like a second, third, and fourth job. It's just that damn simple. And anybody that don't know that is fucking stupid. And you're setting yourself up to be a failure as a parent if you don't go into it understanding that it's a damn job. Period.
I don't see
but
being
what
a
True
father.
say,
Let me get
man,
this super chat. Let me get this super chat. Let me
I
get
don't
this
see
super chat. We're gonna chop it up. My man Big Ant, $10. Appreciate that. Let me read this with enthusiasm. I don't have any respect for a male who speaks and arguing with a feminine tongue. Big Ant gonna say what he said, and he always gonna say it. Y'all keep those super chats coming. The super chats are
He
disrespectful.
spent
I know I was
$10 to
on.
waste that sentence.
I know I was off cam for a little bit, but y'all support the Trigger Mike Show. If you're just tuning in, welcome. Thank y'all for coming through. Get those likes up. Hit the like button. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. So I got some smart fellas on the pen. I want to ask a question now, because the topic for today is signs that men aren't living right. So let's talk about living right. But I want y'all to get a little personal with it. In 2023, what would you build your life from like the first time you can remember consciousness? What would you have done differently to get the best outcome that you could dream and imagine today? What would you have done differently in life? Basically, map out your life's trajectory up until now. Go ahead.
The only thing I would have done is not get out of shape. Everything else, man, I was at a point, work, work-wise, choices I made. Shit, and I was in some good shape. I pulled my Achilles. I used every excuse in the book not to get back in the gym the way I used to. But,
yeah, but you can change that now, can't you?
I am. I'm down. Shit, I've lost around 65 pounds in the last year. I got a lot more to go. So, but still, that would be it. The weight. I mean, and I know as far as I got on my job, I think I could have done better if I wasn't a fat bastard. You know, even though nobody discriminated against me, you know, but I'm thinking that the position I could have been in, you know, put you on the front lines. So if you were fat and out of shape, even though there was a whole bunch of fat guys in top positions, I think, yeah, if you got to represent your organization, you know, you got to look good in a suit, you know,
right? Yeah,
that kind of stuff. But, you know, but it never really stopped me from, you know, getting things done. But if there was anything like that, I would have never done all of that. The only reason I think my wife hurt me because she never complained. She should have tried to beat my ass into shape, but she didn't do it. She loved me just the same. I'm sorry, Mike, to see you get that.
Yeah,
But that's it, man. That's my thing. But everything else, I'm thinking because like one of the things I just did a video on choices, and the choices you make shape who you are. You know, no matter what. It gives you experiences that, you know, some people don't recognize that their choices make and you end up where you are based on your choices, good, bad, or indifferent. You know, so
Yeah, I would have taken my time in sports seriously. I played around a lot. I was lazy. I didn't work as hard. I didn't practice as hard. Thank goodness for the military, man. The military actually got a lot of the laziness up out of me because before then, you know, I would show up to practice 10 minutes late, and I would, you know, the coach would make you run. It would be nothing to me. All right, fine, I'll go and run. You know what I mean? But you know, if I could do it all over again, I wish that I would have had. I wish I would have had the bigger brother or somebody that would have, you know, stayed on me and made sure that I wasn't being lazy.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I would have. I don't know about professional or career, but more social. I wish I was more of a social butterfly. I wish I had more confidence in myself to walk up and approach to different girls back in the day. You know, back when you weren't catching cases, back when it was legal to do something. I wish I would have shoot my shot more because number one, I would have taken more rejection, and number two, I would have built up that muscle, that social muscle that says, "Hey, the world's my oyster. I know what I know what I have for myself. I know what I can and can't do. I can just, you know, with a personality, go up to a woman, start making small talk, and then just leave from there. Not have to worry about expectations. She's not my wife. She's not my girlfriend. But at least I can break the ice." And I had to go through, you know, I'm socially awkward like that. But when I went through my stand-up comedy phase, I got it to where the jokes were the way in. So now I talk to women with the opening about a joke. Any joke that makes a woman laugh, you automatically, your foot's in the door, you have her attention, and she remembers you as that guy who made her laugh. And therefore, she's more likely to engage in the small banter with you because you about 90% about to say something funny. So there's that thing that I wish I can go back and put into my younger self, that personality type that I got now, where I can, you know, I would have had a better girlfriend. I would have, that could have turned into a more standard relationship. I would have known more better about how to treat women better in that relationship. And maybe during my first marriage, I wouldn't have like messed around as I did and this and that together. I'll say that.
Hey, you want camera time? What's your name?
Eli.
What would you have done different? Even though you 4 years old, what have you have done different straight from out the womb? Huh? I think you should have had a smaller head. maybe you would have came out and they wouldn't have to cut you out of your mama's stomach, huh? What do you like? What's your favorite thing?
Cars.
Cars? Oh.
Uh-oh. There you go.
All right, but
by the time he get of age, they're gonna be dropping themselves.
That is true. That is true. You know what? I'm gonna say this. This is what I would have done different. I would have stayed under the mentorship of the people that told me not to worry about girls. Like literally. And I don't even mean this like because I don't have the same view everybody has on it. Because y'all remember we grew up in a very gynocratic upbringing. People were singing on their knees, baby, baby, please, and shit like that. So when you got a girlfriend, you thought you had to do the most type of, stuff for her. You had to give up your time, your energy, and all this time. You thought you were doing the right thing by doing that, by giving her all of your attention and paying less attention to other things. I wish I would have just took the advice of some of the older elders I didn't like, and I didn't want to listen to what they say. Don't focus on that at all. Because when I realized I took way too much of my attention, went to that. Way too much of my attention just went to spending time with my girl, pleasing my girl, not going here, but going here with my girl. Like, you see what I'm saying? Thinking that it was what I was supposed to do. No, absolutely not. I would have been worlds ahead of where I am now. Without that. And I tell men, I'll tell men that, like, don't even let the world judge you because you don't want to be labeled an incel or somebody who can't get girls. Focus on not even the bag, man. But what is it? Focus on competency. We should all be in a race to be super competent.
What are you wearing? Where your brother at?
The competence is where your confidence comes from, and then you can do anything after that. My mic is muted.
Yeah, that's some good advice. Get good at what you're good at, and then everything else will follow. Like, I think when people are in their when men are in their natural state of, hey, I'm good at this, and this could lead to something. I think that you have the least amount of distractions, and you find out that you don't have to chase much of anything. Things just come to you.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Oh, easy. I would have stopped hanging around niggas a lot sooner. It's just that simple. My life changed when I got away from niggas. It's just cut and dry. I'm not even gonna bullshit you.
All right.
When I hung around niggas, I was getting locked up, committing crimes, trying to be part of the crew, keep up with the Joneses, all that bullshit that black guys do growing up. We always want to, be friends with the wrong people because we think it makes us look cooler. Turns out it just gets you put in jail. So the minute I left niggas in the dust, life got good. Simple as that.
Listen. Let me say this because I don't even want the message to get lost. I am friends with multiple millionaires. All right, got multiple of those type of people in my family, and unfortunately, and know a bunch of people like that are educated, that have done great things in business in the corporate sector, and they all say something around what NBA just said. My life took a turn for the better, but remember, he is talking about niggas, not black people. Those are two different people. There's a difference between black people and niggas, and the worst part about it is that we have a culture of anti-intellectualism in the black community, which means the more you hang around niggas, the more stupid you're gonna want to behave to impress those niggas. It's never doing the right thing that impresses them. It's how ignorant can you behave to get on our good side. Look at this thing. Oh, to entertain them. It's like one of the worst things I ever seen. You have to dumb down yourself at a bus stop. You can't even be reading because somebody gonna smack your book out your hand. And this is specific. Like, this is something black boys go through way more than black girls go through. You want to behave dumb around your friends. So they'll think you're cool, right? You want to do what's wrong and slap something out of somebody's hand where a simple, hey bro, can you give it back would have done. So I know it sounds like a bit abrasive, but I've heard something of the sort for a very long time. But I also think it's related to that culture of anti-intellectualism that we have in the black community.
Basically, if you have a vocabulary, black the niggas, the ones we're talking about, if you actually can speak, they'll say you talking white. Like, white people are the only folks who know how to talk. I can't tell you how many times a day I've heard that. Look, whether you understand it or believe it or not, I get called a coon or Uncle Ruckus minimum 10 times a day because I am a black conservative, because I do not give two flying fucks about the victim card that's played by the black community every day. I call it out all the time on my own stuff, on my own channels. I call it out on the daily. And I get called, constant. Coon, Uncle Tom, this, and this. And I just want everybody who uses the word coon, I want y'all to understand what it means. Complete opposite of niggas. That's what the word coon means to me. Every time somebody call me a coon, thank you, because it means I'm not a nigga. I'm not in the hood. I'm not dealing dope. I'm not shooting people. I'm not having 18 illegitimate kids. I'm not on welfare, food stamps. I'm not a broke piece of shit. So when you call me a coon, thank you.
And when they call you Uncle Tom, say,
You
well, you
forgot to
must be
say
Sambo then.
anymore. You're not doing those things anymore.
Well, I changed my life, and I realized that hanging around niggas is the dumbest thing I ever did, ever. And that's why I don't do it anymore. And I'm living proof that you can stop being a nigga anytime you choose. See, the people today that are being niggas is because they choose to be niggas. They have made a conscious effort to be niggas. They have not decided to change. And usually it takes some dramatic or crazy event for them to change. I have a friend who didn't change until his brother got shot in the head right next to him. Once that happened, he stopped the thugging and the bullshit, got a job, stopped being an asshole. I have friends who, once they got locked up, they changed. I know a lot of people in that situation. Sometimes it takes a traumatic, horrible thing to happen for you to realize you're going down the wrong path. My traumatic, horrible thing was going to prison. Once I realized what prison really is and seen all the shit that I got to see, I changed. I said, to hell with this. My first cellmate, my first day in there, the guy I was in the cell with had 118 years for multiple murders. I was in there for aggravated robbery, aggravated assault. I wasn't anywhere close to this guy's level of criminality. But it's just that shock of having to sleep in the same cell with a murderer every night. My light switch clicked on. And when I got out, all my thug buddies were calling, "Hey man, let's go here, let's go do this." I said, "Fuck you. I'm not going anywhere with you." Lose my number every single time they call. And finally, they got the message. And you know what they start saying? "Man, you ain't real no more. You ain't one of us no more." Yeah, because I don't commit crimes anymore. So now I'm not a real nigga anymore. Our community is fucked all the way up because that's how we treat people who turn away from bullshit. We call them white, they acting white, or they not real anymore. This is why I have completely cut myself off from the whole community, except for brother, sister, mom. That's it. I don't even communicate with black people in unless it's on the internet or niggas. None of them. I just can cut myself off from it because they treat you like shit, and that's not just the niggas. Even regular, everyday, normal black people treat other black people like shit. Most of the time, it's for jealous ass reasons or for just no damn reason at all. And I had enough of it. In my 20s, I had enough. Now that I'm in my 40s, they never needed me. I never needed them. So I do us all a favor and stay the hell away from them. And I'm not
So
telling other people to do what I did. I'm just saying it works for me. My life has got exponentially better. I have made 5, 6, 7 times the money I would have made if I was still hanging with them motherfuckers. I have done so much better in life getting the hell away from niggas and some black people because there are some intellectual black men and women who are not idiots. Some of them live in my neighborhood. I actually know some of them. But for the majority of the ones I was hanging with when I was growing up, they were nothing but trouble. But because I wanted to be cool and be friends with them, I didn't realize just how much trouble they were until they left my ass sitting in a damn jail cell and they forgot about me until I got out. They didn't know my name. They didn't send me no money. I couldn't buy no Zuzus and Wham Whams. None of that bullshit. They didn't know me. But once I got out, we friends again all of a sudden. Fuck them niggas. And I'm gonna tell all y'all, I say it
all
all the
right,
time. If you smart, get the hell away from them.
hold on. I've had a burning question for like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Did you ask to get your cell assignment changed? Because
Actually, I kind of didn't have a choice in it.
I gotta go to the gym. Like I'll catch you on the next
The
flip.
prison that I went to was a
All right,
CCA
easy on them
prison.
hip thrusts, EBD.
The prison that I went to was a CCA prison, and the way that they do cell assignments is by your age and what you got charged with. And at the time I went in, I was 19, and because I had a robbery charge, that's the cell block that they put me in. But when they found out that I had asthma, they moved me to the medical block. Like it's a law in this state where if you have like lifelong illnesses, asthma, stuff like that, they have to
yeah,
put you in the medical wing of the prison. So I went in there like maybe a month after I got there. But for the first month, I was just in there with a murderer. Now, the funny thing is, he is the same guy who I won't say taught me, but helped me understand a lot about religion. Like, and that's part of the reason why I became an atheist. This guy, like some of the stuff that we talked about for that month about religion, politics, this and this, and he actually pushed me to go to the library because when I went into prison, all I knew was the basics. By the time I left, I pretty much I had a whole library full of information in my head that I didn't have when I went in. But this guy taught me a lot of stuff, and he spent most of the time knowing me, telling me, if you get out again, don't fuck it up. Like he was fucked up. He done some fucked up shit, but he didn't carry on with it when he was in there. He served his time. He didn't get in trouble, but he was dangerous. I ain't gonna lie, he was a dangerous fucking dude. But I just learned what I could from him. And then after I got moved to my new cell, I just kind of picked up the studies from there. Like I tell people all the time, if you want to create the perfect atheist, just tell them to pick up a Bible and start reading. Start on page 1 and start reading. It's so wholly unbelievably stupid. By the time you get to 60 pages in, you'll realize it's man-made bullshit. But I took it a step further. I read the angelic scripts, the Hadith, the Quran, Cadbury Tales. I've read all that stuff front to back multiple times. It's all horseshit. Religion is just a game to hold people down and make money. That's why Kenneth Copeland has 4 mansions and 3 airplanes. He don't know. He don't give 2 shits about God. He cares about that money.
Kenneth Copeland is he from Dallas?
He's one of the richest televangelists ever. Dude got more money than some banks.
If this is the guy from Dallas, I met him last month.
Did you help him buy his jet there, Trigger Mike?
No, I went to
somebody
if you donated to him, you did.
I think I shook his hand because we were standing. I was at Texas Gun Experience.
You shook his hand. You got the stain on you now.
Oh,
There's so many of y'all that care about my weight. Why don't y'all get a life?
No, we were looking at a gun and it was it had to be it was $6,000.
You know Kenneth Copeland if you see him.
And I'm like, how do I get this ordered? I was asking them because I could order it myself at the wholesale price. And then the dude had it and he's like, hey, I hope you're not thinking about getting that. I'm about to get that. And then I shook his hand, was like, hello. And he said his name. And then the salesperson came to me, was like, you don't know who that is? I think he said Kenneth Copeland, the televangelist.
Yeah, like, dude, listen. When I watched him the other day, because I got a live stream coming up on religion, and I watched him the other day, and he put whatever this stuff was on his hand and touched the screen. And he told everybody who was sick who was watching on TV or whatever to touch the screen at the same time as him, and they'll be healed of whatever the hell it is they're dealing with, cancer, HIV, everything. And I was just looking at this shit, and I was like, there are actually people who will send him money and believe this garbage. I can't even be mad at him for taking advantage of dumbasses.
It's him. It says it's Fort Worth. His church is in Fort Worth, Texas.
And for all you a-holes concerned about my weight, I go to the gym every day and ride my bike too. So
hey, that dude is holding heat. That dude is holding heat. He bought about the shiniest gun in the case.
He got money. Shit, he could have bought them all. Look, listen, I'm going to start my own religion. Be honest with you.
Now I'm mad I didn't make some kind of business pitch. I'm pissed. You ain't tell me money
I'm
like
gonna
that.
start my own religion. It's like it's tax-free money. You don't have to pay taxes on it, and you can just go up on the podium.
But that's why they so damn rich, man. My church, I do not even understand where they get for the congregation size we have. I don't understand how they get the money they get.
You can't blame Kenneth Copeland because people are stupid and giving their money away.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like I can stand up there right now and make up some mythical god, because what a lot of people don't know, there's 143,000 man-made gods that are being worshipped on planet Earth right now. I've studied this for anybody that don't know. You can check it yourself. It's 143,000 man-made gods.
100,000 of them are rocks.
People still worship some of these made-up gods, and the thing is, as long as people believe this stuff, you can make money off of it. The whole ideal is making cash. And I don't blame any of these guys.
I've noticed though? You know what I've noticed? I still believe in God, but what I've noticed is the monetization of religion comes from one principle, and it's forgiveness. I think that's what they're monetizing.
Actually,
what do you think?
People have the wrong idea about atheists. First things first, atheists, most atheists, now the ones that have any intelligence, they don't say there is no God. Most atheists say there is no evidence for God. Like you can't point me to something that proves God is real. There's nothing on planet Earth that any Christian can point to and say, here's proof that God is real. There's none. All the miracles, all the church stuff that was happening, all the holy stuff, all of it stopped. Like miracles stopped once we got the ability to audio and visually record stuff. Like once that happened, once people started getting cameras and microphones, all of a sudden all the miracles on planet Earth just ceased. Like now that we can record the miracles, they don't happen anymore. But back before we could record them, a dude walking around turning water into wine, touching the sick and healing them. All this shit was going on. And it's like I tell people, and I actually argue with other atheists. There are militant atheists who say God's not real, destroy all religion. Those are crazy atheists. I'm not one of those kind. I'm the kind of atheist that studies evidence. I actually have read the Holy Bible front to back 3 times. I know the Bible more than most Christians. If you go to church right now, the pastor is going to flip between books. He's going to jump from this chapter and verse to that one. He's never going to start from page 1 and read, because if he does, people will get up and start walking out. I'm telling you, I think it's the biggest grift on planet Earth. I actually respect these dudes. Creflo Dollar told at his congregation he needed a $68 million airplane, and them dumb fuckers bought it for him. I can't be mad at Creflo. He told them what he was going to do with the money, and they still gave it to him. Who can be mad at him for that?
Okay, that might have been the biggest televangelist flex of all time. Because
he told him, I'm buying a plane. He said, God needs me to get this plane.
As somebody who isn't a part of his congregation, I was like, ain't no way they're gonna leave his church because of that. And they bought him that goddamn jet. Oh my god. Let me get this. Did
you see the video where the pastor yelled at this man and cussed him out because the man's wife brought the guy's paycheck stub and gave it to the pastor, and the pastor yelled and cussed at him for not giving 10% to the church, and he said, why the hell you got my check stubs? And his wife had brought them, so his wife snitched on him to the church, and he left the whole church, and he left her too. He said, fuck all of y'all, and walked out. I don't blame him.
You know what though, this is probably the biggest problem that I can see with the monetization of religion. The people who take the weakest stance against the behavior of just modern people, but most specifically modern women, are pastors, especially black ones. They all of this stuff. So it's weird because even on a personal note, I will see all of my divorced friends leading some kind of ministry at church. Like, what? It used to be you and your husband, but it seems like you done moved up now that you divorced them. What the hell is that? It used to be when we were young, divorced people used to like get lost for a little bit. Like you would go hide in shame for a little bit at least. But it seems to have no weight at all.
The church don't matter anymore anyway. There's literally a church on every corner in the black community. It don't stop the shootings. It don't stop the robberies. It don't stop the illegitimate children. The only time people care about God is when they dress up in their club clothes and they go in there and listen to some old black dude in a robe, sweating and wiping his face off, screaming about the Lord. They go in there for a couple hours on Sunday, listen to that bullshit. And then after that, they go watch the football game, throw back a bunch of beers, bang some chick they met on Tinder. Nobody cares about church. It's a grift. The people hate atheists. And here's the thing. Name me the last time atheists did something as bad as what's going on with these fucking presidents. All the people that are at war right now have a God they believe in and worship. They the ones who start wars. They the ones who murder people. You know how many people were murdered in the name of God just during the Christian-Muslim wars? Like so many people were just murdered in the name of God. You know how many people were murdered for being a pagan or being an atheist? People hate atheists because they want to force us to believe what they believe. And when they realize they can't, they try to make atheism seem like a bad thing. Non-belief in a invisible deity is not a good enough reason to hate somebody. But people hate atheists because we don't believe in the tooth fairy. Am I going to sit down and write a 400-page book about Santa Claus? Am I going to sit it? I mean, really? look, and most of the stuff in the Bible has been plagiarized from older Sumerian stories from 5,000 years ago, like Noah's flood.
Anybody got
That
John the
was
Baptist
that
number?
was plagiarized from an older Egyptian story, which was
He asked for the
also
link. I dropped
plagiarized
it.
from an older Sumerian story.
Paging John the Baptist. Paging John the Baptist.
Oh, he coming. He asked for the link, but let me get the super chat out the way. Big Ant, $10 says, I remember when I was 4 years old, I was a player of the year. Damn. Started that early, huh? Just tuning in. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. Ain't nobody streaming right now, so we just gonna keep going. Shoot. I got time.
Look, I don't believe people. I don't think everybody should be atheist or agnostic or even a believer. I think you should be what the hell you want. I used to go to church. I used to believe. I did all of that. But instead of just reading the Bible and listening to my pastor every day, I started researching religion itself. I started researching different religions. I started researching the text in the Bible. I started doing all of that stuff. And I started to learn that if you just put the Bible down and start doing research about the Bible, you'll come to a greater understanding of it. Same thing with the Quran. Stop reading it and start researching it, and you'll understand. These are old, Bronze Age stories written by people who did not have the science and technology and stuff that we have today. Like the Red Sea, for instance, and the river turning to blood, all that crap in the Bible. We now know that that was a rare form of red algae that caused the water to turn red. It wasn't frogs and dead animals and all that crap that was in the Bible. It's actual scientific evidence that show what that was. But they didn't have the benefit of science back then. So when something bad happened, they just assumed it was a plague from God, because they were, little more than cave people at that time. So they had no idea what that stuff was. When they saw a bolt of lightning, they thought it was Zeus. Zeus is angry. It's lightning. That's just how it was back then. But now that we have the ability to know and understand what this stuff is, most people don't take it serious anymore. If you don't believe me, Google church attendance right now, and you will see that church attendance for white and black churches are down because people don't even go anymore, because most people, whether you openly say you're agnostic or openly say you're atheist, atheism has jumped from 5% of this country to 39%, because most people secretly, even though they won't say it out loud, most people don't want to hear that shit. And I will actually go as far as to say all of us are atheists, because every last one of us has a God that we don't believe in. Every last one of us. You don't believe in Buddha, Jah Rastafari. You don't believe in Ganesh, Vishnu. You don't believe in none of them. You don't believe in Zeus, Hera, Hephaestus, Hades, none of them. So you are atheist to some degree. I just take it a step further and choose, instead of deleting all those gods but one, I choose to just delete them all. And that's what the people have a problem with. They're like, you got to believe in at least one. Well, men, we created them all. Why do you think God's, if you look at the Bible, just look at the commands in the Bible. God, in the book of Deuteronomy, he tells people, murder this guy, take his wife, turn his child into a slave. What benevolent God would give that kind of order? That's a man-made order written by a man, and they use the halo of God told me to do it to make it sound good. But the fact is, that's man-made shit. Why does God care if this country kills that country? He's God. He could care less about shit like that. So every time you see a command like that in the Bible, where God is telling somebody to smite somebody, or one of my personal favorites, you got to execute your neighbor for working on the Sabbath. Why would God care about that? If you are a celestial benevolent deity, why would you care about that? No God would care about that.
All right.
Imagine if you were a God right now.
Please
Would you give
read
two
Lawrence
flying
super
fucks
chat.
about it?
Please read.
I think the only part that you're saying, NBA, which you're very in line with the knowledge base and the pretext of it. However, unfortunately, people don't take into the fact that it was written based on law. So everything that was in the Bible was not structured from God's own perspective. A lot of things were referenced from what was going on in the land at the time. So what you're talking about, particularly that last thing you said, was not a God order. That was just the law of the land. And I'll digress.
Well, if it's ordained, if someone says we doing such and such in the name of God, or the Lord commandeth me to do this, this, and this, and this. Or if we just go ahead and call the Bible what it's always been called, it's been called the perfect word of God, that it was literally handed down from God himself, the perfect word. So I like to call religion a la carte. Christians like to go in and do the buffet style on religion. They pick out all the good shit they like about religion, but they don't want none of the horrible shit that's in there. Like, one of my favorite things that Christians do is they'll say, well, we're in the New Testament now. All that horrible shit that God did in the Old Testament don't count anymore. Who are we as humans to say that the perfect word of God don't count anymore? See, Christians, they blow up their own arguments when they do that, because you're saying, as a human, you have the right to decide that the Old Testament don't matter anymore, even though it was sent down by God. So that means that you're greater than God, because you can just discount his word. When they remove books of the Bible and put other ones in, or just delete stuff altogether, who are we as humans to do that?
Shut the
Well, I don't want to
Who are
make
we
this
as
about. I
humans?
don't want
I'm
to.
not
Nobody
talking to you,
wants to
dude.
hear
Shut up.
this.
I don't
I'm
want to
not
make this
talking to
about.
you.
Let
I'm
me get
talking
to
to
the next
somebody
super
else.
Channel,
Shut
chat.
bro.
up.
You got your own
Okay,
channel.
well, you don't have to
Dude,
tell me to
shut the
shut
fuck
up.
up. What do you know?
You don't have to tell me to shut
Your
up, bro.
feelings is hurt because I'm talking about your fake made up God,
No, I
huh?
want you to shut up.
Nigga, if you want me to
literally.
shut
Hold
up,
on.
leave, nigga. I
Hold
was
on. Hold on.
invited
Hold
to
on.
Fruit
talk.
table.
Hold on.
Fruit
Hold
table.
on.
He
I
ain't
was
talk. He
literally.
ain't
You've
talking
been
to
Hold
fruit
on.
bad for
table.
I
He
being
ain't
got it.
talking to
Hold
fruit
on.
bad
table.
for
Hold
He
on.
ain't
I
talking
being
got
about
it.
you,
I
fruit
got
table.
it.
He went
I
talking
got
to
it.
you.
out, bro.
Oh.
I was
Okay.
He
invited
talking
Okay.
to
to
talk.
Trey.
You
Retard,
don't like it,
bro.
leave,
He talking
nigga.
to you. He talking to Trey. He went talking to you,
Oh.
fruit table.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
Okay.
saw
I'm
you
Yeah,
was
I'm
like.
getting
talking
ready
to
to go
Trey,
off.
not
I
you.
had
Man,
All
actually,
right.
you and I
Appreciate
were
it.
having a decent conversation
Thank you.
until
That's
he
why I'm
jumped
like, how did
in.
this go left?
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
it's like I was saying earlier.
Where did Trey go?
We were talking, and then he decided he wanted to jump in with the name calling and shit. Look, I don't believe, but I don't force my kids to be atheists. They go to church and do whatever they want. I don't try to make my woman. Me and her even argue about this because she's a Christian. She's a believer. So I'm not the kind of atheist that's trying to convert people. I just know, based on research and study, that these books, these holy books, are not what they're cracked up to be. They're not what
All
they
right.
say on the surface.
All right, we gotta switch gears. Let me get these super chats. $5 from Lauren Mack. It is truly amazing to talk that long about something you think is stupid. All
I
right.
didn't say I thought it was stupid. I thought it was fake.
Let me get
It's
to
a
this
difference.
comment by Witty Jim. TM, which means trigger Mike for those of you that don't know. How come you didn't hold him accountable about his life choices like you do women? This is very interesting to me because the entire time he talked, he was holding himself accountable. I don't even understand how that was missed. The way he was speaking, nobody say nothing to him. That is the way a mature adult speaks. When I did this wrong, I learned after the fact. I made changes. Nobody needs say nothing to a person that's going to say it and admit it themselves. That is the difference between him and the women that come up on this pen. Like,
I
whoa, man.
always do that when I talk about the stuff I did in my past. I always say I did. I never say the white
Yeah.
man locked me up. I never do that.
Whoa,
I
that's why
committed
I'm like,
crimes. I got locked up.
that man held himself accountable.
Thank
Nobody
you.
said nothing to him. What can I say to him
No, they're
after
too
that?
busy hating me to listen, is what it is. They dislike me
Oh,
because
no, I'm sorry. I think when we're talking about accountability for women, is because women don't take any accountability for
exactly.
themselves. And because you won't take accountability, you take what we say as admonishment. You want me to admonish him and say, you ain't shit for that's what y'all think we do.
Yeah.
But holding you, it's what you feel like we're doing when we're just trying to hold you accountable for your actions. Let's
I
say
am a shining beacon of proof and hope to guys getting out of prison. Okay, I had violent charges. I went to prison, served my time. I got out and I completely changed my life. Instead of hating my guts for saying a few things that you don't like, you should look at me as an example of what black people can do when they finally decide to put away childish things. The thug life, the playing around with crime, those were childish things. I put those things away, and now my life is better for it. You know how many people get out of prison and go right back because they immediately start doing what got them in prison in the first place? It's hard as hell to get out of prison and not go right back. I mean, I know several guys who, as soon as they got out, they were locked up again because that's all they know. It's hard to change. But the fact of the matter is, you can't just keep on doing the victim thing. I think the worst kind of victimhood is that we do to ourselves. When you sit there and say, man, I can't live my life because the white man, I can't live my life because I got locked up, I can't live my life because whatever. It's all victim crap. The fact is, you're making yourself into a victim. The white man ain't doing it to you. YouTube ain't doing it to you.
You
You
know
make
what?
yourself a victim, and then that's what happens.
Let me
You
ask
become
y'all.
a victim.
Because on the topic of men aren't living right, so let's even move it to boys, okay? I got a call. Was it? Damn, these days run together. I got a call yesterday. Yeah, yesterday about mentoring a group of young boys. My homeboy recently got engaged. His girl works for some city organization. They need a bunch of men to just come do something. And y'all already know how I feel about mentoring. Well, it's like, okay, I can do that. I can give my time, but to what effect? Right? I don't want to do the one-off thing, because you're going to send them to the same hell where they came from that made them that way in the first place. All right. So generally, what I'm saying is it's likely going to be ineffective. So,
like, do they have a program, or is it just a one-off?
yeah, well, they're trying to organize something. That's why I wanted more information. Is this an ongoing thing, or are you trying to do one of these symposiums? Then I got to see one of the boys we talked to on the evening news later that night. So I definitely would be down for the ongoing, type of thing. Especially if they can get it funded, like he said they can do. One of the things that I'm actually interested in is when we talk about this school to prison pipeline thing, it's a bigger problem than people let on to, because it's not as if I don't like the white boogeyman. I'm sorry. I have to say it. Our people, black people, contributed just as much to the school to prison pipeline as you think white people did, if we're being honest. All right. So what can we do to break that particular thing up? How do young black boys stop themselves from putting themselves on the track to go to jail young? Like, how do we stop that cycle? What needs to happen?
You got to show them choices. See, one of the things I think it depends on your environment, right? I believe that in your environment, and that's all you know, sometimes you don't have a frame of reference to make a good choice from a bad choice, right? I mean, because nobody's telling you anything, right? You just say, here's a group of friends I have, and they're going to do this tonight, right? You have to either have your own intestinal fortitude not to do it, or not. I mean, look at the I Promise school from LeBron James, right? They said since third grade, like since the last 3 years, nobody was able to pass the math proficiency test. So there was failures at every level. But the students themselves didn't do what they were supposed to do, right? The teachers weren't checking the homework, and the administrators were doing their so-called social promotions. And so LeBron was just, he might not have checked, but how did they get that bad? We know the parents weren't doing any work. When's the last time the parents told the kid, did you do your homework? Right? Yeah. So they weren't doing the work. And so now, but the school infrastructure itself is a good one. It's a really good infrastructure, but the way it's been administered and works, it broke down. So how do you fix that? So here's what I say, and this is going to get to your question. You got to give the kids, first you got to think differently. I think the kids shouldn't get out of school until like 6 o'clock, 6:30. They go to school from 8 o'clock to 3, and then to have dinner, and then they do homework at the school. You make them do their homework at the school for 2 hours, maybe Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then Saturday, you set up some tutors and you set up some tests along the way to see if they're getting better. The kids who are falling behind, you make them go to Saturday tutoring class. That's what I think you should do. But will they ever do that? Probably not, because they'll probably come up with the same old liberal bullshit that you can't make the kids, do more than what they should. They should just stay in school until they do their work. You know, that's what I'm thinking. It'll keep them off the street. And the parents who don't give a shit about them, a lot of them will say, God, man, now I got at least some extra hours where my kids are not, somebody else is babysitting them. So I think that's what you got to give kids options. And it'll help them make better choices if you force them to do it. You got to give them tracks to run on. They don't have no tracks to run on, you know? And so I think that's a big problem. I think that's a big problem.
Indeed.
That's why there's so few kids getting out of the inner cities, because they don't have that frame of reference to say, this is a good choice. And I have enough intestinal fortitude not to do the bad shit that's out.
I'm gonna just go with the answer I always have, because I look at it, you know, I try to look at it scientifically, statistically, just to make sure I'm right about this. How many 2-parent households are in the hood? Is it a little? Is it a moderate amount, or is it a lot? I think there's
a little. It's a little.
I think there's barely any. Yeah. So that tells me that if the father is present, the very first thing him and the woman he's with can think of is to vacate our children and ourselves out of this situation. So the presence of a father means a lot, even in the sense of just relocating to a different and or safer environment, because there are barely any 2-parent households in the hood that I can remember. It could be different, I don't know, but barely any. It's usually just mama and kids, grandma and kids. That's what I can remember. So if there's two things that need to happen, because I'm actually not even going to be on that side that one thing needs to happen over the other. There are two things that need to happen. Stop having kids, straight up. I've always said that men trivialize sex and women trivialize childbirth. You don't deserve to be a mom living in that type of area. Stop birthing children with no father figure to care for them. And if you just have to have the baby and the man has any kind of means and does not live in that area, give the baby to him. Because what? Go ahead. Oh, damn, somebody talking. I don't see a way out of that problem unless we take drastic measures like that. I do not see how a child that grows up primarily without a male influence, more than likely his father, is going to make it up out of that pipeline. It is extremely hard, which is why, you know, most of them don't. But y'all go ahead. What y'all got?
That was my white woman. My bad.
Dre Slay, what you got on it, bro?
Yo, so I mean, just looking at the environments, Trigger Mike, that we come from, for me, it's more so of you know, it's been systematic since the beginning of time, since the start of it. It's been systematic. I get now, you know what I mean, we can make different decisions and whatnot, and we can try to get ourselves up out of it. But it's really like we digging ourselves out of a deep hole. You know, it's a deep hole. So I mean, we can look at the school systems, and yeah, we want the school system to be better and to do better. Like Payne was just saying, maybe you could send the kids to school longer, and you know, all type of stuff like that. Maybe that'll help. You know what I mean? Maybe it will help. But I look at, I just remember like growing up in the hood and where my mind was at, even though I was in that classroom. Even though I was in that classroom and I had that time to get my mind on these social studies and learning something and learning some history and learning some math, and I had outside of that door in that environment, right? So, I mean, to completely just, you know, a complete change for our people, for the just school to prison pipeline, it's like it's gonna be hard. You know what I mean? It's a lot of stuff that's taught in these black areas that is ingrained in people. You know what I mean? And it's a hard task, it's a hard fight.
You know.
You're muted, Mike.
You're muted.
This is what I'll say to that. Usually, like I got on This Might Be Risky's panel, right? And one of the things you'll notice is that when you're trying to talk to women, and have this discussion about what's going wrong in the community, do y'all realize we can never ever have it without discussing their involvement? And then when you do that, they want to change the subject. But the reason we can't really move on is because I realize that anybody has ever been in any kind of management position, you know that essentially your job title is problem solver. It could be whatever, but your job title is problem solver. And in order to solve a problem, I'm going to give you a short version of a problem solving model. There's an investigation, then there's an acknowledgement and acceptance. Like investigation, identification of the problem, acknowledgement and acceptance of the problem, and then you can get on to the fix. This, I don't think in the community we even have identified what the actual problems are. Because once you get the men aren't present to take account of the ones that are still cutting up, they've all been jailed or whatever. And then you have the ladies out here who don't ever want to acknowledge anything that they're doing. And some of them don't even think they're doing anything wrong. So we'll never get to the change because we keep skipping the identification, the acknowledgement, and the acceptance. They like once you start talking about their behavior, they're like, oh no,
Hold up a second. Hold up. Listen, before 1970, black families were intact. There was mom, dad, children. Before the 1970s, President Lyndon B. Johnson put in the welfare system. And the greatest incentive of that system was, we'll give you money, but that man got to go. Why do you think most project developments is on the application? Women and children. You can't have a boyfriend or a man living with you. This was all by design, but the reason the design worked is because black women went with it. They could have easily said, no, I prefer my husband over a government check, but they went with it. And like you were just saying, we've identified the problem. We just have a situation where black women are overwhelming black men, and most black men are scared to tell black women to their face. They destroyed our community with their bullshit. You have a select few that are good, that didn't do anything wrong, but come on. We see the twerking, the ratchetness, the horse shit they do, the weed, the fake shit, not taking care of their kids, having multiple kids by multiple dudes. We've seen it all. We know where the problem is. But we live in a society now where black women are a protected class, and you can't call them out on their bullshit, because what'll happen is this. All the black women will come after you, and then the simps who want to have sex with them will come after you too. You know how many YouTube channels have been terminated because they did content about the destructive path that we've been led down by black women? You know how many people have had their channels taken away because they talked about a protected group? If you talk about black women on YouTube, you might as well be talking about the trans community or the gay community, because you're going to eventually lose your channel if you tell the truth. So we have to call them queens, and they're perfect, and they're the most educated and all that crap. We all know it's not true. Men have to buck up, and we need to understand this one thing, and then I'll shut up. There is a deep-seated hatred in the black community, and that hatred is black women hate us. And a lot of black men don't want to own this. I've heard people on this very show admit to it. I've watched several episodes of Lapeef where black men have admitted black women hate us, and we don't like to acknowledge it. But here's why they hate us. We got options. We can talk to any woman we want. We can you see black men with Asian women, white women, Brazilian, Chinese. We can talk to any group of women we want. Black men are desirable. But how many times you see black women with somebody outside the black race? Like every blue moon, you might see a black woman with a white dude or with a Hispanic dude, but you don't see it every day. I could walk out my door right now and there's a black dude with a white woman across the street, next door, down the street. And that's why they hate us, because we have the option to just walk away if we want to. And they don't like the fact that we have the option to walk away. They don't have that option. They have to be there, and they have to deal with the Pookies and Ray Rays. They have no choice. because no other group of men want to deal with the attitude and the ratchetness. I got a lot of white friends, and I ask them, hey, would you date a black chick? I said, would you date Rihanna or Beyonce? He said, no, I'll probably fuck, but I don't want to be in a long-term relationship with them. He said, because I don't want to deal with that attitude. I don't want to deal with that overwhelming masculinity bullshit. We got to acknowledge that black women are causing this shit on themselves. They are the reason black boys are growing up the way they are, because they got rid of all the dads in exchange for Uncle Sam. It's two people that are responsible besides black women. Uncle Sam and Auntie Support. Uncle Sam gives the money to him. Auntie Support takes it from us to give it to him. Black men need to wise up and realize that we are just living in this quagmire because black women will not acknowledge they sisters and them are the ones that done this shit to our whole community. Once people admit that and start acting on it, then you'll see change. But right now, it's too many simps, too many ratchet females to make a decent change. I'll shut up.
Let me get into the chat and you go next. All right, my man Big Ant, $10 says, Mike, for me, it was my uncle grabbing my arm and saying, it's time for you to go, and took me to the recruiter. Then me going to the park that day, you may need to grab another me. Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, that's at least 25% of these dudes, that's what they need. They need to be put in a system of structure. I don't care what system it is. You need to learn camaraderie between males. You need to learn how to shut the hell up unless spoken to. You like all of that shit is learned. I think that type of experience will do a world of difference.
But Mike, to that point, Mike, when MBA, when he breaks down that setup of the black family breaking down that way, it makes black men seem weak. It makes us seem like. You know what I mean? Like we are not the leaders that we need to be, right? So how can we blame the woman who we say is less than us and that we are leaders?
So
right?
I heard Dre, I've heard this a lot, and here's why we got to get away from saying that. We can talk here's why we can talk amongst ourselves and say that. When like my man Marcus White, we always have it out on She Critique about this very topic. How can we say to women if we are assuming that women are under the same doctrine of honor that we are. We assume that these women were raised in the same neighborhood that we are. We're assuming that they are under the same religion that we are. That is what happens when women fall in line with the men. So usually what Marcus will say is the men just fall in line and women will follow suit. That is wrong, because we are talking about a society now. If for men to get it together and women fall in line, that means that power is only distributed amongst the men. But long ago, men decided that power could be distributed amongst women too. So how can women vote in office, put a woman in office, make legislation that affects men, but then we say we don't blame women for anything? That is us being like, literally, they love when we do this shit. Because they like, can you believe I just marginalized men today by giving all these girls scholarships and taking money away, and they fighting amongst themselves about like they love when
here's something else that happens too, Trigger Mike. I want to say this too. For all the pro-blackness that goes on in the black community, it's a whole lot of black dudes that are smashing and messing with white girls on the side, and they won't say nothing because they don't want to lose their black card. Okay, but then on the other side, on the public side, interracial dating, where it's a black man and a woman of another race, has went up, and it's steadily going up every year because black men are slowly getting tired of it. They're just saying, I'm done, and they're going to other women. You don't have to take my word for it. There's a whole genre that has been created on YouTube about black men getting the hell out of the hood, going to Thailand, Dominican Republic, wherever the hell they going. Black men are leaving in droves. The only ones that are being left behind are the Pookies and the Ray Rays. That's why women keep having babies by Pookies and Ray Rays, because the men who actually have money and means, they're getting the hell out of there. It's a fact.
I would say
look
this,
at
right?
the statistics.
I would say this, right? I don't think black women hate black men. If you ask me, you guys know how hard I've been on black women. I don't hide it. Black women don't like me in this space, right? There's a reason for that. But I won't say black women hate black men because black men don't hate black women. But what I would say that there is a contempt that black women have against black men.
I can
Yes.
agree to that.
I would say something like jealousy,
Yeah, I agree to that too.
rivalry. Like when you have to give the son and you don't give the daughter, that's a contempt that black women have against black men. And another thing again is this: most black women have not come to realize that men are not the same ranking with them. A man holds the legacy to the family. A woman is not a legacy of the family. A man is. Meaning that this family doesn't exist until a man helps to push it forward, right? A woman has to be there to cheer him up and say, do it, you got this. But no, she wants to be the one pushing the family. That's the problem. Because you know why? She's not taught. And when she's being taught, she doesn't want to learn. She doesn't want to listen. She doesn't want to pay attention. I will say this. What we got to do in this space, right? What we got to do in this space, because we've said it a lot. We've come to that place where we have to start saying this. What is the solution? And the solution to me now is that we have to educate the ones that want to be educated. Because there are ones that are gone. They're not coming back. The cookie has left the jar. And some of them might be put back, but some of them never want to, a whole lot of them don't want to come back. And look at it this way: the more educated they are, it's harder to deal with. And I thought that when people go to school, they become smart. They become more inclined to be controlled or to be told what to do, to understand the game or the program. But it seems like for a black woman, it's the opposite. When she goes to school, she don't want to hear shit no more. So
Well,
it's a go ahead, guys.
well, I think
I
that
agree with
I
him
think
saying jealous. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think that I think he used. I like what NBA said, and I think that Ike said it great as well. Contempt, I would say, is what exists. Our women just seem to be in competition for whatever reason with our men. But I believe Trigger touched on it maybe months back and saying that most of the community is probably gone. We need to focus on the 10% or so who are ready to continue to build and move forward, and understanding that with progress, everybody's not going to make it. Everybody's not going to be able to move forward. We have to change the narrative of what Black excellence truly looks like. We have to really go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'm sorry to cut you off. I said this a long time ago. I got in trouble for it. I said that black people, it was on my first time coming on here. I said black people need to separate themselves from niggas. And a lot of people got upset with me for saying it. But after several streams of listening, a lot of you guys have repeated that same thing. Maybe not exactly the way I said it, because I know y'all use a little more tact than me. I'm very blunt. I'm like a club or a cudgel. I don't use a lot of tact when I talk. But most black men have the same idea. It's time to separate ourselves from the troublemakers, the ones that are dragging the rest of us down. You want to know why hardworking black men get stopped or followed or harassed in Walmart? It's not because you're a thief. It's because Pookie is. You want to know why you get pulled over and the fat racist cop harasses you? It's because an hour ago he just had to pull over Ray Ray with his speakers bumping and weed smoke coming out his window. So that cop's agitated from dealing with him. So now he gonna treat you like shit. That's what we need to do. We can do it if we choose to get the hell away from these people, but it's too many of us that like the drama and the allure of hanging around this type. You have some really high class black women that are dating thugs because they like that lifestyle, that drama, and that dangerousness. I admit to it too, and I know a lot of black people that are educated that hang around dangerous niggas because it gives that excitement and it gives you that clout and them cool points because you got to hang out with the local drug dealer today. Even though you're not even in that group, they don't even accept you. But because you got to hang out with them, you feel cooler, and you're not. I fell into that trap when I was young. Hanging with those people don't change who you are. It don't make you cooler. It makes you a dumbass because you're just gonna end up in trouble. Look, I have this thing on my channel called the Chicago City Plan. If any of y'all ever played the video game Arkham City, you know what I'm talking about. I said what we need to do is we need to get all the upstanding people out of these cities like Chicago, Baltimore, Philadelphia, places like that. We need to put up a 50-foot wall with razor wire, automatic machine guns, lead their asses in there, drop food in every 30 days, drop food and water, keep the men separated from the women so they can't procreate and make more niggas, and let them wipe each other out, come back in about 10 years, clean out all the bodies and repopulate the city with people who actually want to work and contribute to society. Yes, it's very harsh. It's horrible. But we've seen movies like this. Escape from New York, Escape from Los Angeles. We've seen movies where they just isolate motherfuckers because we're running out of prisons. So let's just start turning these cities into outdoor prisons, lock them in there, let them destroy themselves, and then we come back in 10 years, scrape them off the walls, knock the old walls down, and move the fuck on. Because if we don't, the little girl playing jump rope on the sidewalk, she's going to keep getting hit by AK bullets when they drive by shooting if we don't do something to separate these people from the rest of us. Okay? Grandma's going to get shot sitting on her porch in her rocking chair if we don't do something to separate ourselves from these people. I know it's harsh, but it's the truth, guys. There was 73 shootings in Chicago over the weekend. 73. All of them were black men shooting black men. It wasn't the cops. And the weekend before that, it was 96 shootings in Chicago over the weekend. On Labor Day weekend, it was almost 100. They're just and innocent people are being killed. We need to put a stop to it.
Y'all paint that narrative so wrong when y'all do that, bro. It's not all black people, brother. It's not.
So who else shooting all these people?
Bro, do you know that Chicago prisons are filled with more Hispanics than blacks?
Oh, you talking about MS-13? Yeah, it's happening in Tennessee too. But they ain't the ones doing all them shootings.
Come on, bro. I'm here, brother.
Okay, are you out there? Are you out there shooting people or getting shot at?
You say am I shooting?
No, you're not. Then you don't know.
What
I said, are you out there? Are you out there shooting people or getting shot at? Yes or no? Because unless you're there doing it, how do you know? I'm going by the FBI and police statistics in Chicago.
So you saying that the FBI reported that 73 black people shot at each other over the weekend?
The police reported it, and then they give the findings to the FBI. I'm looking at the FBI statistics right here on this screen. You can read it for yourself. The police turn over all their data to the FBI. Every police department in America does that.
73 black people.
Okay. I didn't say there were 73 killings. I said 73 shootings.
Okay, shooting. It's not all black people. That's all I'm saying, brother.
Well, okay, you got a right to believe whatever you want, but I'm going by the police data.
It's a distinction without a difference that you're making, man. Regardless of whether it's perfect numbers, FBA's right, man. Chicago's a really, really bad place, man.
Every inner city's a really bad place.
But Chicago is supposed to be a beacon city. Philly got a bad place. New York has a bad place.
Don't forget Memphis, Tennessee.
I
live in Tennessee. Memphis,
bad, brother.
You know what?
Memphis is number one.
Because hold on, y'all. Hold on. I can already see. Let me play devil's advocate for a second. I would say all of this exists in every major city. The bad part is that these are Democratic strongholds.
That's what I'm going to say next.
Because let's say that it wouldn't even be this bad. It wouldn't even be this bad if it wasn't for the politicians. Like the way it just keeps the problem keeps existing under their laissez-faire type of leadership that's what it is. So it exacerbates the problem.
Look, people put their personal feelings and emotions above statistics. I'm a stats guy. I believe that if you have enough statistics compiled in one direction or another, there tends to be truth to those statistics. They're not just making these numbers up. The majority of the shootings in Chicago of black men being shot is by other black men. There are not a bunch of Hispanics running around with AKs spraying the neighborhood. It's
Come
just
on.
not happening like that. Yes, maybe there
NBA.
are some Hispanic people shooting, but come on. Before Hispanics even started migrating to Chicago, there were black dudes smoking each other on every damn street corner.
NBA.
You can go back and read the stats from every year from here to 10 years ago. Black men have been killing each other in large numbers in Chicago, St. Louis, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Memphis, Tennessee, Atlanta, Georgia. Those are all areas where there's a large black population, and there's a large contingent of black men killing each other in all of those cities. It's not a coincidence.
All of that started in California in like the 70s.
We're not saying that it's not bad.
I
We're
got
not
a
saying
question.
that it's not bad,
All right,
that it's
one
not
mic,
wrong.
one mic.
All I'm saying is that you gotta paint the truth correctly. You can't paint it incorrectly just because you want to make your point look better. You see what I'm saying? You can't do it
I'm
like
just
that.
following the numbers.
But you lead your people in the wrong direction doing that.
No, I'm not.
Deshaun, I got a question for you. Is it the Shay or the Shy? Or the Shy?
Yeah, I think it's just said Dreslay.
Dre Slay, Dre Slay.
Okay, Dre Slay. So let me say Dre. Okay, Dre, I got a question for you. You live in Chicago, right?
Yeah, I'm in Chicago.
We don't live in Chicago. So we want to get the perspective of someone that lives in Chicago. What do you think is the problem in Chicago? And who is doing those crimes in Chicago? Can you please lecture us to the point of your knowledge?
Of course, Ikene, these neighborhoods are bad, right? We got a lot of bad neighborhoods. We got it's a lot of poverty, you know what I mean, throughout this city. It's a lot of bad neighborhoods, a lot of poverty. It's a lot of people, a lot of young brothers who didn't grew up without these fathers and whatnot. And a lot of them are out here trying to get them some money. A lot of these shootings and whatnot happen because a lot of young brothers are trying to get them some money somehow, some way, right? And then we also have a lot of gang activity and things like that stem from a lot of things in the past that are not spoke on, right? We try to act like everything that our forefathers and our fathers and grandfathers did in the past was correct, and that how NBA just painted it like, oh, all these black families were together and they were just sitting in the house and they were good and together. That's not what happened and how it happened, brother. Like, we paint the narrative so wrong just to make our points look better. All I'm saying is we can't do that. We got to tell the truth if we're gonna tell it in order to get to the root of the problem so that we can solve it, right?
Hang on, I'm gonna read something for you real quick. Hold up, just real quick. It says 4 victims under the age of 18, including a 4-year-old, was shot in South Chicago neighborhood Friday. According to witnesses, the assailants were young black men in black clothing with large assault rifles, got into Ford Taurus and drove away. They shot a 4-year-old. And these people who saw it saw black men do it. Okay? This was in South Chicago. And the date was November the 8th. A few days ago.
Look.
So you're going to sit here and say that Mexicans are doing this?
NBA, we can go city to city and we will find black crime every weekend, brother. We know that.
Memphis,
right?
and I live in Tennessee.
You just
Memphis,
hold on. NBA,
Memphis is the number 1 city for crime in America right now. I live in Tennessee. Memphis is number 1 on the FBI list of most dangerous cities. But Chicago still has more shootings than Memphis does. Memphis is go look it up if you don't believe me. Number 1 on the FBI list for most dangerous cities in America. But even though it is number 1, Chicago still has more shootings.
No, Memphis,
Chicago is bigger. Chicago is way bigger than Memphis.
No, Chicago is more violent.
Chicago is bigger than Memphis, man. Chicago is bigger than every city you're gonna name.
I would like to know. I wish we had a black woman on the panel, because I think that this all correlates, with the crime, violence, the lack of family structure. How do we, if we're interested in getting the black women back, because they are really the contributors of perpetuating the anger, the contempt, until they get in line to change the narrative from the pain that they say they experience to the violence they say they experience to the disrespect they experience. I don't know. I know the men play a part, but the women also play a very vital part. How do we get them back, in you guys' opinion?
They don't want to come back, though, True. They don't want to come back.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
They don't
They don't
crazy.
want
want
to
to come
be. I
back.
don't know how clear.
They
I don't know
never
how more
say
clear they
what
can
we can
make
do
it.
to be better.
There's some who haven't left. There's your Crips and Cure type ladies and the people who follow it. We got some women on these panels. But in general, there's a fair amount of women who have made it clear that they don't want black men covering them. I mean, I don't know how more clear they can make it. You know, and I think we waste a lot of energy. And I'm married, so it doesn't matter to me. If you're single out there, you can keep trying. But I don't know how more clear these women can make it. You know, they got these standards they're putting up there that no man can be black, white, or indifferent, that are fairy tale shit. And then, then all this other stuff that they talk about. Now, I don't want to indict all black women, but how many statistically, how many black women does it take for us to get the message? I mean, I don't know, 50%.
8 out of 10. I think 8 out of 10 is a decent number because let's just keep it real. If you a black dude right now, let's say you're living, let's say, a middle class black neighborhood, you can be the nicest dude on the block, and if you try to talk to one of the black women in that neighborhood, you lame, you got a little dick, you ugly, you this, you that. They go down this list and publicly destroy you. And then when you get with somebody outside the race, they immediately get mad at you after they treated you like shit. Okay, this is what black men are facing. A lot of black men have a story where they try to holler at some girl and she got loud as fuck, made sure everybody in the area could hear her dogging him. You piece of shit, you this, you this. And then when they said, all right, I'm going to fucking Thailand. Oh, you fucking passport, bro. You ain't shit because you over there overseas messing with Thai women. But when I tried to talk to you, you treated me like shit. You told me you didn't need no man. Come on, guys. We got to give them what they want. I believe in giving people what they want. If a black woman say, I don't need no man, let's give her what she wants. Let's leave her the fuck alone. Pain is
You
right.
know what?
They don't want us, and I don't understand why most of us still want them when they have
You know
told us
what?
like,
Let me say why it is, because I'm starting to try to look at what black men's disposition is on why nobody can seem to move on and get the hint, because you're right. That's what they give off, and we do need to move on. But I think naturally, because you can't really find historically this happening to any other group of men in mass. Men are because we actually know better. That's the worst part about it. So if you want to know why I talk the shit that I do, why I'm constantly on your head, is naturally because when you say leaders need to step up in the community, I agree. And one thing about a leader is that he needs to have a functional amount of foresight at all times to know better than you know, to know before you take a step, he knows it's the wrong step. And I'm telling you, I know you're taking the wrong step. So we have this innate feeling to protect them from their own ignorance. And look, they'll probably lambast me in the chat for that, but I promise you, I see exactly where your life trajectory is going to take you, and I know you're going to be knocking at my door asking me to save you after the fact. So I'm trying to get it out the way now to tell you, look, y'all not living right. Okay, y'all not living right. The choices that you make will lead you into a life of despair. It will lead your children into poverty and jail. It will lead you into deep depression. And these same children that you think that many of y'all are birthing because you want somebody to take care of you, they will refuse because you didn't prioritize creating a stable home for them. Why should they do the same for you? This is my mental, this is like all of my foresight and my ability to see the future. That's it right there. That's what's gonna happen.
oh, by the way,
Eric,
guys, I
It's a
meant to
good
say
question, True. It's still a good
September, not
question, but I
November.
don't know how you answer it.
I got excited. I meant to say, sorry, I said November earlier, but my bad. I meant to say September 8th. I said November.
What I
Because
said
somebody
is,
just paid
you
a
heard what
super
I said?
chat to say that. So sorry about that. It was my mistake. I got excited when I was reading it.
You heard what I said, True. The question is still a good question. I'm just trying to say, from our standpoint, if we put like a plan in place to try to win back the honeys, right? The way, that means they would have to do something for us, right? I mean, they would have to acquiesce to what we want. And they just made it clear.
That's not
I
gonna
don't know how,
happen, man.
you know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Well, I think a part of it though is I think it's two-sided. I don't believe that. I'm okay. I believe most of it is taught. I don't think black women as a whole really are consistent. Well, yeah, no, they're very good with creating a false narrative, but their actions don't align. If you truly don't care, you don't waste your time speaking about it. Like just what NBA said, when the black men that they deem worthy, whoever that may be, celebrities most of the time, rich men most of the time, you see an influx of TikToks and channels and all these things reporting on this movement. If you truly don't care, if you really have as a group of women say black men are irrelevant, then it would be silent. And that's not what's occurring. So I am inclined to believe that it's more fluff than not. So my question is more, and I know maybe you guys, we can't answer it because we're men. What is exactly that they are looking to need or accomplish? Because I just can't see them totally, like NBA even said, how as black women do you really believe you're going to exist without black men? Because you cannot transition outside of the community. You are not globally desirable, let alone nationally desirable. That only belongs to us.
You can go on any dating website right now and look up the stats. Statistically, black women are picked last by every group of men, including black men. I don't care if it's Cupid, Match.com. It don't matter what site it is. Nobody's checking for black women like that. And there's some honeys on there, some beautiful
Man,
black
I'm
women.
checking for black women. What are you talking about, bro?
The problem is they got these fucked up ass attitudes and they act like niggas. They act like men.
Look, brother, we not finna start picking white women just because
I'm getting the youth on this side. Next week or next 2 weeks.
Hey, hold on. I don't care who you pick. If you want to live in misery, go right ahead. Enjoy.
I want to get the
Let me give that some
GMC. You come.
Let me give.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. No, that's shame.
Stop working on Cam. God damn.
Man, sorry about that, bro.
Right, let's give that some context real quick. Hold on, y'all. So this is my, like I said, this is my gripe with the behavior of our women, because when we say that, let me say that it has nothing to do with your beauty. All right. In fact, most men fetishize and want to smash the hell out of some black women, but this has more to do. So this is the conversation where we usually get deterred, and the conversation I want to have with our women. Everybody, the society lied to you. Everything you think is bossing up, all of this behavior that you think is making you globally desirable, people are entertained by your dysfunction, but they won't accept it in their own house. It is entertainment. Sexy Red is entertainment. They're all entertainment. All of this shit that you're glorifying, you're literally just a jester for the world. Nobody's allowing this shit in their own home on a I'm going to marry you basis. That's what makes you least desirable. It is not your looks. It is not that ass is amazing. I could never marry, like, you see what I'm saying? I could never marry anything other than it. Okay. I'm telling you, everything in life that makes you think you look good actually makes you look bad. That is what the problem is. If you think that putting all of your time, effort into school, talking about I'm educated, and that all that says is, oh, she's not cooperative. No, thank you. She's going to want to be more of a career woman than a mother or a wife. Let me talk to the men for 2 seconds, okay? Let me talk to the men, because some of y'all have been indoctrinated by your moms to think this is a good thing. Stop fetishizing and romanticizing a woman's career aspirations or goals. Nothing about her being a career woman helps her be a better wife or mother. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So you have to see her put more enthusiasm into those things that help you, that benefit you, than she does that job. If she does not do that, do not marry her. In fact, leave her today. As we speak on the Trigger Mike show, send her a text and let me know when you sent it. My mic is muted.
Well, we have to attack that. We have to attack that narrative too. And I'm glad you said that, Trigger. No other community of women try to disassociate from their men. Our women are the only group of women who will try to take credit for everything the black man does. And as soon as he is barely finished, maybe giving himself some kudos on his accomplishment, she will immediately remind you that you are not valuable without her being behind you, which is false, because men are men whether there's women or not. And I think that we have to attack that. That's why I'm really curious. I really wish there was a Dana from that show you're talking about, Trigger, because I want to know, what is it that they need to experience to start to clamor for themselves, because it's really
I
them.
can answer that.
Okay.
Oh, that's the easy answer. What do they need to experience? They need to experience perpetual loneliness.
We're gonna get to the suspense. We're gonna build the suspense. Let me get the super chats real quick. J Hub, $5. Use the CIA to track all of the gangsters, criminals, to declare martial law for a weekend and clean it up. God damn, martial law.
I love that plan. I love that plan.
Hey, to be honest, y'all know that shit's coming, right?
Look,
I see it.
I'm telling you, clean out all the good people and napalm it. Just napalm it from the sky.
You know, I can feel that shit coming, man, because this is the worst part. We have to save this country from itself. All of this, God, it sounds so terrible. We allowed too many women into politics, right? We allowed them their ideology. So let me explain what a female's ideology is. A female's ideology is fluidity. That's what I mean by your ideology. Everything is a shoulder shrug. Well, let's try it. Well, let's do it. Well, why does it matter? That is what these major cities are run by. Fluid thinking, no structure, no rules. The rules are negotiable, and that's why you have chaos on the street.
You know, Chicago was ran by a black dyke for several years, and that's when crime got the worst under her.
Got the worst. So, you know,
that's what I mean to say. If you ask me.
Yeah, so people will say, no, that's a violation of rights. Everything we've been living under is an illusion. It works until it doesn't work, and then you got to hit the reset button. I feel like we're about to be at that reset point, right? Because
I think the president should step out to the podium.
Yeah, exactly. What used to happen, and because y'all think that's drastic, I know y'all in the chat, y'all think that's a drastic example. People, it was very easy. It's always easy to lobby the fathers. That's who you talk to in any other community. If you want change, gather the fathers. Done. Problem solved. Guess what? The black community ain't got no dads. The moms damn sure not gonna listen to you. In fact, they're gonna put a finger in your face. Right? So, you know, they're gonna have to hit that reset button because this shit getting a little bit out of control.
The reset button is napalm.
Not that I'm wishing that on anybody, but can't you see them slowly militarizing the police? I'm gonna find the article. They're in Houston. They just apprehended a fugitive with a civilian tank. They built a tank that the police can now use on the street and decimated a house to get him out. So much so that he had to like grab the arm of the tank arm to get out because he was gonna fall from the second floor. I was looking at this shit like, this shit is legal. Oh, I was like, oh, they coming for y'all.
Oh, they have armored vehicles all through the police department now.
Coming for y'all because their thing is, oh, you're not taking a police officer. We gonna level your whole house to get you, and if whoever don't move out the way is getting run over. They tired of y'all shit, boy. I'm telling you.
Yep.
All right, Big Ant, $10. He said that happened in November last time. I checked. It's September unless it changed. Did you correct yourself?
I corrected myself. I said November by mistake. I already dealt with that. Yeah.
No worries, no worries. Appreciate the super chats. Thank everybody for coming through. But get to that last thought.
You asked what do they need, and I said perpetual loneliness. See, nothing can get their attention like being left the hell alone.
I agree.
Nothing can get their attention like
the point.
I said it a while ago. I said we need to stop giving them attention, stop giving them validation, stop liking their photos on Instagram. Just give them what they claim they want. They want us to leave them alone. Let's give it to them.
Hold on. Let's go into the realm of things that will actually happen. Okay, as long as girls are showing ass on Instagram, there are dudes that's gonna like it. We cannot hold any town hall meetings to get dudes to stop liking shit on Instagram unless we deactivate Instagram. But what you said is still true, because here's the thing: women, you have to watch them. You got to watch them. Women love having attention and validation until they realize it's no longer from the dude they want.
Yep.
That is what that loneliness is going to do. It's all good. They're like, you can't even blame most women for the way they behave in their 20s when they're beautiful and their ass is fat and their titties hasn't sagged yet. If I was a girl, I'd probably have a big head too, if I'm being honest. You hit that 35, your girls from college, 3 out of 5 of them are married. You still, going, hey girl, I'm no strings on me. Hit that 40 block. Ooh, you got those dark circles under your eyes that you got to use the makeup. Now the makeup making your skin bad. Now you got gray hair and a few bald spots. Now them titties actually sagging. Now you're still doing the thirst trapping because I see grandma age people thirst trapping now. Grandma age.
65 still going on girls trips.
Yeah, but there are younger, tighter, bigger booty women than you getting all the attention you used to get. And every dude that you want to hit up like, hey, he like, yeah, I'm good. That shit is going to hit them hard. Let me tell you, you use the word loneliness, I'm going to use desirability. Nothing, no woman on this earth, I think it's biological, wants to be the undesired one in the group. I have watched that make every woman I've ever met uncomfortable. Simply because, like, you remember the fly-ass girl in class where everybody thought she missed the day so the girl could actually flirt with her crush? But then that chick came to school with her nice-ass hair, her big ass and all that, and she walked in the classroom, and you seen all the girls look up like, this bitch here now.
Hey, yeah,
I use loneliness
something wrong with her. It's
listen, I think
desirable
desirable is short term. The reason I use loneliness, because let me explain. Desirability is a short-term thing because they have a window of desirability. Perpetual loneliness is you're sitting there at 73 with your poodle and ain't nobody coming to see you. That's what I mean by perpetual loneliness.
Hold on. Payne,
but that's going to happen though.
Didn't you tell a story the other day of a Christmas card? A dude that curved a guy.
Oh, that wasn't me.
No, it was Payne.
Oh, yeah, it was Payne.
Yeah, it was me. That was sad too. So she had to be close to 50. My man fell in love with her when she was 20s. And she said, well, suppose I want to dance naked on the bar top when he asked her to marry him. And she said, no, so it all broke off. But she sent him a card. And I like the way he told the story through the whole live feed. But at the end, he showed her, she had her face covered up. She had a Christmas tree behind her, a dog and a cat. They were all in matching pajamas, all alone, just her. She had to be almost 50 years old.
Hey, do y'all know my theory? Do y'all know my theory on the dog and the cat for women? Like, ladies, listen up. It's not a joke. Here's why. Okay. A man is not fully whole unless he is providing for something. So the same way, Chris Rock said, a man isn't appreciated unless he provides something. We actually don't feel complete unless we are providing for something. I used to watch my dad, like what pleases this man? Everybody around a Thanksgiving table eating food that he provided, under a roof that he provided, the safety he provided. That's the only time I could ever say he was happy. You know what I mean? Otherwise, he would just look, you couldn't tell if he was happy or not. That was contentment. That was fulfillment for him. So that's when I learned this is what fulfills men. When you are providing that for the people you love, that makes us feel big chest, right? But women need to be in the care of something. They actually hate providing for anything, even themselves. That's why they make demands of society to provide for them. They need to be in the care of something. That's where that dog and cat shit comes from. They need to be providing care and nourishment and care. So men need to be providing for something. Women need to be caring for something. It is our biological role. And those women, unfortunately, rob themselves because, yes, I understand they're going to get to the barren women. Well, some women can't have kids. Okay, then. God damn it. But the ones that can, if you denied yourself that through your own actions, through your own pig-headedness, and you didn't take marriage seriously, you didn't take finding the right man seriously and prioritizing having a child of your own, that shit will burn a hole through most of their hearts. Promise.
You know what the problem is? Why loneliness ultimately and desirability don't work? The reason they don't work in the long run is because some loser is going to come along and scoop them up when they turn 38 and got kids. It's always going to be some loser who couldn't get her when she was in high school. So he going to come back around when she done been used up. He gonna give her a place to live and take care of her. So see, they got a contingency plan. That's why they don't really give a shit when they're young, because they know some simp is gonna come save them when they get
But
old.
but
Well,
it,
that's
remember,
Not
it's
enough
all
losers
relative
on the
though.
planet.
It's
It's
all
not enough
relative.
losers.
Yeah, go ahead, JT.
I was gonna say, but that's the caveat though. It's not enough losers. It's not even enough men in general, let alone losers. So it's a lot of those
Hell, just
women
look
that
at the
plan.
chat. I see some right now.
A lot of those women's plan are
Yeah, I'll
not
go
gonna
again.
go like you just said. That's exactly how they think, and I'm with you on that. But a lot of their plans are not gonna end that way. Unfortunately, it's gonna catch them off guard. They're gonna be in their 50s and they're gonna look up and realize nobody's checking for them no more.
Follow my plan and give them what they want. Let's just listen. You guys that are still dating, I'm not talking about the married men or the men in committed relationships. You guys that are still dating, stop dating them. Okay, nothing can get revenge more than them seeing you with a white chick or Asian chick or Latin. That's the ultimate revenge on that girl who dissed you for no reason. When she see you with the hot Asian girl, that's gonna drive her insane, and you don't even have to say nothing. Just let her be mad at you. That's the ultimate thing you can do. Just stop getting them pregnant. Stop being in their orbit. You guys hover around these ratchets like you're a fucking satellite. Just leave them alone. Be like, all right, she dissed me. I'm done. Learn how to just move on. You got guys, a girl will tell them no 50 times and they'll still keep DMing them. Hey, baby, you gonna give me a chance? How about today? She said no, douchebag, move on. But these
No,
guys are so desperate, they'll keep going.
no, you know why I like that though. Here's why I like it, because it's all related to what we're talking about. They're going to they will realize their failure when they have to accept his advance. They have to accept
Hey,
his
Trey,
advance
man, quit
now.
being a crybaby in the chat, dude. It's over. Quit holding a grudge like a woman, dude. Relax already, man. We moved past that. Grow up a little bit. He's still calling names, act like a little kid in the chat. Relax. We on here having adult convo, man. Get that shit a rest.
Damn,
You mad because
like
I got a gamer chair? Oh, by the way, I got another one right there, and then I got 7 more throughout this house. Gamer chairs are
you know
like
what?
$350 a piece.
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. That shit would depress me because I married the woman I wanted to marry. That shit felt good as fuck. Like, you see what I'm saying? I married the woman I wanted to marry. So to have to settle, because they love saying that, to actually have to settle for somebody you don't want out of fear of being alone for the rest of your life, that's, oh God, I can't even imagine, bro. I
What's
can't even
worse
imagine.
is not being able to get nobody. The one that you didn't really want, now you trying to go back to him and he don't want you or he's even married.
Oh shit.
I think I'm gonna switch chairs.
Because
Nah, I'm good.
mind you,
I
it's
don't
two
think.
million plus more black women than it is men. And that's to say if all men decided they did want to get married and just picked a woman, it would
I
still
don't think
be
people want
left
to get
over.
married anymore. I really don't. I think people just don't care about it
Nah,
anymore.
Yeah,
Well, like
again,
nah,
they don't. A lot
it's
of people
it's
just don't.
lopsided. The rules to it
A
is
lot of people
lopsided.
just
If
shack up
you
for years and never officially get married. They just live together for a long time.
Yeah, and they do this. I'm not gonna lie, they do the shit wrong, man. They do the shit wrong, and they don't do it in earnest. They do it. I mean, I am appalled at the amount of people that told me that they are married with separate bank accounts.
Yeah, that don't make sense.
That shit don't even like Trey. Shut up. We know your stance
That
on
means you
marriage.
don't trust the person that you're with.
Like
That means
what?
neither one of y'all trust each other.
Yo, it's like, do you understand how many marriages that is probably broken up? Because here's the thing, hard times are gonna come. I hate this utopian thought that, oh, we good, we get in the bag. Hard times are gonna come. One of you is
Somebody
gonna
asked
lose
me if
that
I
job.
married the woman I wanted. Yes, I did. Thank you very much.
So when
Yes,
you
I
say
married the woman I
separate bank
wanted to marry.
accounts, you mean they don't have a joint
So
account at
so
all?
you know that your spouse has a 6-figure salary, buying all type of shit, drive a BMW, and you come home like, I lost my job. Woo! I'm glad you could take the mortgage on by yourself. And they're like, what? No, I can't. No, that's what happens when you have separate accounts. When you don't have all of your resources accounted for. I guarantee you, everybody's just keeping it separate so they can spend freely.
Have you
You know
seen
what?
the thing that women are doing now where they're quitting their jobs on purpose because they don't want to pay bills and help their man? Like it's hundreds of videos of that shit popping up where they just quitting their
Try that
jobs.
shit.
Yeah, come
Try
home
that
and tell
shit in
they
my
man,
house.
I don't work anymore because I don't want to pay bills. All
Try
right, your
that shit.
stuff will be on the porch.
Try that shit in my house, and I'm not gonna. I can't leave my wife. It's not culturally appropriate in my culture. My new wife is gonna be signing the contract, and she's gonna go to work while you stay home and clean this motherfucker. Because I ain't dealing with that shit. What the fuck? Hell no.
Hey,
Well, we
listen,
need
man,
to.
if you marry a woman, you don't have the financial things set up before you get married, man. Shame on you. Shame on you. You gotta have that shit. That's gotta be an understanding. You know, like I said, half the marriages shouldn't be people's, like the lady who couldn't even say the vows. What the hell are you marrying her for? She can't even say the vows. You know, so I don't know. I think men bring a lot of that shit on themselves by marrying women they know they shouldn't, just because they got a
Yeah.
fat ass and some nice tits, man.
Yeah,
That's it.
I think men need to man up and stop letting visual aids make their decisions. Because you're right. You know how many people that made a bad relationship decision because of a fat ass or some fat titties or a pretty face, and then you wake up and your bank account's been emptied out because you made
Well,
the
you
wrong
know,
choice.
Do you know how this is gonna end up happening? Because I'm no longer on the one thing needs to happen train. Like women will say men need to have dick discipline. There is no dick discipline without pussy discipline. Those things go hand in hand. All right. So I'm no longer saying one thing needs to happen. But do you know what I think is gonna happen that kind of puts this back in check? We have to forget that women have advantages and incentives to do the shit they do. That's why they do it. We forget that once they take that away, or if they take that away, they will then start pulling back. Like I'm telling you, a significant percentage of women have babies simply because it ties them to a man, either financially, they'll get government aid of some sort, they'll get all entitlements and stuff. So if that incentive is somehow cut in half, switched, you can't as a man could throw away a subpoena for child support, 50-50, whatever. Any of that shit starts happening where you equalize a little bit on the men's side, women will be like, I ain't having no nigga baby. You got to be such and such to get this, but they're going to start acting weird. I'm telling
Well,
you.
you know, when Roe v. Wade was shot down by the Supreme Court, a whole lot of them came out and said, "Oh, ain't no more abortion in my state. I ain't fucking no more." I mean, it's happening all over in the states where they just completely killed abortion. Girls are not; they're not putting out like that no more.
That was last year. You know, the 22 birth rate plummeted. Or I'm sorry,
right after the decision, it plummeted.
Plummeted. I think the OBGYN exams or whatever, those checkups. So people from the middle of the year to the end of the year stop getting pregnant. Like, oh, I can't abort.
There's a case making its way through the appeals court right now where they're challenging the constitutionality of child support because it might make its way to the Supreme Court. And in the state of Tennessee, where I live, they passed mandatory paternity laws at birth. You have to have a paternity test right there at the hospital before the man signs the birth certificate. That's having a huge effect on births here right now because they don't. And they also passed paternity fraud laws too, where if you lie on a man and get money and resources and the kid is not his, they put him in jail for it here. They lock him up.
See, you said something though about the birth rate going down. That goes to my theory that the promiscuity of women governs the energy in the sexual marketplace. When it's not to their advantage and they got to be cool, they know how to say no. They used to say no. I came from an era where women used to routinely say you ain't getting no ass.
Yep. No. I still remember that shit.
Me too.
The 90s was kind of like that. Boy, you better. Well, I'm sorry. There were half hoes. Half of them was some hoes.
There was hoes all the time, but there was enough women.
But the other half was like, boy, who you think this is? You better.
The 90s and the early 2000s, wasn't nobody putting out like they are now.
The funny part. Who did you like more? Like genuine interest? The girl that told you no.
Yep.
I've always had more genuine interest for that girl. Boy, who you think I am? I don't get down like that. You better.
When it starts to become more of a financial burden on the government and how our country is ran, that's when you're starting to see these rules change. They're looking at all of this support that they have to give these women without kids, whether it's black or white, just women in general, and they're starting to straighten this shit up.
But to that point though, if we're looking at the breakdown of the black family, I mean, are we saying that that the women
I'll hold it down. I'll
had
be back.
mostly baby fathers first, or are we saying that the men had families across town first?
We saying that women traded in husbands and families for government checks, and then they traded that in to go get educated and make their own money, and they don't need a man. So there's a track that they followed. Okay, like I said earlier, before the 1970s, black families were intact. There was a husband, wife, kids, and then after the welfare legislation was passed in America, black family percentages started to decrease, and it slowly went to, instead of husband, wife, kids, it went to baby daddy, baby mama, kids, and then it just went to baby mama and kids, and they just moved dad out of the picture altogether. That started in the 70s, man.
I don't think you account for a lot of our grandfathers, great grandfathers. They had whole families across town that no one
But they
knew
were still
about.
taking care of their main family, though.
But if they weren't taking care of that family, then those kids are growing up to be what? They growing up to be the hoes and things that we're talking about.
They were trying to take care of both families for the most
What's
part.
Yeah, a lot of
trying,
those men
though?
were
Pain,
taking
what's
care of
trying,
both
Pain?
families.
But how often is that? How many families did that happen in? How many black grandfathers?
Yeah, it wasn't happening
I
like
don't
that,
think
dude.
that's even statistically
Yeah, you didn't have guys taking care of 2-3 families like that. Like that just didn't happen. Like there was that's like a one in who knows how many chance that a guy had a family across town while taking care of his family. That happened, but it didn't happen in the frequency to cause the kind of problems we're talking about. It's just not possible. What really happened is what really happened. Black women got incentivized to get rid of their husbands. Some white women did too. And then alimony laws, child support, all that shit gave women the great excuse to not need a man. Look, if you could get paid, if you could get paid right now for the rest of your life for simply divorcing a dude, wouldn't you take the incentive? I don't have to fuck him no more. I don't have to fix his dinner no more. I don't have to wash his clothes no more, but he still has to take care of me the rest of my life. How many women you think honestly would pass that up? And you know by the numbers, they're not, because the divorce rate is through the roof right now. Tom Brady got a fucking divorce. If he can't even keep a wife, who can?
But I mean, but what reason would she have to do that though? What's the reason?
Nah, that's not fair, bro. I get what you're saying, Drake, but that's
Hey, look, true. Like, what reason would a woman have to just say, "Okay, I'm finna put my money out of this house"?
I'm gonna tell you what I believe. I'm gonna tell you what I believe it is. I think more women are social creatures and they move in units, and they don't make individual decisions. Most of the things you see one woman do, another woman is doing. You can literally leave one side of a coast, ask some questions on what they live their life like, go to a completely different side, ask the same questions, they'll answer it the same way. Women are like clan-based species, and a lot of times we have allowed our low standards of how men socialize. Groups of men I know right now will not socialize with other groups of men if their life doesn't look a certain way. Whether you're married, you're in business, your religious practices, we don't have those rules. Black men will allow, you could literally be an MBA, but you'll kick it with somebody who is a criminal. Not saying, you know who your friend should be, but you got to be kind of cognizant of that. And that's even in a relational space. Like, go ahead.
But true.
I think he froze.
If we're saying, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. I'm saying we got conflicting arguments. If we're saying that most women, right, that women naturally are monogamous and they want relationships, what reason would these women have to end their relationship if that's what they want? You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think most of I think
selfishness, man.
Yeah, it's I don't incentives. I said it earlier on.
It's like you said, it's greed and selfishness. Look, listen.
Me myself, I'm just saying, I think men need to be a little bit more honest and take a little bit more accountability.
Well, what can you do if your wife decides to,
bro? We love
if your woman decides, to leave you. Wait a minute. If your woman decides to leave you, what can you do about it?
Most of the divorce isn't because of cheating, though. It's because of irreconcilable differences.
It's because of unhappiness.
Yeah.
I'm saying to NBA to your point back to 7.
Wait a minute. Did you see what happened to Tom Brady? She left him because he would not retire from football when she wanted him to. This is Tom fucking Brady. She left him because he played one more season in the NFL. She didn't like it, so she divorced him over it. And now what's she doing? She out there riding the carousel. She can't find a man now. Once you been with Tom Brady, it only goes down from there.
Look, that's their problem. They had whatever agreement they had on that. I'm saying
they don't need a reason.
No, listen to me, NBA. I'm saying if you're saying that in the 70s that these women all took this incentive from the government, but you're also saying that women are naturally monogamous and that they want relationships.
I didn't say
right?
that. You did.
That's what all black men say.
No, NBA, let me talk to him, NBA. I know the answer to his question right now. I'm going to give you your answer, young fella.
Go ahead, Lord. You got it.
Answer your question. They're completely unnatural. They're completely acting out of their natural way. They're being bestiality, homosexual, stupid-minded ass bimbos, man. They're acting like bitches, dog. The reason why they get called bitches, because they're acting like dogs, trying to be heads of a society, heads of a relationship, like dogs. They're not being in their natural place. That's what the fuck it is, man. You answered the question when you said their natural position is to be feminine and to be followers. They're not being in their natural position, in their natural role. That's why they're fucking doing the dumb shit they're doing. 70 to 80 to 90% of divorces are filed by bitches, and they got no fault marriage laws. Come on, man. It don't take a rocket scientist, bro.
No.
The fact that we propose to those hoes,
if we're not gonna give reason for it, we being disingenuous, right? If we're coming with it's just for no reason, we're being disingenuous.
Bro. We're not the ones being disingenuous. They're the ones being disingenuous. They're the ones filing for the divorces. What are you talking about?
I'm saying that most men are not being honest, bro. We love fucking
about
hoes.
what?
Most of our fathers and our grandfathers and our great grandfathers, they were rolling stones. They had a lot of women, and we know that.
That's cap,
bro.
That's
niggas had hoes,
Dre,
man. Stop it.
Dre,
That's cap.
That's Dre. The unfortunate.
Because up until 1965, we was married at a rate of 80%. That's cap, bro.
And Dre,
being married don't got nothing to do with you having a whole nother family across town. Because I know my grandfather had children back to other women.
80% of black men and women.
One mic, gentlemen. One mic.
80% of black men and women were married before 1965. So that's cap what you're saying, bro.
We're not saying that they were not getting married. That's not the argument, bro. You arguing something that we're not arguing. Yeah, they were getting married. We're saying, why did they start to get divorced? That's the question.
Infidelity was never done.
When the government came in and started implementing, one, the welfare system, two, the Great Society, which incentivized the black woman to find a way to get rid of the black man out of the home to get zaddy's government benefits, and three, Jimmy Carter taking all the trades out of the public schools and introducing crack cocaine to America's inner city streets. That's what did it, man.
Okay, so look, if that's the case, then we as men, we got to take a bit more accountability for not leading correctly. Right?
Wait a second. Tell me this. What do black men own right now? What do black men own right now? How can you be held accountable? Wait a minute. How can you be held accountable because somebody else is greedy and just want money? Okay, that doesn't make sense. You're saying that men should be held accountable because women decided they wanted to take over a man.
How the fuck you gonna accuse the victim of being raped, bro?
If you're saying black women did this right and they had incentive to do it, why didn't white women do it? Because they did.
They did. Let me jump in there, gentlemen. I got a question for Dre.
So now white women just divorced their husband.
Hey, True. My bad, True.
Dre, I got a question. I got a question because I think I understand what you're trying to get to.
Let me explain something to you, Great Slave. When the Great Society was being established, it was established in fine print that those bylaws, as far as the welfare state, only applied to black people. You see what I'm saying? White women did get the welfare system. White women did accept it. And there's more white people on welfare. But the difference was when it came to that Section 8, that free government housing and all that dumb shit, there was a nuance. There was a caveat behind it with black people. The black man could not be in the home. That was the difference. That was a government
it's actually written on the application of any project development. It literally has it on there.
Couldn't be there. What are you
I'm
talking
saying
about, Dre? And as
we know
far
the
as
rules to it.
black men taking accountability, and as far as black men taking accountability, since you want to play Marxism and identity politics, you ask what do black men own in this country? We own the fucking country. It won't exist without us. What the fuck is you talking about, bro? We own
And
this
I
country.
think,
It won't exist without us. It won't exist
Let
without
you
us.
say something.
It won't exist. You will lose a whole branch of this government if black men cease to exist in this country. The judicial system of this country is predicated on the existence of black men. You lose a branch of the government without black men. We own this fucking country. We built it and we maintain it. What are you talking about? What do we own? We own the whole fucking country. That's what we own.
I think, Dre, I think there's a segment of what you're talking about, our behavior within these relationships, if I'm understanding you correctly, right? You're pretty much speaking to the infidelity. And I think that I can't necessarily prove it, but I'm assuming that our women started to buy into what they assumed marriage was going to be. What they assume relationships are going to be. Our women have always understood that they had to contribute and work. They always understood that there was going to be sacrifice and suffering. They understood this for the majority of our existence. Something shifted around that time to where they bought into relationships are now supposed to be nice and fluffy. The men are supposed to serve me. The men are supposed to do this. That has never been a narrative of the structure of our families. Now, I'm not saying black men or men, period, should mistreat women. But men across the board, infidelity is something that's occurred since the beginning of time. Not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent. What I'm saying, that's never been a reason why women in droves left their relationships. Black men were not mishandled. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, right, if black men, right, if they were already not in the house, right, then what reason would a black woman not have to take that incentive if the black man is not already in the house? If he's already spending his time elsewhere, right?
No.
The black man he was already in the home between the years 1965 and 70 when they started implementing the welfare program. Black men were in the home. It was husband, wife, kids. They started to phase the black man out in exchange for Uncle Sam's money.
Okay, so what is the black man doing? What is the black man doing while they're doing it?
You don't want to own the fact. You don't want to own the fact that people do shit for greed.
If the black man is on top of this shit, look, if the black man is on top of this shit, taking care of his household, providing for his household, how much money is the government giving her in order to put him out?
Dre, let me put it to you this way. Listen, I hear where you're trying to go, but let's put it this way. If I can give you 70 to 80% of what you can get when a man is in a house with no pressure, no nothing, I might take that deal. So women started taking the deal. So they didn't have to put up with the man, and they were able to live off the 80% because they didn't have to do no work for nobody else. So they were in complete control and charge of the household if the man was out. Now, they might have stuck the guy in to get laid, but they had a move. They had a show on TV called Claudine. What was it? I think it was Claudine, right? Where they showed it in action in the sitcom. She had a boyfriend, and every time the assessor would come on, he had to sneak out of the house. And he would come in and bust it out later on. You didn't show that part. But the point is, the woman had incentive to be able to get money, housing, and everything without the duties of being a wife. And they took that deal. That's as simple as that. And it wasn't because men were infidelity. That didn't play the part in it the way you think it did. Because they were dealing with that for a lifetime. So here's the deal. Here's the only thing I'll give you. And let's fast forward to when the drugs came in. The big hit for black men, if you want to take a hit for anything, is that we were susceptible to the okie doke when the drugs flooded our neighborhoods. We took it, we sold it, and that's what we can't dodge that particular bullet. Our weakness on that part is undodgeable. We can't dodge that part.
Okay, so were those drugs being sold in the 70s when NBA is saying that these black women began to move men out of the home?
The crack epidemic exploded in the 80s.
Okay, crack was in the 80s,
and the early 90s.
What drug was being sold in the 70s?
The cocaine exploded in the 80s as well.
Heroin hit in the 60s. So heroin was
people wasn't taking it like that. People were not on heroin like that in the 60s. Most of the people was on heroin were white movie stars and celebrities because they were the only ones who could afford it back then.
So
Most of the movie stars were taking heroin.
Hold up. So what era did we just watch Frank Lucas sell tons of heroin to his community? What era was that?
What, at the 80s?
That was the 60s and the 70s.
Okay, one guy.
That was the 70s. That was the 70s.
It was multiple drug dealers from that era.
But compare that to the crack epidemic of the 80s. Compare that to the cocaine epidemic of the early 90s.
Okay, it's more drug dealers from here.
This one guy you talking about, he was a drop in the bucket compared to what happened.
We're not talking about one guy. I just gave you an example, brother. We're not talking about one guy. I just gave you an example. It's multiple.
Yeah, you're talking about a drug that mostly white people took. Okay, explain to me this. How does heroin tie back in? How does heroin tie back into black women taking government money to get rid of their man? I made his camera breathe.
These neighborhoods and these homes were already being destroyed. Destruction was already happening, right? In the same era that you're saying that these women began to move these men out of the home for no reason.
They were not, black people were not taking heroin like that in the 70s.
No, they weren't.
They were not. You're not telling the truth.
What neighborhood are you in, brother? What neighborhood are you in?
Dre,
I think
everybody on this panel is telling you that you're wrong.
So you're gonna tell me that inner city Chicago looked good in the 70s. That in the 70s, inner city Chicago looked good.
Let me say this to you, right? If you're saying that the women didn't get rid of any good men when the government came in with the check, that's simply not true. Every man wasn't a drug addict that they had to get rid of them.
We know that, man. I'm not saying every man was a drug addict.
So, well, I'm trying to tell you, even when drugs came in, even if it was the 60s, it was still marriages, right? The women got rid of men not because they were on drugs. You got rid of them because it was easier to get a check without any responsibility. And if the guy was a drug addict, that just made it sweeter. I mean, that's all.
Pain.
A lot of good men. A lot of good men got kicked out of the house because of that. Because they had lower paying jobs. They had lower paying jobs.
Pain. All I'm saying, Pain, is I'm on the south side of Chicago, brother. Growing up, I watched a lot of the elder men. I've seen them. And I would say majority of the elder men, they all had multiple women, possibly multiple families, kids over here, kids over there, a lot of them on drugs. I watched it, brother. I don't know where y'all grew up at, what y'all was seeing, but I'm telling you what I saw.
You know what we call that? Wait a minute. We call that anecdotal. That's called anecdotal evidence.
Is that why you think the women? Is that why you think the women got rid of the men for the check?
Hey, NBA, can I get a point?
That's what I'm saying, Payne. I'm saying that if these families, right, if they're growing up in the projects, right, things are going bad, right? These men are already not there helping as they should be. Why wouldn't the woman take this money to provide for her and her kids? Why wouldn't she?
Hey, NBA, can I respond to Brother Dre? Brother Dre, hear me out, bro. Brother Dre, hear me out, bro. You with me, bro? Dre, I can't hear you.
What's up, brother? What's up?
Hey, look, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, bro. And I highly apologize for coming in and getting all ecstatic with you a few minutes ago, man. You're not wrong, bro. Because I just really I really sat back and listened and pondered what you were saying. First of all, from the perspective of the environment you in, 100% agree with your perspective and point of view. But we're taking it, what we're on the panel doing right now, we're trying to take it back to a time before you and me were even here. You feel what I'm saying? We're taking it back to where it started. Now, what you're saying about our time and our life and our day and age, where you and me, I'm 35. I think you might be around my same age.
34. Maybe. I'm 34.
Oh, right. Exactly. So we're the same age. What we experienced I'm from Southside Los Angeles, bro. Okay. So I feel where you're coming from. I feel where you're coming from, homie. So, but we're not talking about what we grew up and experienced in the 90s as little boys, in the early 2000s as young boys, and into the 2000s as young men. We're not talking about that. We're talking about an initial starting point for the deterioration and breakdown of our society. Okay, that started back in the mid 1960s with Lyndon B. Johnson and the Great Society. that there were, at that point, statistically speaking, there was an 80% marriage rate in the black community. Now, what you said about when we grew up, Southside, Chicago, Southside, Los Angeles, it was fucked up, bro. There were old heads out here who had families all over the place. I said something last night on the show about how there's a lot of baby boomers and so on and so forth who got kids, and deadbeat daddies who got kids all over town who don't even know their brothers and sisters fucking each other. So I concur with what you're saying. But to initiate the collapse and the deterioration,
I'm still around. Yeah. Anything, let me know.
The deterioration and breakdown of our community as black folks, the women.
Sorry, guys.
Wait a minute. The crime rate in Chicago in 1970 was 20%. Right now, as of today, it's 56%. So crime was not as bad then as it is now. Not even close. Okay, it's almost triple.
Aside from that, a lot of the crime that was being done in Chicago back then was Italian mobs and foreign mobs. It wasn't the black community.
Wasn't black people.
It was the others. But my point that I was making to you, Brother Dre,
Used to be Al Capone.
Matter of fact, Chicago, New York, and cities like that were run by the mob in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, used to be Al Capone.
Black people were just getting their foot. They was just migrating to these cities and getting their foot.
Black people wasn't causing the crime in Chicago in the 70s.
Yeah,
it was the Chicago mob that was doing it.
The crime rate amongst black folks started in the 80s after, Jimmy Carter was the president for 4 years in the late 70s. He took all the trades, plumbing, air conditioning, auto mechanics, wood shop, all the trades that black men, when they graduated high school, not even knowing how to read, but they knew how to work on something, would start their own businesses. Jimmy Carter took all of that out of the public school systems, and at the same time, simultaneously, out in Oakland, put crack cocaine on the streets. From Oakland, it went down to LA. And from LA, it spread to New York and the rest of the East Coast. So by Ronald Reagan's election in 1980 and throughout the 80s, Ronald Reagan spent his whole entire presidency fighting the crack epidemic that Jimmy Carter unleashed on America's people, particularly black communities, inner cities. Then when Bill Clinton became president under the inept advisory of Joe Biden as his attorney general and senator, they came up with the Bill Clinton Crime Bill 94 and took America's prison population from 700,000 in 1993 to 3 million in 1994 with the Mass Incarceration Act against black men. So you got to understand a lot of nuances to what happened was initiated and perpetrated by the Democrat Party. And along with the Democrat Party perpetrating all of this, you got to understand that they used our women as the primary weapon against us. When they started the Great Society, it was introducing feminism and homosexuality to our women. That's the first thing they did. Then they didn't 100% succeed with the heroin, so they did it with the crack cocaine. Then the welfare state and all of that stuff. But all along, they were using the black woman, baby mama, crack whore, or whatever other pejorative you want to call her, against the black man. Combined with the uneducated black man getting out of high school illiterate and not having a trade to start a business, the only thing you could do to provide for a family, it's only natural to want to have sex. It's only natural to want to have sex and reproduce and procreate. That's how God created us. It's in us to do that. The first commandment God gave us was to be fruitful. That means have sex and procreate.
But I feel where you're coming from with that, bro, because now you're going where I'm going with it, right? The point I'm making.
But hear me out. One more little tidbit. I'm gonna bring it up to our time, to when me and you hit the scene, 1988. So my point that I'm making is all that went on from the 60s with Lyndon B. Johnson, Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, then that nigger we had, Barack Obama, who turns out he was a homosexual the whole time. That's why his entire presidency, he pushed the homosexual agenda. He hired Arnie Duncan as the Secretary of Education, who's a homosexual, and through him, they spewed all that homosexual literature into the public libraries of public schools. They spewed all that LGBTism into the movies. They spewed all that gay black boy shit into the music and songs and dance and the movies, everywhere you turn. And that all happened under Obama. Now it's coming out, Obama was really gay the whole time. And now you got Sideshow Joe, who was an Alfred Kenzite. And if you get a chance, look up Alfred Kinsey. Joe Biden was Alfred Kinsey's like student, like Alfred Kinsey was Joe Biden's mentor, and Joe Biden is a pedophile, a child molester, bro. And you don't have to believe it, but if you look at the history of the Democrat Party, particularly with Lyndon Baines Johnson up to the and throughout the last 4 or 5 Democrat presidents, every time their policies get enacted, black men as a whole suffer. Black women as a whole get exalted for something that they haven't accomplished that actually is honorable, combined with more stuff is implemented to keep black men and black women completely divided in that war with each other. So you really have to do the nuanced study and research to these things, because at the end of the day, nobody's perfect. But there is a trigger point and there is an initiation point. And I'm telling you, the government used our women against us, bro. We weren't the ones who were the initiators and the bad guys. We might be wrong because we're men and we're stronger, but at the same time, when you had crack cocaine thrown on us without having the ability to read and start a business, when you had women out here crack whoring and baby mamaing it up for the welfare state, combined with the innate natural desire to have sex and procreate, you throw all that into a mix, of course the black community is going to deteriorate. And then you have Joe Biden and Bill Clinton gerrymander the laws, particularly to incriminate black men's the result of what all those other things would cause. They gerrymandered the laws to target inner city black men and give us as much time as they possibly could.
Yeah.
So you can't look at it as we as black men are the bad guys, or everybody's a bad person, because we're all imperfect. But you got to look at how it got initiated. And then you got to think it's a snowball. The snowball starts at the top of the hill and starts rolling down. And if don't nobody melt the snow, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger as it goes downhill.
But that's what I'm speaking to. I mean, when we talking about the black woman, that's all I'm speaking to with them, right? Is I'm saying that we can't just, blame the black woman when we were supposed to be leading them, right? We can't just blame them.
We were leading them. We were leading them. But what happened was feminism snuck up into their ear. Women are enticed by what they hear. Feminism snuck up into their ear, brother.
But we were supposed to be in their ear. We were supposed to be in their ear.
We were at work. We were at work. It's not just about leading. You also have to have a willingness to be led. Okay? Before you can lead, you have to learn how to follow. And that's what's going wrong in the black community. Black women have decided they don't want to follow anymore. So that's the reason why they're ineffective leaders. That's why single mother households are the poorest in America. That's why most of them are underwater living in poverty, because they didn't want to follow a man. So now they're having to struggle by themselves. Here's something my mom used to say all the time when I was a kid. I can do bad by myself. If you're a black man, you done heard a black woman say that. I can do bad by myself. But once they doing bad by themselves, they stick their hand out for Uncle Sam. Okay, so you're not really doing bad by yourself. You got the taxpayer paying for you to do bad by yourself.
You got the kids. You got the kids growing up that's gonna do work.
They blaming the men for the outcome of us not leading them, but at the same time they don't want us to lead them. So
exactly,
they looking toward the men to fix the community and the problems in it. But when we tell them that they are part of the problem and that they're part of the portion that we need to fix, then they not trying to hear that, because they already got in their mind.
And now black men are just saying fuck it and leaving.
I think it's a big trust issue though. Why we look at the black woman and why she got to axe the ground with black men. I think it's a big trust issue.
I think Payne said something earlier in this stream that's true. We've already crossed the threshold to where it don't matter anymore. They have made up in their mind they don't want to follow us. They don't want to deal with us. It's time for us to make up our mind that we sick of bashing our head up against a wall trying to make them. See, that's what's going on here. They don't want to deal with us no more on that level. They don't want us to lead them anymore. But you still got dudes hitting their head on the wall trying to force these women to give over their anonymity to a man. They ain't gonna do it. They're never going to do it.
That's not true. All the black woman is looking for, she's just waiting for you to stand up. Look, right? Look. If black women from the time we came in this country, right? If the first black women seen black men bow to slavery, right? If the second generation of black women seen black men bow to Jim Crow, if the third generation seen black men, bow to the welfare system, whatever it is, right? If all she ever watched the black man do was bow to this other group of people, this higher power, what do you think she's gonna think after a while? Sooner or later, she's gonna have trust issues on if you can lead her.
But here's the thing: it doesn't really matter because everything that's happening to them is self-inflicted. Black men are still doing well. We're still making money. We're still finding relationships with other groups of women. Black women are the ones suffering from their decision. So I don't know why so many black dudes come on these panels and play the guilt trip victim game in place of black women when they did it to themselves. If something is self-inflicted, let them suffer from it.
But
they
NBA,
did it to themselves.
But NBA, you say we're doing so well. Name me a black created company that's ever hit the Fortune 500. It's never happened.
You don't have to hit the Fortune 500 to be doing well.
It's not in the history of America. That's never happened.
But what you're taking an extreme. You do not have to be a Fortune 500 company to be successful.
They're not Fortune 500.
You don't have to be successful. But there are a lot of black companies that are successful. But hey, I'll give you. We have black billionaires in this country who you never saw their name on the Fortune 500, whatever this and that, but they still managed to become billionaires. We have multi-millionaire black men. Black men are doing well. If you add up all the income that black men are making compared to black women, we're still outpacing them with all their boss girl energy. We're still outpacing them with all their nursing degrees. We're still making more money than them. It doesn't really matter.
What does it mean if we don't own anything? What does it mean if we don't
own
anything?
Maybe you personally don't own anything. That's your choice.
We own this country.
No,
we own this country.
You know what I'm saying, NBA. Stop trying to.
We don't have to own the whole damn world to be doing well.
Okay, so name me the black.
Do you understand?
Name me the black real estate mogul.
Do you understand that the most of South Africa is run and owned by white people? And that's fucking South Africa. So you do not have to be. You do not have to own everything to be doing well. There are a lot of black real estate agents. You might never hear their name, but they could buy you under the table 100 times over. There are black millionaires that are part owners of football and basketball teams. So
what difference do you make if you can't make a change in your community?
Doesn't make sense.
You cannot make a change in your community. What difference do you make? You make no difference. You can't make a change in your community.
No matter
how well a black man does.
NBA, hold up, NBA. Don't want to follow, bro.
That's the key right there, brothers. That's the key right there. Hey, Dre, my bad. Here's what I was about to say, brother. What I was about to say, brother Dre, stay calm, bro. Just stay calm, cause I get animated too, bro. I feel your pain. I feel your pain, bro.
We just having a.
But you gotta understand. You gotta understand something. You gotta understand some things. Remember this: we own this country. That's what we own. That's first and foremost. We own the richest economy in the world. That's what black men own. The richest. We are the richest economy in the world. Okay, so just keep that in mind. But my point that I'm making is the biggest protection and the biggest protection in the world that black women in particular, need protection from, or the biggest danger and threat in the world that black women need protection from. They can't separate themselves from the danger. And the danger that they need protection from, first and foremost, number one, is their own fucking thinking. Thinking they're smarter, thinking they're better, thinking they're more capable than what the fuck they really are, and acting upon those stupid ass idiot thoughts. The biggest danger to the black woman in the black community is the black woman's thoughts, her selfishness, and her thinking that she is something that she's not. She thinks she's more special than what she is. She thinks she's smarter than what she is. She thinks she's better than what she is. And she's not.
More of a man.
That's the biggest threat.
They fucked up now. They fucked up now. But all I'm saying is
that's the biggest danger.
Look, you know what I find hilarious? You know what I find hilarious? Most of the guys, wait a minute. Most of the guys who defend black women have been treated the worst in their life by black women, and they still come out and publicly defend them anyway. And you ain't got to publicly admit, you or the people in the chat, but come on, we all know how black women treat black men. We know how they treat black men, and it's so many of y'all that come on and keep on simping for them, no matter what they fucking do. They could hold your ass at gunpoint and take all your shit, and you'll come on the panel and be like, "Black women are queens." Come
NBA,
on, man.
NBA. Just because you hate black people, we don't, brother. We still love black people.
Don't get it twisted. I don't hate black people. I hate niggas.
You hate black people. You hate black people.
Don't get it twisted. I hate niggas.
You hate black
I
people.
hate them. Hey, I hate them people that shooting up your neighborhood in Chicago. That's who I hate. I don't hate you. I hate the niggas that shoot.
I hate the bitches that's going down the Planned Parenthood. I hate the bitches that's going down the Planned Parenthood, murdering all the black people.
Wait a minute. You on a panel talking about shit that happened way before you was even thought about. Okay? That's number one. I have the experience a lot of this shit way more than you could ever imagine. You're on here talking about anecdotal shit because you saw an old grandpa in your hood sell a bag of heroin one day. You assume that all niggas in the hood are selling heroin. You didn't know the first thing about the heroin trade. You have no idea that it was mostly white people selling that shit.
Every nigga in the hood know what's been going on.
You listen. Every nigga in the hood, most of the niggas in the hood can't read past the 8th grade level. So what the fuck do they know? You can't use a statement like that. Or every nigga in the hood know. Every nigga in the hood know jail. That's what every nigga in the hood know. Every nigga in the hood know the detective and the police department. Did you know this? Did you know that 1 out of every 5 black men is a confidential informant? Did you know every 2 out of every 5 black men is a straight up snitch? Did you know that shit? You don't know about your own neighborhood. How you think they catching these shooters? Because they homeboys are the ones snitching on them for that fucking ransom money.
Okay,
you don't even know anything about your own neighborhood. You ain't talking about shit.
What does that have to do with anything? You speaking on shit that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. Go
you
ahead,
don't know what
Lord.
you're talking about, do you?
He talking about nothing. Go ahead, Lord. Go ahead, Lord. He talking about nothing, man.
Hey, NBA, calm down, NBA. Calm down, NBA. You said a mouthful. But brothers, let's look. Last night was the night for wilding out. I wilded out with Chaotic last night. I'm sorry about that. But brothers, what I was trying to emphasize is this: there is and has been before when Eve took the fruit and ate it behind Adam's back. From that point to now, I don't know if y'all believe in biblical truths or whatever. That's my perspective, and that's my factual, objective reality that I think I scientifically can support. But from the dawn of man to now, women have been trying to be at man's level. Okay? It's not their place. They're not physically capable, mentally capable, or emotionally stable enough to be at or above the level of a man. Okay? Throughout his history, the boundaries that the patriarchy has put on them has actually been for their protection. When feminism crept in and started getting into the ears and minds of black women, that's also at the same exact time that the Great Society of Lyndon B. Johnson and the welfare state also started to creep in, and black women started having this ideology that they can independently think for themselves. Now, fast forward to today. The strong, independent woman is nothing more than a term to express the uncooperative, lonely woman, or the high-dollar, uncooperative prostitute, because that's all they are. When a man has to make a certain amount of money for her to be in her femininity, that's a prostitute. So my thing is, one, we have to protect them from their own thinking. Two, like the more black men and children or more black people have been murdered by black women than any other group of people in the history of this world. More black women here in America have slaughtered black babies at Planned Parenthoods throughout this big major cities of this country than there's been black people who've been killed in this country since this country was founded. There has not been 20 million black people get killed in this country. You know that? There's been 20 million black babies murdered in Planned Parenthoods in this country by black women. That's a fact. My point that I'm making is slavery, the Middle Passage, slavery, Jim Crow laws, segregation, all of that didn't divide us. Feminism and welfare state did. So you have to look at not what black men didn't do, you got to look at what did get done. Because when you look at what didn't get done, you can say this: everybody walking the earth today, from King Charles to gay-ass Joe Biden, everybody on this planet Earth right now alive today is a descendant of someone else who was a slave. Everybody. There's nobody on this planet alive today who can't say they got an ancestor who was a slave to somebody else at some point in time. So the slavery and what happened 600 years ago don't mean shit. You have to look at what's going on now and in recent
Well,
history.
I've been saying that every time I come on here, I've been saying that black people need to stop playing the damn victim card. What's in your wallet? Every damn time I come on this panel, there's a damn victim card being played. And every time I say we need to, as a collective group, stop playing the victim card, the same typical people say the same typical shit. The black women that don't like the actual statistics about black women, they'll say this: who hurt you? Or they'll say you hating black women. And the black men who don't like the statistics will play the white man did it. If it wasn't for slavery, this wouldn't have happened. Get the fuck over yourselves. I'm a black ex-con who got out and started a business. If I can do it, any fucking body can. All this victim shit ain't helping nobody. It ain't helping none of us. It's a fact. And that's what infuriates me. I'm sick of us blaming everything on a damn system that most of us don't even vote in. Most black people don't even fucking vote, but we want to complain about the system. Oh, and by the way, we want to accept government money from that same system while at the same time talking about how bad white people are. If white people so bad, give up your free housing, give up your welfare, give up your food stamps. Stop taking money from the bad white man if he sucks so much. But guess what? They ain't never going to do that. We need to just keep it real. A lot of these problems are systemic problems caused and perpetuated by black people on other black people. And maybe 200 years ago, I'll give you the slavery Jim Crow shit. How many hundreds of years are we going to play this fucking card? I can't do shit because of slavery, and my great ancestor 800 years ago got beat with a whip. How long are we going to play that stupid fucking card? Your ass didn't get whipped. There ain't a single person alive today who has had chains on them and beat and made to pick cotton. So can we please stop using Jim Crow and slavery and Reconstruction and all this fucking horse shit and just come up with a plan for black people to start doing what they need to fucking do? It's crybaby shit, man.
Wait a minute. Let's read the super chat, get it off the screen, right? Yeah, Payne, in your opinion, are women different from when you were 18? He's talking to me, or the same, but it was public. Listen, it wasn't public, I should say. But the point is, just answer this real quick. I don't believe the nature of women has changed at all, just like the nature of men hasn't. But since the 60s, the pill, feminism, and everything else, women and the death of culture and public shame and all that shit, women are just unleashed today. They're unleashed. They don't have the same governance they used to have. They don't give a shit about their virtue. A lot of women, I should say. Just like men have to prove themselves as they grow up, women used to have to protect their virtue. They don't really care about that anymore. So that causes a lot of chaos in the marketplace. So that's where we are today. So I look at women the same as I looked at them back in the day. The mix is different. There were more virtuous women back when I was looking for a wife than there are now. That's evident. But there's still some out there, but you just got to work harder. And there's some other things that go along with it. Like, for the most part, most men are going to have to rely on a woman working. Most men ain't going to be able to take care of a family by themselves unless they lower the level of standards to one salary. And a lot of women don't want to live that way. The mistake men make is they believe this bullshit that is my money's our money and her money's her money. Anybody who marries a woman under that premise is an asshole.
I gotta ask a question. I need to ask a question. After 50 plus years of receiving welfare and all this other bullshit and having our hand out to the government, after 50 years of this bullshit, 50 years of voting for Democrats, all this and this, is the black community any better for it?
It's absolutely worse.
The answer is absolutely not. So when people in the chat are saying, "Oh, you're just speaking for you're dominant and you're the white people you hang around," look, I know I'm black, and white people every day remind me that I'm black, but I don't let it stop me. I know I've been to prison. People keep cracking prison jokes. I would be dead if I hadn't went to prison because I would have kept running around them streets and got killed. Prison stopped me from dying. So I'm not proud of getting locked up but I'm glad I got locked up because it saved my fucking ass. So all you people making jokes about it, you don't know the first fucking thing about it. But at the same time, a lot of y'all are mad at me because I'm telling black people to stop being victims. This is how you know our community is shit. When somebody says stop being a victim and people get upset. But if I come on here and say, yeah, man, the white man owes us reparations, everybody be like, yay! You want to be fucking mediocre. You want to live a life where you got your hand out for some fucking white man's check for the rest of your fucking life. You want to know why the projects exist? It's because the white man, the government that you hate so much but love too, they give you just enough where you can only afford what they want you to live in. That's why the vouchers and the government checks are just a certain amount so they can keep your ass in a certain neighborhood. Yeah. But when you work and make your own money, you decide what neighborhood you live in. But as long as you leave it up to Uncle Sam, he gets to decide where you live. The reason you living in the hood and being shot at is because you let Uncle Sam decide your address because you taking Uncle Sam's money. Simple
NBA
as that.
Right about that. NBA right about that. Like y'all gotta. It can't be no more excuses. Now y'all can get out here and get y'all some motherfucking money. There's a lot of money out here. Can get some. To Payne point, Payne, how you just said the women weren't no different from back then, right? So if they weren't no different, then that means it's been hoes. It's been hoes and it's been good girls, right? So us men, we gotta take accountability and we gotta accept it's been hoes and it's been good girls. It's been like that. So we accept the hoes for them being hoes, and we accept the good women for them being good women, and we got to move on about it and do what we need to do as men and uplift. That's what we got to do.
Okay, guys, let me say this. Guys, let me say this real quick. Okay, let me say this real quick. There is nothing wrong in women being hypergamous. There is nothing wrong about it. I don't think we should shame women for liking money. It's their nature. I think that this is my opinion. What I don't like about it is this. When they decide to leave a relationship, they should live with what they came with.
I agree with that.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? I think that's what men don't like. We don't have a problem. I don't mind being a billionaire or a millionaire and a woman wants to marry me because I'm a millionaire or billionaire. That's fine. I will provide a lifestyle to her, right? But where I have a problem is that when she decides she doesn't want to marry me, she's going to take even a percentage of my wealth. To me, that is not good. I don't mind supporting her for the next 5 years until she's able to do one trade school or another, or go back to college and get a degree. I don't mind doing that. I don't mind paying her mortgage if I'm that rich, right? I don't mind doing that. But when she has to take millions from me, say that I got to pay her like $100,000 in spousal support, that I have a problem with. Because she decided to leave, or she went and did some shit with somebody. In fact, let me say this. If a woman have a relationship that's outside her marriage, she shouldn't get even a penny.
I agree with that too.
She should be penalized for doing that. But guess what? That's why men are mad. And to say this, the reason why it's going to be very difficult for men to win women today, look at people like Barack Obama. He was raised by a woman. He has all women around him. In the White House, he has so many women. And today we're hearing 1 or 2 rumors about him, right? A lot of people in the Democratic Party are so feminized one way or the other. It's going to be very difficult because I got to tell you, when you have to go against 52% of American population, the reason why I say put 52% of American population, that is the percentage of women in this country. I think it's 51.5, I'm sorry, 51.5. Then you got to also know one thing. Women don't use logic, they use emotion. If a man does something shitty or some shit, we that are men will go against him. We want him to be punished for doing what he did. But women will rally against behind a woman. They will rally behind a woman when she does something bad because they don't want her to be punished. The reason why they don't want her to be punished is because they always put themselves in her shoes. They always think, oh, shit, if I say she should be punished, tomorrow it might be me. That's an emotional thinking. That's not a logical thinking. A logical thinking, just like we were talking earlier, scam is somebody that has a lot of feminism in his system. Scam, all this throughout all these few months or going to a year that we've always communicated, or we've always been on this space, that's in this space, right? The scam always defend women no matter her sin. That's the lens of a Democratic Party member. I'm a Democratic Party member, right? But I tell you that party has gone too far, as long as I'm concerned. But we have to know this. We have to know this as men. The reward that they get for fucking up the family is what we are pissed off about. If I cheat on my wife and she said, "Oh, I have to pay her alimony for 6 years," I will take that punishment. I will pay that shit because it was my fault. But when she has to go do the same shit and I have to pay for her doing the same shit, no, we got a problem. I can't pay you for acting up and then I have to pay you for you acting up. No, that's not good.
But that's where ownership and leadership come in, though, Econet. Right? As a people, we supposed to have some leadership to the point where we were sitting at them tables and we helped make some of those laws. We should have been at them tables, right? But that's where leadership come in.
That's not leadership. That's being fucking scammed. If a chick cheat on you and then she takes half your shit and your kids cause she cheated, that's not leadership. That's being fucking scammed.
You had no representation at the table when them laws was being made, though, NBA. You know that.
That's because black men don't vote at the same levels as black women. Black women outvote black men 3-1.
That's what I'm saying. We have to leave.
Hold up, fellas. Hold up, NBA. Hold up, NBA. Hold tight. That's not a law. Those aren't laws that shit happens. We are being scammed.
No,
bro. That's why there is a lot of angry men.
I was explaining to him the reason why black men are not being represented.
Hold up, NBA. There's no law. There's no law when that shit happens where men,
that's not
where
what I was
bitch go out and cheat. Let me finish. There's no law on the books nowhere throughout the entire 50 states where if a skank ass whore go out and cheat on a man, she gets to divorce him and take half his money. That's not on the books. That's not a law. What it is
not a law, but it's still happening. It doesn't matter if it's a law. It's still happening.
Because what the man doesn't do is he doesn't go in there and fight. And my point that
listen, there's a difference between what actually happens and what you dream about happening. What's actually happening in the court
I am talking about what actually happens.
You're talking about.
I don't dream about it. I don't dream about it.
It doesn't matter if it's an actual law or not. Women are going in the courtroom and getting men's shit after fucking up the whole damn marriage. They're still going in there getting paid.
Here's the thing. And that's the reason why their numbers are plummeting below 26% marriage rate. That's the reason why.
Well, that's
why the passport bros are going to other countries to get better women. That's why this invasion that Joe Biden is allowing to happen at our southern border is actually have a silver lining, because in that invasion that's taking place at the southern border, all those foreigners coming in because of the idiot ass Biden administration. What's happening is there's a bunch of females and women that are coming with actual customs and values and conservative cultures and traditions that could make good wives for the American men that are here.
The majority of them are dating, but the majority of them are married to or dating Hispanic
regardless
men.
Of the point.
It has no bearing on the black community at all.
Yeah, it has a major bearing on it, because where you think those people are moving to when they get here? Where you think they're going? They're going into black communities, bro. Where you think they at? Where you think all the immigrants at?
That doesn't have anything to do with the inner dynamics of black men and black women getting together or being married or being relationships. People moving into the neighborhood has nothing to do with the marriage or relationships of black people. That has nothing to do with those two things are totally different.
Let's not get away from the point.
Listen, based on what you're saying, if a certain group of people move into the neighborhood,
I can articulate my thoughts in the word. No, you're assuming what I'm saying. You're taking what I'm saying, and you're not letting me say it.
You cut me off before I could finish my point. So one deserves another.
My bad. I don't go tick for tack. I don't do evil for evil. My bad.
Hey man, y'all was spitting fire today, man. I got it.
My bad,
today, man. Thank y'all for coming through. Hey, we're gonna pick the discussion up next time. I'll see y'all tomorrow. All right, but
Yo,
I got
y'all
to end
brothers
it.
be safe out there, man. Shout out to you, Dre Slay, NBA. Y'all be peace, man.
All right, brothers. Take it easy. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. All right. No doubt. Thank y'all for coming through. This was a long one. I let it go. Shit, I did a lot. When I picked up my son, took him to the park, walked the dog. But I got a meeting in 2 minutes. A franchise meeting, making major moves, as Black people should. Y'all should make major moves. All right. Use the equity in your house to start a small business. Oh, damn. Anissa, my bad. I got to go. I got a meeting in 2 minutes.
Okay.
I done ended the whole show. My bad.
No problem. It's still
All right,
going on, so that means you're out.
No, I literally was addressing everybody saying I'm about to end the stream.
Okay. Next time.
All right. See you next time.
Okay, bye.
All right, y'all. We out. Be good. Make sure, shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. 30% off along with a free gift. Damn, we got more people coming in the back, but it's time to go. In fact, you know what? Screw it. Everybody come on. Anissa, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I was about to say, everybody. Nah, I can't even do it. I was about to say, everybody come on back, but they already left. I'll leave this going while the meeting going. But yeah, we'll get to it another night. Have a good night. All right, y'all. I'm out. Get into this meeting. Oh shit. I don't want to be late. That's niggerish. I mean, I didn't say that.